definitely putting her hand up. Seeker forcing the handling error. Interior recover. They'll have the put into the scrum.
And Seeker was impressive yesterday, Chris, especially with the ball in hand, looking to make her mark on the defensive side. A big physical character, imposing. And again, it's unfortunate, just a little bit of a handling error, but we're back to the scrum.
Avery Plantaday shifting to the loose head side on the left-hand side of that blue wave scrum, looking to disrupt the platform for the interior. Referee John Cameron, assisted by Lee Burridge and Ryan Lambrick, with Dan Sivtanovich in the technical zone, looking on to set this scrum. Straight in front of the post, just inside the defensive 22-meter area. Big pressure coming on from the interior at scrum time, setting up that platform, looking for width early on, going to the foot, finding the safety of the touchline. Still a promising attacking position for the Vancouver Wave. They'll have the throw into the lineout.
And that was an area they struggled with, the interior team yesterday, Chris. The exit, just being a little bit rushed. They're the 12 coming across the field. Had a lot of time, trying to maybe get a little bit more distance. We'll see how this lineout goes. Both teams struggled in their lineout area yesterday.
Dia Dudwall in jersey 21, looking to hit her mark in this first lineout of the game. So important. Dudwall just missing the mark. Interior will have the put into the scrum.
For any scrum fans at home, this is a game for you so far. But it's good. Again, we touched on it yesterday going into the U19 CRCs. A lot of these front row players trying to put their hands up for that BC team, and they're getting an experience for the first time, probably some of them in a full scrum. So we're getting a lot of live reps.
Live reps indeed. Referee Cameron looking to make sure they're set up properly. Both of these teams looking to get on the front foot at scrum time. Vancouver Wave looking to disrupt and get back on attack.
Player to watch for the interior team is number 10, Emery Breton, carrying a bit of an injury from yesterday's game against the Fraser Valley. We'll see what she looks to do. Lots of experience on the 7 side with BC coach, head coach Darcy Patterson, taking her to New Zealand last year.
Cadence Crow taking the ball off the base of the scrum. Just too close to the touchline. Well ushered out. Sierra Sophie Weeks. Great tackle in the touch. Sierra Lega just a bit slow coming across to offer support. Weeks finishing the job, getting the ball back for her side. Dudwall will look to hit her mark. Second opportunity at the line out here. Dudwall overthrows the front, but it falls nicely into the middle of the line out. Abigail Hurd cleaning up. Well turned over at the base. Brilliant jackal from the interior, looking to go wide, wasting no time. Ruby Keltayan, big hit up in the middle. Johnson, not the best service, allowing the Wave to capitalize, getting their hands back on the ball, looking to get their tails up, looking to get back into the 22 of the interior. That's your try scorer from yesterday, Emily Davis, looking for width. They've got support, they've got the ball, they've got the momentum. Wave look to apply the pressure. Conley looks to use the forwards just outside number 10. Nimmons, Conley, out to Hannah Black. Can't quite find the handle, well swept up by the Wave, but just a knock on the floor coming after the initial regather. The interior recover and will have the put into the scrum.
Some frantic pace here, Chris, and lots of space out wide. Both teams electing to kind of run back into where a lot of the numbers are, some big collisions. But we didn't get a lot of opportunity to see either of these teams on the front foot attacking. So this is a welcome change of pace to see some attacking rugby from both sides. I'd love to see the interior team maybe take care of that ball a little bit. It's just getting a little bit messy.
A little bit messy, plenty of intent, plenty of ferocity up front. Wave will look to apply pressure at scrum time. Michaela Russell will look to lock this down at the tight head prop position for the interior. Front foot ball for the interior. Offside at the base of the scrum.
A little eager.
Carrie Nimmons just couldn't help herself, moving beyond the middle line. Again, one of those law changes that have come in for the 2025 season. The halfback not being able to go past the middle line of the scrum.
Great carry by Seeker.
Seeker once again putting her hand up. Tackler not rolling. Interior will have the penalty.
Love to
Avery
see him pick
Plant.
up the pace here, Chris.
Looking to split the forwards with the tap move from their own half. That's Seeker once again in jersey 4. Leading from the front. Sierra Lega up over the gain line once again. Support is there just in time. Crow looking to get involved herself. Johnson looking to pick the pace up. Needs to tap the ball in any case. High tackle coming in from the Wave. The interior once again will set up the tap play.
Wave's just getting a bit disorganized under this pressure. Some really good physical carries from this interior team. I love that third phase, maybe pick up the pace. There's lots of space in the backfield, maybe be a bit adventurous and try and play behind.
Yet to get across the halfway line or the interior, but they're looking to impose themselves, ball in hand, attacking from their own half. Putting some with the ball is Britton.
Great footwork.
Out to Aubuchon. Johnson looking to use the ball quickly. Knocked on in the contest by the Vancouver Wave. Interior get off the hook and they get the ball back for the throw into the scrum.
I'm sure Coach Aladoros is pretty happy with his interior team starting to play some more expansive rugby, pulling out the back of those pods, and that all comes from that front foot carry. We're seeing the likes of Seeker, likes of Caltain getting on the front foot, some big carries, and then now just trying to play. Love to see Emery Breton try and get that ball into space, use that educated soccer boot of hers and try and play in the back corner and pin this Wave. She's got a lot of space in the backfield here.
Multi-sport athletes, plenty to pick from. In preparation for Calgary for the under-19 Bears. All of these players looking to put their hands up. Their final 70 minutes to do so ahead of the under-19 national championships later on this summer. The Wave looking to attack. Losing the handle. The interior with the put into the scrum.
Getting a bit too excited there. They saw the space out wide. The number 4 from the Wave team, I believe that's Emily Davis, who plays her university ball at with the Brock Badgers. Recently a center, converting to the second row. Her coaches are super excited about that. Had a great tournament. Saw tons of space trying to set up that winger in the past, just didn't go to hand. Unfortunate. Interesting defensive setup here from the Wave, Chris. There's a lot of space in the backfield. We'll see if the interior players notice that, perhaps try to pin them and make them play out.
Almost inviting the kick option coming in from the interior. They get front foot ball once again. Great work from the forwards on the back of Michaela Russell. Moving the ball wide. Shirk into contact once again. Johnson, great service from the base. Looking to go wide is Johnson once again. Finds Seeker. Seeker to the line. Looks for the offload. Just can't quite find the handle. Turned over once again. The Wave with the lion's share of possession so far, Jake.
Yeah, it's been a back and forth game here, Chris. I feel like we're playing it all right near the 50. Both teams creating a lot of opportunities to break the line. Just a couple of passes thrown away. Can't string it together, but some encouraging play from both teams. See how the Wave attacks here.
Straightening effort from Hannah Black. Hazel Paris deputizing at scrum half, moving it wide. Weeks with the big carry. Nimmons just looks to reorganize. Finds Conley. Going with the kicking option, seeing a mismatch in midfield. Great pressure coming on from the Wave, however, Wave forwards in front of the kicker and advancing.
I almost wonder if the interiors, yeah, see, I'm happy they're looking for the line out. Just try and play in the Wave side. Wave done a really good job of trying to create turnovers. Just getting a little bit stretched. The support's not getting there. Both teams, some really good technique in terms of the jackling. Oh, and they've gone quick.
Change attack here for the interior, looking to engage the back line. First phase off the penalty play. Interior in those black jerseys, trying to get across the halfway line for the first time in this game. Just losing the handle is Michaela Russell. However, playing under penalty advantage, they will get the penalty just inside the Vancouver Wave half. We'll see if they look to do something different here, Jake, from the penalty.
It looks like they're setting up the two pods, Chris. And again, I love running rugby, but I wonder if maybe just not being able to get across half, you try and change the tactics, go to that line out, even if it's in their end.
Keltainen decides to take it into contact. Avery Platt just missing the jackal for the Vancouver Wave, doing enough to slow the ball down, getting the defense back on the front foot. The interior still with possession. Big lave drive from Seeker. Seeker once again puts the ball down, goes herself, showing those 7 skills. Dealing with pressure is Ava Johnson, looking to go wide, just spilt in contact by Caden Crow. Vancouver Wave applying the pressure, they get the ball back with the throw into the scrum.
And it's much better attacking platforms here from the interior team. Again, it's just these passes, sometimes they just feel like the support players are drifting away. It's a pretty hard pass across the face there from their 10, but it's much more encouraging than yesterday. The amount of ball possession they've had, but neither team able to string together more than 3 phases. Something's got to give at some point, but some fantastic defense on display as well.
Looking to impose themselves. The front row of this interior side, putting pressure on the Wave surviving with possession. Looking to exploit the width. Conley taking into contact, turned over in any case, avoiding the touchline. Great work to get to the ball. Ava Johnson looking to consolidate the interior. Crow hitting it up. Stacked up behind this breakdown of the forwards for the interior. Looking to commit some numbers from the Wave. Big contest coming in. Tackler getting stuck. Unable to get out was Zoe Crow. The interior once again with a penalty right on the halfway line. Will they look to kick for touch? Yes, they will. They will have a chance to show their first attacking lineout.
Again, I love the change of tactics, Chris, and I commend the interior team for the physical carries, but I almost wonder by slowing down the game and taking time to get set, they're letting this Wave team back into the game. The Wave team, a bigger physical team, and giving them that time to get set is just buying them the extra precious minutes. I think this interior team, they thrive. After I was lucky enough to go through one of their trainings, they thrive in that transition game, at trying to play at a quick pace. I'd love to see them just try and get that pace up.
20 minutes to go in the first half of this third place matchup. Variation from the interior. Keltainen takes the ball at the front. Tip pass from Fia Marsh. Once again, the interior looking to suck in those Wave defenders. One by one, phase by phase, marching forward, looking to go wide. The interior still with possession. Johnson serves from the base. Seeker, nice pull pass to the back, doesn't quite go to hand. They just got the combination wrong there, Jake, giving the ball back to the Vancouver Wave.
And it looks great, Chris. They're building some great shapes. There's layers. It's just not able to get the ball to hand and get that ball. And sometimes it's like that. It's a game of runs. Sometimes you just can't get the catch, and I know it's going to kind of build up, but I'm very happy. I'm excited to see both teams starting to build some attacking platforms compared to yesterday. A very competitive game, Chris.
Competitive indeed. One of the coaching themes discussed in the professional development opportunities this weekend has been shape versus applying pressure through quick ball, Jake. What adjustments need to be made here by this interior attacking side?
I think they have a lot of athletes, and I think they're taking time to try and get the perfect picture. And sometimes when you're on the front foot, the picture is already perfect. Putting the defense under pressure and not letting them have any time to get set, I think shapes a guideline. And this interior team just has so many good ball players that I just like to see them maybe look to be less perfect, but just play the picture.
Connolly looks to engage the outside backs. This Vancouver back three need to get their hands on the ball, need to get into those wide channels to stretch this physical interior defense.
And they have some weapons out there in Hazel Paris from Shawnigan Lake. Love to see her get the ball.
Tennyson Liu, clever offload to the try score from yesterday, Emily Davis. Dudwall getting on the front foot. Wasting no time. Are the Wave up over the 10-meter line now. Hannah Black, just a bit high in contact, manages to get the ball secured to the ground. Nimmons finds Conley. Clever pivot move. Off the number 12 is Lavina Franken. Nimmons looks to use Conley again to engage the back line. Lovely inside option.
Oh, stolen in contact there.
Just getting the ball in the wrong hand, not keeping it away from the defender. This interior defense doing well to bend but not break. Hildago decides to go route one. Looking for space, probing are this interior side, inside their own 22, enterprising stuff. Getting her hands on the ball is Caitlin Mellick. Well supported, Hazel Paris keeping the interior with their hands on the ball. Cutting back inside is Sierra Leggett. Looking to use the foot. Finding the safety of the touchline.
I don't mind that tactic from the interior team. They've shown they've been able to put a lot of pressure on this Vancouver lineout and go back to it. A lot of phases of play, some tired bodies. As we keep saying, 140 minutes of rugby total this weekend. Sometimes you just need a little bit of a break. Clear your lines, don't play under pressure. So we'll see how this lineout goes. Change of thrower, I believe, as well, Chris.
Dudwall giving away to Tegobizo. Tegobizo can't find her mark. Finding the touchline. Tight decision for assistant referee Ben Lambrick, saying that the interior gathered the ball and then went into touch. The Wave will retain the throw into the lineout.
And credit to Seeker, we've been saying her name a lot today, but that's a great pressure at the front. The Vancouver team unable to try and maybe find that connection with their front jumper, but a lot of pressure from this interior team.
Getting that bench going, Chris Saylor employing Dominica Satoda, getting her onto the field, getting some fresh legs. From their point of view, to hopefully inject some life into this attack. Almost stolen by the interior, retained by the Wave, getting up towards the 22-meter line. Nimmons finds Conley. Conley looking to go back inside. Hannah Black straightens. Gets the ball off to Avery Plant. Plant just getting turned on the wrong side or on the breakdown, loses the ball on the ground. Referee Cameron playing the ball on the ground is the decision. The interior once again with the turnover.
And they've been successful in their lineups last time they went to touch, Chris. They had a nice little variation on our front ball. So we'll see what they can pull out here, but I like this. Try and get down, play in the other side, the Wave side. Get this team playing defense on their back foot. A lot less pressure when you're not in your own 22.
Aria Johnson with an excellent touch finder. Getting the interior towards the halfway line. Jake, what do you think they have in their back pocket from this lineout?
I know Coach Eladoros has been cooking in some surprises for us, so you never know. This interior team's been putting a ton of work into their lineout and their set piece moves. I'm just looking for something maybe to target that hinge between the tail gun and the 10. Might be somewhere they might want to look. Maybe a peel play. Oh, just not straight.
Getting up into the air, putting pressure on the throw is Emily Davis, winning the turnover for the Vancouver Wave. choosing the line out of the Wave. Under a bit of pressure at the scrum, are they, Jake?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think right now the Wave set pieces is probably not going the way they want. Both sides are getting a lot of pressure put on them by the interior at the front. Scrums as well. And again, it's been a grueling start to the day. It's hot. A lot of rugby being played. So they got to go with what they're comfortable with.
Diobizzo not finding her target. Once again, not straight throw. With the contest coming in from the interior, forcing the decision from referee Cameron, the interior will surely choose the scrum, and they do.
Well, I've been really impressed in this on the scrum platform with the loose head and the tight head from the interior. Ruby Calton and Michaela Russell both played BC U18 last year in the mainland versus island games. I believe Ruby actually recently just transitioned to loose head prop and is doing a fantastic job putting this Wave team, who scrummaged very well yesterday against the Tide, under pressure. So we'll see if they continue to do so.
The former back row player at loose head looks to get her side moving forward and does so. Scrum collapse, loss of footing from both props on the near side. Michaela Russell and Tennyson Liu trying to find an edge to win that competition, that game within the game, Jake, the scrum.
And an interesting variation here. They flipped Mac Russell and Ruby Calton to the other side. I know that Michaela Russell, after yesterday, I believe, is carrying a little bit of a finger injury, potentially broke her finger early on in their first game against the Fraser Valley. Just shows what these athletes are able to push through when it comes to playing for their regions. They really want to represent and wear that jersey with pride. So commend her, but we'll see how this scrum changes now with both of them flipping to the other sides.
Johnson looking to throw the ball in for the interior. Better scrum for the Vancouver Wave, putting a bit of pressure onto this interior scrum. Going wide straight away. Emery Britton looking to engage the outside backs. Big tackle coming in from Natalie Gee. Johnson looking for options. Finding the outside runner. The interior with penalty advantage. Can they take advantage of the free ball? Taking route one, again sucking in, defender by defender, this Wave defensive line. Mary Seeker once again putting her side on her back, getting up over the halfway line. All the forwards consolidated, using what works, building momentum. Now going wide, off the right foot, putting pressure onto this Wave covering defense. Retaining possession of the ball through that kick chase. On the front foot come the interior. Bromett up over the gain line again, lays it back. Taking the inside option, Emery Britton. A little bit high in contact, getting stripped. Vancouver Wave, great fight in the contact area, winning the ball back, looking to counterattack straight away. Dudwall knows one way, and that's forward, taking on this interior defense, getting herself a bit isolated, turned over once again. Sierra Legge take a bow, and turned over again by the Vancouver Wave. Going to the air is Carrie Nimmons. Not quite the kick she wanted to put in, but follows up well with a good tackle. Getting it over the ball were the Vancouver Wave, but off their feet.
A back and forth game here, Chris.
Perhaps knowingly or unknowingly taking the quick tap when it wasn't her team's possession was Dominica Satoda. Referee Cameron just resetting things here.
The interior sticking with what's working, just getting the ball to Seeker and letting her carry.
Getting the ball to Seeker. Seeker seeks her way into the Vancouver Wave attack. The interior looking to exploit the width, looking to stretch this Blue Wave of defense. Once again, pressure in defense leads to a turnover. The Wave with their hands on the ball. Just over 9 minutes to play. No score, Jake, in this third place encounter.
A back and forth game. Again, some really great rugby being played. just not able to capitalize on a lot of these opportunities. They build these phases up, they get the space and what they're looking for, the picture. Oh, here goes Seeker again.
Seeker with the big left-hand fend, looks to engage the offload. She finds Sierra Legge off her back shoulder. Inside the 22 or the interior for the first time.
I wonder if they're going to queue up the forwards here, Chris. It's been their best way forward, and it looks like that's what's happening.
Player down and back play for the interior. They are attacking with 14, but lots of momentum. Seeker looks to hunt the line. Taking their time, slowing the ball down, getting the carriers to queue up are the interior. Now with penalty advantage, offside, were the Vancouver Wave. Penalty awarded by referee Cameron. Wasting no time, hunting for the line.
Done well there, the Wave. Some really courageous defense here.
Aria Johnson looks to go short and does. Try time, first try of the game for the interior. They lead 5-0.
Just able to finally get some front foot ball here, the interior team. They've been opting to keep it close. They've been getting a lot of love from just using a little bit of footwork, some big physical carries right near the ruck, and then they slow it down. It's very calm. It's good rugby that they want to get. They're getting a lot of front foot carries, as I previously stated. And again, got to give a shout out to Mary Seeker right now, having an incredible game with the ball in her hand, really setting the tone with some physical, abrasive carries.
Physical, abrasive, aggressive has been this game so far. Not a lot of space to exploit, lots of turnovers, lots of great confrontation at scrum time. But again, trying to find those moments, trying to find times in which to move the ball, why Jake has been the balancing act today.
And they just haven't been able to kind of build multiple passes in a row with success. Both teams have some very good athletes on the outside, and they're creating that space, but it's just trying to execute the skills right now under pressure. And I think because of the physicality of this game, both teams feeling it, a lot of rugby being played, but they're looking to play that expansive game. And I think that's encouraging for both these coaches who went back home to the drawing board, came back with different game plans, and obviously both sides have addressed the physical aspects of the game and have come out, and they both want this win.
Physicality and pressure. These athletes are treated to rugby-specific facilities, recovery facilities, out at the dock, next to the lake, at the rowing facilities, getting into the water, getting the recovery cycle started. Going with the mid-rate option of the Wave off the restart. Well gathered. Zoe Abbey secures possession for her team. Fia Marsh getting her side going forward.
They're starting to queue up here, Chris. It looks like they're going to keep it tight again.
Looking to keep it tight, looking to fracture holes into this Vancouver Wave defensive line. And doing so. Aria Johnson looks to engage the back line, looking to put kick pressure on the Vancouver Wave. Tackled into touch. Once again, the kick chase, the work rate. Who's on the end of that, Jake? Mary Seeker.
And again, that's wonderful work from Seeker. Once again, just putting tons of effort to kind of close down that space against a back three player. Playing lock today, Mary Seeker, but moving like a back. I have to give a shout out to Emily Breton, changing the dimensions of how they're playing, trying to just poke and prod in that backfield, try and stretch that Vancouver team. I think that's an encouraging look, and I'm thinking at the second half, and going into the second half, Coach Eladoros might try and play a little bit more behind this Vancouver Wave team.
Zoe Abbey going with the front option. Once again, that worked off their first line out. Vancouver Wave a bit slow to react, realigned in defense. The interior once again looking to probe into this Vancouver Wave half.
Oh, great ball.
Great ball. Excellent hands from Sierra Legge. Releasing Cameron Rempel. Cameron Rempel, she won't be stopped. She's got the wheels. She's got the ball down. Try time, interior.
And Chris, we've been speaking about how this interior team wants to play. They want to put their athletes in space, and they haven't been able to execute those skills under pressure until now. Some wonderful hands, some great ball from their 13, just putting their winger in space, and they show what they can do. They're a team of athletes who want to play at a very, very fast pace, and when they have the opportunity to do it, and it all comes back to that kick in behind from Breton. Again, a little thing like that, changing the field, putting those back three players on the wave under pressure, and they've shown that they can defend. Both teams have been defending valiantly today, but putting them in that space where they're under pressure and just trying to create different looks, and then they free up all that space and finally execute what they've been looking to do all day.
Well, Jake, as the old cliche goes, a kick is only as good as its chase. This interior forward pack, very well drilled, getting their alignment right, staying in line with the kicker, not ahead of it, advancing legally, putting pressure on the Vancouver Wave, and turning pressure into points.
We'll see how this Wave team reacts to this. Again, 2 scores in quick succession. There's no quit in this crew. Coach Taylor has them well drilled as well. They just need to kind of get the ball and maintain possession and just look to try and get some front foot carries. They have the ball carriers. They just need to get the ball to them in the right spots.
Cody Conley looking to send this ball skyward. Going with the short option, going with the ground option, trying to put some pressure and catch Adrian Brummett by surprise. Brummett deals with it well. Once again, Seeker into the foray. Just gets herself isolated.
Yeah, a little bit
Sophie
of delay.
Weeks over the ball, winning the turnover.
And it was wonderful work from Weeks there in the breakdown area. Now look at this on the front foot, Chris.
Ella Musgrove with the carry from the quick tap. Not 10 were the interior. Taking advantage of a maybe napping defense, Jake.
And that's what they got to do. They just need to actually get the ball in their hands of these big carriers. Look at that again. Just getting the front foot. Now this interior team's under pressure. And look at them flood through.
Satota deputizing at scrum half, getting her side moving forward, just losing the handle from the clever offload from Hannah Black. Interior in their own 22. Not afraid to try and attack from anywhere.
And sticking in the fours, Chris, because that's been what's working.
Aria Johnson doing a great job marshalling this forward pack around. So much talent in the carry. Mary Seeker once again driving the legs, getting up over the gain line. Johnson serves from the base. Breton looking to release the outside runners. Not quite finding the handle from that Annika Shirk pass.
Nice
Were the
space
interior.
right here, Chris.
Lots of space out wide. Choosing to go through Dudwall. Dudwall tries to punch her way through the interior defense. Just outside the 22 now. The Wave just over 1 minute to play in this first half. Looking to get something going into halftime. Told to leave it. Were the interior Jacklers. The Wave bringing on yet another wave of attack. Another phase, another carry. Step coming in from Carrie Nimmons. Having to deputize again with Satota at scrum half. Looking to find the right edge. Caitlin Mellick just losing the ball in contact. The interior hang on, 20 seconds to go. They'll have the put into the scrum.
And that's what happens, though. It's an encouraging phase, a couple phases of play here from this Vancouver team. The likes of Ella Musgrove, Danny Sharp, getting those carries, those big physical ball carriers, winning that contact point, winning the collision, and getting the interior team unsettled. They just can't get that ball to hand, unfortunately. The execution, again, just leaving them wanting. But again, this is some really encouraging rugby from both teams now, looking to play from all points of the field. Perhaps not a tactician's dream, but man, if you like running rugby, I'm having a great time, Chris.
Running rugby, continuity, athlete on athlete, looking to desperately get their sides moving forward are these two teams in this third place clash. Very important scrum here for the interior. Need to get possession. Will they have one more crack at the line, Jake, from deep inside their own half?
Well, they fancied their chances here, getting the ball wide. Breton's done a great job of just shifting this ball to their outside center. They've built some layers here. I know they have their winger tucked. I saw Mary Seeker before the scrum motioning to the sideline, perhaps the forwards, after that increased workload of all those physical contacts, maybe hoping for a little bit of a break.
Looking to turn those subs over.
Oh, they're playing it, Chris.
Looking for width, looking for space. Just losing the handle. That should do it for this first half. The Interior will take a 10-point lead into the break. Vancouver Wave, all the possession, all the territory, not quite the execution to finish, Jake.
No, and that's I think this has been a wonderful display of rugby from both sides. I think both coaches might be a little bit disappointed with the opportunities that were left on the board, but I think we'll see how they come out of the second half. I'd love to see this Vancouver Wave team just maybe try and clean it up, pick up the pace a little bit after those big thunderous carries from some of their forwards. And I think maybe the Interior team perhaps has a little bit of talk about some tactical kicking, because when they have done that, they've got a lot of joy from it. But some really great rugby. I'm looking forward to the second half.
Looking forward to the second half. Keep with us. We will be back after a short 5-minute break. The second half, Vancouver Wave, the Interior under-19 girls Canadian Provincial Rugby Championships, Jake, getting ahead of ourselves.
I know.
2025 here at Shawnigan Lake School.
They say it's better to step and fall than to not have stepped at all. So here we are, Vancouver Island. This is going to be my home for the next few years. I've been told it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. My parents told me to engage in every opportunity that comes my way, to grow in self-discovery, to step, to fall, better than to not have stepped at all. Beautiful British Columbia, home of Shawnigan Lake School.
What do you look for in a boarding school?
Strong academic support.
Beautiful surroundings.
A sense of belonging.
1, 2, 3, break. Leadership. Innovation.
Experiential learning.
Look no further. Start your Shawnigan journey today.
They say it's better to step and fall than to not have stepped at all. So here we are, Vancouver Island. This is going to be my home for the next few years. I've been told it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. My parents told me to engage in every opportunity that comes my way, to grow in self-discovery, to step, to fall, better than to not have stepped at all. Beautiful British Columbia, home of Shawnigan Lake School. They say it's better to step and fall than to not have stepped at all. So here we are, Vancouver Island. This is going to be my home for the next few years. I've been told it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. My parents told me to engage in every opportunity that comes my way, to grow in self-discovery, to step, to fall, better than to not have stepped.
And welcome back here to the Provincial Regional Championships. My name is Jake Teal. Shortly we'll be joined by Chris Asmus. Welcome back again to this wonderful clash between the interior team and the Vancouver Wave.
Playing from right to left are the interior. The Wave in the blue jerseys playing left to right. They'll have the put into the scrum. Jake, what were the key moments in that first half?
Well, I think it was on the left-hand side, the interior getting a little bit of success, picking around the ruck area, getting those forwards involved, the likes of Thea Marsh, Mary Seeker, Ruby Calton, all just getting that front foot carries and then just building on it. That seemed to get them in kind of a groove, which led into that second try. So we'll see, I think for both teams right now, Chris, the key word is execution.
Execution indeed, first and foremost, the scrum. Wave have been under some pressure. Back to the tight head side is Avery Plant, looking to bolt down this scrum for her Vancouver Wave side.
Big push there.
Kaltainen getting the better of her opposite number, just hanging on. Weeks with the carry from the back of the scrum. Satota losing the handle, well swept up by the left winger, Cameron Rempel, getting the interior, hands back on the ball, over the halfway line, looking to add to this 10-point advantage.
Gearing up to get the ball to Mary Seeker here, Chris.
Seeker cues up, hands at the ready, looks to take it herself. Tucks it up the jumper, into contact, Mary Seeker.
They've got a little bit of space here.
Quick hands from Breton, moving the ball to the edge. Joelle Kayak doing well to secure the ball in contact. Legge over the gain line. Aria Johnson, Mary Seeker. Quick offload at the back. Seeker follows up on her own pass, driving the legs forward. Support arrives just in time for the interior. Screaming for the ball is Breton. Releasing Annika Shirk. Shirk a little bit isolated, manages to hang on to the ball. Kaltainen gets her side moving forward. Under penalty advantage. Play must stop. Player down in back play, gets in the way of the ball. Getting some attention is Avery Plant.
Some enterprising rugby here, Chris. The duo, the tandem of Ruby Calton and Mary Seeker linking up in a little bit of a give and go. Great variation on the carries from the interior team. They look to really carry from the front of that forward pod. They're in that classic arrowhead shape. They're always looking to carry, and they play that tip option, find a gap. Great job by the loose head prop to really set it back. So again, Mary Seeker finding her hands on the ball. And that's maybe the game plan right now for the interior. Get Seeker the ball, get that front foot carry, and then just get the ball wide. And when they've done that, it's looked beautiful.
Any number 10's dream, Breton, having to use those outside options, getting to use those outside options from those big front foot carries from the likes of Seeker, Kaltainen, Bromett, Legge, names we've called often, Jake.
And I think if you had to give so far a standout for this interior team, I think you could pick any single one of those members of the forward pack, from the scrum to the line out to the carries. They've really just set the tone here in this game, and basically all those points have come off the back of the hard work from this forward pack. We'll see if they can continue on. Again, the Vancouver Wave team is a strong group. They pride themselves, especially in the forwards, of being a big, brash forward group. So we'll see. Neither team giving an inch, but as with 30 minutes left, body's getting tired, but they're playing for third in the province. If you can't see off camera right now, Chris, head coach Jenna Ladoros is giving her front row some front row lessons on the side, and that's just how committed these volunteer coaches are as well. They're putting all their time, their effort into these teams, and they want success from their players, not at this level, but not just at this level, but continuing on, hopefully provincially, nationally. Can't say enough thank you to these wonderful coaches. So lucky, these players that have great people like them, volunteers, giving their time and effort, and it's showing on the field, Chris. Some excellent rugby.
Putting in the time, putting in the effort, putting in the kilometers in the case of Eladoros, managing an interior side based out of the Yeti Rugby Club in Salmon Arm, British Columbia, just off the coast of the Shuswap. The interior looking to get into the coast of this Vancouver Wave defense. Little bit of space, little bit isolated. Well read by the Vancouver Wave, getting over that ball. They win the penalty.
Just a bit disconnected there, the winger. They're going a little bit horizontal on the run. Oh, big carry from Musgrove here. That's what the Wave is looking for from her.
Nothing horizontal from Musgrove. Going route one. The Wave looking to get themselves back into this game and onto the scoreboard. Into the defending half of the interior. Carey comes in from Emery Davis.
She's been really busy today, Chris.
From the base is Nimmons. Releasing Dudwall. Dudwall riding a tackle from two defenders. Lays the ball back. Dakota deputizing at scrum half. Getting involved in the game is Danny Sharp, the captain. Dakota once again. Connolly just scragged in the tackle. Can't quite find the seam, but still with the ball are the Wave. Crunching tackle coming in from who else but Mary Seeker. Dudwall. Definitely increasing the meter count. Penalty advantage for offside. The Wave will play with the ball. Able to have a free hit, knowing that referee Cameron will go back to the penalty if they don't get their line break or their try from this possession. Losing the handle are the Wave, back to the penalty. With players down in back play, we will pause here, Jake. But heading into this final 27 minutes of play, what do the Wave need to get back into this game?
Chris, I think they just need to keep been doing in the second half. They're going side to side, really just trying to stretch this interior team, but they're just losing that physical battle in the carry. I think you see a lot of these interior players. Their line's not coming up in a super connected way, but their individual defenders are making huge impacts. Again, a name we've said over and over and over again, but back-to-back tackles there from Seeker, just showing individual effort to really hold them back. And I think they want to maybe hold on to that ball. They're looking to offload. They're maybe just trying to score right away. And it's the money ball thing, Chris. Hit a couple singles, get on base, just get a couple carries, dent, and then you open up. There's a nice space, a little bit of space there for Cody Conley, the Yale grad who's going to Trinity Western next year. And she found a gap, and that's just from relentless carrying around, getting those forwards involved, Davis, Musgrove. But when they're trying to force it, it's just hard to play, especially with this interior team who's done a really good job around the breakdown, getting their hands, being really busy, trying to disrupt them.
Our athletic therapist looking after the injured player in back play. With this pause, fluids, precious fluids being taken on board, Jake. How important it is for these athletes to look after that recovery cycle after this tournament, heading into what is potentially on the horizon for some of these players, the 2025 Canadian Rugby Championships.
Oh, it's so important, especially this is probably for a lot of these athletes the first time they've played 70 minutes anyway, but also back-to-back against the best in the province. So this is a really good little appetizer before the CRCs, where we go with a team of 26 to play 4 games against the best in the country. So it's learning those things, and I've been really happy to see coaches encouraging the athletes to use all of the amenities that are provided at Shawnigan, including the lake, taking that time. I mean, who would want to go to the lake? Beautiful lake right now in the sun, but just taking care of themselves. And it's just a learning phase, you know. We're lucky here to have U15s, U17s, U19s, all learning these important things and these important values of taking care of yourselves. When you get old like me, you understand the value. I mean, I wish we had people running Gatorade up to us here, Chris, because it's tiring work, but it's nothing compared to what the athletes are going through down there.
100%, Jake. I was on the field myself yesterday during a match at the end of the day. Recovery, so important. We are at Shawnigan Lake School. Shawnigan Lake School is a co-educational boarding school for grades 8 through 12. Students come from all over the world, with 30 different countries represented each year. Canada's largest boarding school, with over 80% of students living on campus, nearly 35% of whom receive financial assistance. Shawnigan currently has 27 Division I athletes playing in various sports. Shawnigan's rugby program started in 1928. The school will be celebrating its rugby centenary in 2028. Girls rugby started in 1993, shortly after the school went co-ed. Rugby is played by students in all grades from 8 to 12. Numerous graduates have gone on to play post-secondary, provincial, national, and professional rugby. Thanks to these first-rate facilities and commitment to excellence on and off the field, the school has formed official partnerships with Rugby Canada and Thunder Indigenous Rugby. Shawnigan has been the site of many Rugby Canada training camps and international fixtures, both at junior and senior levels. Jake, as we pause just to allow treatment to take place to our injured player, final 26 minutes, give or take, what are you looking to do if you are the interior coaching staff? Are you keeping the foot on the gas? Are you playing it safe?
I think if I'm the interior coaching staff, I don't want to start playing a defensive-minded game. That's not how they've been successful right now. Again, would I want them to clean it up a little bit? Perhaps, but I think you might want to die on the sword, right? This team, they want to play fast. They want to play this physical carrying style of rugby. I've enjoyed when they've kicked behind, but I think when you're this far in, maybe you try to be a little bit more safe, but you don't want to flip that whole mindset, because then you let that team back in. And I think they've been defending so well that maybe they just want to also show off and finish the game in style. I mean, 26 minutes, the win is important, but also getting the finish off. A lot of these players aren't going to be able to play together again. This is the end, the capping off their youth career. They might have played from U14 all the way to here. They want to go out the way they've probably came in and just playing some fun style, enjoying it with their friends. So I'd hope that they keep their foot on the gas. I think that's what you kind of want to do. When you start being a little bit defensive and trying to take care of the ball, sometimes it gets far away from how they have been playing all game.
Well, plenty of opportunities, Jake, for these athletes to take the next step after their junior playing career is over. The University of British Columbia, the University of Victoria, Trinity Western University, among many options here in beautiful British Columbia, Jake. Talk to us about what these players may have to look forward to beyond the age grade cycle.
Well, I think it's really encouraging, especially on the female side of rugby, the countless amount of opportunities in post-secondary rugby. These athletes are getting treated to top-class programs, top-class gym, strength work, things like that weren't available to athletes, in the prior. And especially for those athletes looking to play international and national rugby, a huge carry from Musgrove there, playing international rugby, the pipeline goes through university, and you get the opportunity to get post-secondary degree. I mean, it's top class, and we have athletes from all around the world wanting to come to these schools like UVic, Trinity Western, UBC. So for these athletes, it's in their backyard. They have that advantage of being in front of these coaches all the time, but it's a great opportunity for them.
Big loss for the interior as Sierra Leggett comes off the field. Treatment being applied to the right shoulder of the number 7, one of the linchpins in this interior back row. As Vancouver carries on, losing the handle is Dudwall. The interior getting back on the front foot, getting their hands back on the ball, inside their 22. Looking to consolidate through the forwards.
Here's Caltain again.
Caltain, great carry from the loose head prop. Using those evasive steps to create those soft shoulders. Great work by the Vancouver Wave to stall that attack in its tracks, holding up the ball carrier. Going to the foot. The interior trying to catch this Vancouver back three, Jake, who have been up in the line quite often. Trying to catch them exposed in open spaces. They do quite well to regather possession. Big counter ruck comes in, not quite enough to turn over the ball as Satota is able to get the ball away once again for her side. Up over the gain line. Emily Davis getting her side going forward. Satota just manages to get the ball away before she knocks it on into a pile of bodies. We will have a scrum, Jake, the interior with the put in.
And I think Coach Chris Saylor has got to be a bit frustrated with his team there. They get all the way inside the 22. They're playing some great rugby, and then it's just the errant offloads. It's just not being able to secure the ball. Both sides, again, it's just been a common trend here. Just passes going to the deck, and when you're under pressure, you've played this much rugby already. The heat, it's tough, but I'm sure the coaches are a little bit frustrated now. Hopefully the Vancouver Wave can keep building on this momentum they've got, but it is interior ball, and we've seen they've been pretty dominant in the scrum time right now.
With just over 24 minutes to play, Michaela Russell checking back in at tight end prop for the interior. We will have to reset that scrum, says referee Cameron, as Aria Johnson tries to get the ball in the scrum. This interior forward pack looking to create front foot ball for their back line. The likes of Emery Breton, Cameron Reppel, Annika Shirk, Joelle Kuyak, Cameron Aubuchon, and Shaylin Bromett, all looking to get their hands on the pill.
And Kuyak is going to UBC next year, and a player for the Aurora team. Pace to burn, would love to see her get her hands on the ball. Haven't had that opportunity yet.
Kuyak out of 100 Mile House. Also does some refereeing herself, Jake.
Oh, there we go. The best always do. And I like that look from Breton. Again, maybe if we're going to be nitpicking on that a little bit more distance, but they're trying to just get behind the defense. They've probably seen that space in the backfield, and now they're trying to play there. And we've commented already on some of the struggles that the Wave team has been facing in the lineout area, the pressure that the interior have been able to put on them. So not a bad idea. We'll see how this lineout goes.
Dudwall looks to find her target. Goes to the front. Big contest coming in from the interior. Getting up into the air. Disrupting possession. Still with the ball. Vancouver Wave inside their own half. Looking to go forward. Big leg drive comes in from Sophie Weeks. Weeks lays the ball back. Satota serving the ball to her teammates. Emily Davis getting the ball off the ground. Contest coming in too late from the interior, handling the ball on the ground. Penalty to the Wave.
Here comes Musgrove. Have to give a shout out to Sophie Weeks. She's had a fantastic game today as well, just doing all the little things that you want to see an open side flanker do.
Great off-ball movement all game and all weekend from Sophie Weeks. The Wave nearly up to the halfway line, looking for something to get themselves back into this match. Down 10 points to nothing. Support comes in from Hazel Paris. Disagreement off the ball. Mary Seeker involved. Wave will have the penalty.
A little bit of afters, Chris. It happens. The heat. Both teams want this.
A little bit of afters, a little bit of feeling. Many of these players have played or will play together, Jake, potentially in Calgary later on this summer at the Canadian Rugby Championships. Here come the Wave over the halfway line. Time off, says referee Cameron. Running repairs will be required to one of the Wave players. Referee Cameron will take advantage. We'll have a conversation just about some of those after the whistle, after the ball moments on the ground. We haven't seen much of that, Jake, but potentially a bit of frustration coming in as neither of these sides have idealized themselves in the third place match.
And Chris, I'm sure you might feel a different way as a referee, but I don't mind that. I think it shows the passion both teams have. They're very committed. Again, a little bit messy in the breakdown area, and after all this rugby, I can understand why. But the commitment, the ferocity that they're showing, you have to commend the players. I enjoy it. How would you tell them to cut that out, Chris? Because I think I've been in a couple afters areas with you. I always forget because I'm seeing red.
Good referees often show empathy, Jake. Referee Cameron doing just that, letting the players get on with it, letting them know where the limit is, but again, not telling them to tone down the ferocious physical battle that we're treated to right now. Satoda looks to release. Connolly can't find the target. Well regathered, scrambling. Are the Vancouver Wave able to retain possession? Connolly can't quite find the target. Double knock on coming in as a result of the defensive pressure applied by the interior. Jake, how important is it to go forwards in defense as well as attack?
Well, it's something that I think most modern teams are really looking for. Just taking 1 to 2 steps off the line. It's something that's really hard to coach in the timeline these coaches have their teams for the PRCs, and you can see the effect it has on the attack. It doesn't give them any time to get set. Attack that's going backwards, it's very hard to be comfortable. It's hard to find those little grooves. It's hard to get set into your structure, into your system. And when we talk about trying to play out of the system on the front foot, it's almost impossible to do that when you're constantly under pressure and those positive tackles putting you and putting your skills under fatigue.
Under fatigue, getting those numbers, getting those combinations right, getting in behind the ball so they can go forward. Vancouver Wave doing just that now from the base of the scrum. Looking to employ the loop play are the Vancouver Wave. Definitely a specialty in the arsenal of Coach Saylor. Kick chase comes in from the Wave, a little bit disconnected, just allowing the interior to get back on the front foot and into the Wave half. Decides to call her own number, Ruby Keltanen. Mary Seeker once again stretching the legs, getting long, keeping the ball alive for the interior.
Now they're going bread and butter here. Pick and go.
Exhausting those inside defense channel are the interior. Trying to keep the ball moving forward. Resistance coming in from the Wave. Flying out the line are the Vancouver defenders. Trying to apply pressure. Desperate defense coming in from the fullback. That's Hazel Paris winning the ball back via the tackle into touch. The Wave will have to throw into the line out.
And a wonderful job by Hazel Paris, a recent Shawnigan grad. Again, what she might lack in height, she makes up for in the physical area. She's known for her dominant tackles with her high school team, the Iron Women of Shawnigan. And it's wonderful to see her get involved here. Again, hasn't had much opportunity with the ball, but able to shut down that attack from the interior.
Familiar scenes for sure for Hazel Paris on Canada Field, here at Shawnigan Lake School on Vancouver Island. The Wave trying to attack out of their own 22 in those blue jerseys from left to right. The interior looking to lock down this encounter. 16.5 minutes to go with the 10-point advantage. Losing the ball in contact, trying to come through on the counter ruck. Still with the Wave. Under scrum advantage, seeing if they can find something better than that defensive scrum inside their own 22. Dudwall probing the line, looking for a seam. Looking to find something. As she kicked the ball, tackled was Carrie Nimmons. Interior, back in possession, back on the ball. Michaela Russell, dealt with in defense by Emily Davis. Big contest coming in from the Wave. Getting her hands on the ball was Dudwall, winning the turnover, holding on, says referee Cameron.
Again, the game descending a little bit here, getting a bit messy as the athletes get fatigued. Vancouver looking to go to the line out.
Bit of indecision here. Elects for the safety of touch. They'll have the throw into the line out.
That almost hit us, Chris.
Nearly, Jake. Evasive maneuvers. So important to the game of rugby, as in the commentary booth.
We saw some of your evasive maneuvers last night, Chris. Unfortunately, I believe you left there was a marking on the field of where you ended up falling over. The BC rugby crew had a lot of fun with that. I didn't do that though, Chris. I was more worried about your safety. I know the value of having a referee and keeping them safe, keeping them happy.
Safety paramount, obviously, for the players as well as the match officials, Jake. So important. Dudwall looks to go to the middle. Can't quite find the target. Once again, great compete at the lineout, getting into the air. Faya Marsh winning the scrum put in for her team. Interior looked to get back on the front foot, Jake.
And it's looked like the scrums have shifted to uncontested, which might have something to do with potentially maybe some of the front row players who have gone down, which means it's a really good set piece to go from, a really stable set piece. So we'll see how the interior looks to attack here. They're quite deep. They really look to use that loop play off of their 13. I'd prefer to see the 13, who we've talked about, QX, in space and attacking more, but we'll see what they look to do here.
The uncontested scrum provides good ball for the interior. Only suitably trained players can play in those specialized front row positions. Loose head prop, hooker, tight head prop. Referee Cameron looking after the players with the decision to go uncontested. Bromett gets her side on the front foot once again. Seaborn. Pick and go time once again. The interior looking to go wide, looking to release some of that space created by the forwards.
There goes Bretan.
Bretan going herself, offload out the back, off the right hand, stepping in field. Joel Kuyek, try time, interior. 50-0. Jake, is this all but done?
That might have been the dagger there, Chris. And that's what we've been looking to do. We've been talking about QX, all the speed that she possesses, having her in space, but that just comes from a lot of skills and individual talent there from Emery Bretan. I have to give a shout out to the inside center. I believe that's Annika Schreck. She got absolutely munched in the tackle, but was able to lay that ball up for Emery Bretan in space, a little bit of a left foot step and out the back pass, just getting the ball to their speedster in space. And I know that Coach Elidoros is probably very happy with that.
Well, Jake, it's been a 15-player effort. All of those carries in the lead-up phases to the tries, all of those cleanouts, all of those efforts from the halfbacks to get to the base, to get quality ball out in front of the runners, so important, capped off by that try in the corner.
And you have to credit this interior team for realizing where they're starting to get that forward momentum from and sticking to it. Again, we touched on it. Maybe they could change the game plan, but they've elected to stick with that forward, heavy attack, and then trying to free up their backs. And that's what when we speak about execution, that's the picture we want. Through the hands, getting those athletes the ball, and it pays off once again. This time, QX being the recipient of that wonderful attacking play.
Yezia Tiobizo back into the game. Getting some treatment. Danny Sharp off the field. arm around the shoulder of the athletic therapist staff. Emily Davis, apologies, coming off the field perhaps for the final time this weekend here at the Provincial Regional Championships. Going with the short option. Bromett takes route one, able to lay the ball back. On in jersey 1, at scrum half is Dotar. Dotar looking to get her side moving forward. Once again, Shirk getting onto the front foot from the inside center position. Dotar looks to go short. Wave in over the ball with the counter ruck, but off their feet. Jake, the Wave need the ball back. How do they get it?
I think they have to be patient. I think they might be just trying to go after the ball a little bit too much. There's times where this interior team is getting isolated and from their support players, and that's when to go for it. But when you're just constantly going, you're actually ending up under-resourcing your defense. And I think when they go into this pick-and-go area where they're so comfortable, they need to be patient and maybe wait and just focus on getting those positive tackles. And then when they get the ball, just make sure they keep the ball.
Dotar marshaling the troops around her. Looking to align those forwards to the left-hand side. Aligning the backs to the right-hand side. Going to the air is Breton. Trying to find space in behind. Big chase coming in from Cameron Rempel and Annika Shirk. Just losing the handle.
And I like that attack there from Breton. She's really grown into this game. She's starting to use that boot we spoke about, just finding the space in behind, putting a high ball up for her defender, for her outside backs to go and chase. And they've shown they've defended really, really well in space. This whole team, this whole interior team has been defending very well. So why not put this Wave team, who's not been maybe in the best spots to defend the backfield, under pressure?
Under pressure in their own 22, Vancouver Wave will have the put into the scrum. Checking back into the game, Ella Musgrove at number 8. Looking to impact these final 8 minutes of the game. Down 15-0 are the Wave. The interior looking to keep the pedal down, looking to keep the Wave deep inside their own half. Nimmons feeds her side. Waiting for the ball to come back from the scrum. Deciding to go with the blindside option. Bundled into touch, great defense once again, Jake. The interior, first to the ball, first to the collisions. The back row has been incredible.
You have to credit this whole team. I know they were very disappointed after their performance in the last game. Coming out here after giving up a lot of points in their first game, they've just been fantastic. They've improved in all those areas. They've won the collisions. They've just been relentless in their work rate. That back row has shined. Their forward pack has really shined. And as they look to continue just to stay active, you have to give them a shout out, Chris. Have to.
Once again, going to that front line out variation, that zero option ball, as some people would call it, not working out this time. Well read by the Vancouver Wave, bundling the ball carrier into touch. They will have the throw into the line out. Natalie Yee checking into the game in jersey 11. Heading towards the line out, getting stuck in straight away.
Better line out that time.
Going to the middle. Able to secure the bounce pass are the Wave. Nimmons looking for something to spark her team. Connolly losing the handle, having to make the tackle is the number 10. Bromett in jersey 2, carrying the ball, inching towards that Vancouver Wave try line. Taking it on herself, Michaela Russell. Just relentless from the tight head prop. Penalty coming in. Vancouver Wave off their feet. Wasting no time is Doltar, told to come back to the mark. She was just in front there, Jake.
This interior team looks so comfortable when they just tighten it up on attack. They have no worries about just carrying over and over and over again very tight as they look to do it once again. Stick with what's working.
Lots of intent, lots of bravery, losing the handle, giving the ball back to the Vancouver Wave. They will have the put into the scrum. Running out of time here, Jake. Just over 6 minutes to play. A 15-point deficit to make up for.
And this is a hard spot to be in for this Vancouver Wave team. A lot of field to make up for. Perhaps maybe just trying to be playing that wide channel. We spoke about Paris earlier and her ability, her explosiveness. Maybe just get her the ball in space and see what you can do, especially with the success of this back row of the interior team and this forward pack. I try to maybe just stretch them, get them chasing the ball across the field, and just try to play. 5 minutes left. Leave it all on the board.
Trying to get on the board themselves are the Vancouver Wave. Satota trying to get her side, moving forward. Gets the ball out wide to Connolly quite early. Big carry coming off the wing. Caitlin Mellick. From the base, again, Satota. Trying to find some space on the edge. Vancouver Wave losing the ball in possession. Great turnover coming in from the interior. Edge defenders getting it over the ball first. Getting their hands back on it. Through the offload. Dotel looks to release. Ruby Kaltanen. Loose head prop, Jake, former back row forward, showing those skills to get free and get into those danger areas. Through the pick and go, the interior advancing their way upfield. Kaltanen puts her hand up again in the carry, a little bit high. Well dealt with by the Vancouver Wave defense. Trying to go herself is Caden Crow. Once again, through the pick and go. Bertan tries to find width. Big defense coming in. Crunching tackle from Connolly. Able to turn the ball over, looking for space. Offload not quite going to hand. It's anyone's ball. Scooped up into touch. The Wave will get possession into the line out. Just over 3 minutes to play, Jake.
And that's a much better defensive pressure from the Wave team. They create the turnover, but it's been this story today. Just not able to hold on to the ball. Again, trying to force it. And with 3 minutes left, just trying to put points on the board. I understand. Trying to put your foot down, but maybe just retain that possession, build it up. They've been successful when they built the phases, just taking care of the ball.
Teoptio looks to hit her target. Certainly, someone from the interior will get up into the air and put pressure on this throw. Looks for the middle. Finds her target. The Wave. Looking for maybe one last throw of the dice to cut into this interior lead. The interior defense, Jake, so quick, connecting and closing the right-hand side of the field off.
Just constantly on top of this Wave team. Relentless pressure. Here they are again.
Over the gain line, once again, Ella Musgrove. Looking to find width is Conley. Crunching tackle coming in from Taya McMullen. Winning possession back via the tackle into touch. The interior will have the throw into the line out. A chance to add to the lead coming up just outside the 22-meter line, Jake.
And after yesterday's game, I spoke with Coach Jenna Aladoros, and she said the team elected to not have their jersey presentation after yesterday's game because they felt that they didn't earn it, and they wanted to earn it today in this game. And I think across the board, 1 to 22 have earned their jerseys. It's been a fantastic display, and I know it's going to be one they're proud of. And look, they're looking for the maul.
Earning it so far are the interior. No compete from the Wave, so the not straight throw is okay. Failing them all. Bertan looks to engage the backs. After the big tackle, Taya McMullen once more time on the ball. Getting involved in the action is the fullback, Zoe Abbey. Bromett taking the defensive line on herself, looking for the offload. Bouncing ball regathered by the interior. Once again, queuing up are the carriers.
And
Seeker finds a soft shoulder, finds a seam, steps out of one, steps out of the other, around the corner. Seeker under the post. Try time, interior. That should do it here, Jake.
And I think if anyone deserved a try today, it was that player. Number 4, Mary Seeker, has been all over the park today. We've already spoken about her recent change from wing to flanker, now lock. She's taken that in stride, and she's flourishing here, has been the physical catalyst of this interior team, keeping them on the front foot defensively and on offense, and just showing that she has danger and pace in open field, and a well-rewarded try. That's a team try, though, from that pressure you spoke about earlier, Chris. Their ability to just consistently create messy ball, and they're just playing in transition. A wonderful try.
Striding her way to the line, this interior side striding their way to the 3rd place title here at the Provincial Rugby Championships in the Under-19 Girls Division. Coming up later on, we will have the 3rd place match between the Fraser Valley Venom and the Vancouver Island Crimson Tide. Shortly after that, the final in the Under-19 Girls Division. That formidable Fraser Valley side, Jake, taking on the Vancouver Island Crimson Tide.
What a game we're in for, Chris. I mean, both sides put a lot of points on the board yesterday. Was really impressed with so many players. I know both sides and both coaching staffs have had this one circled since last year's final, and they're ready to come out and show why they're 2 of the best teams, not only in the province, but in Canada. Some athletes ready to put their hands up for the upcoming CRC team. Will be treated to such a great game, and I cannot wait.
This Vancouver Wave side, unfortunately, don't get their 0 off the board. Who else but Mary Seeker ends the game, kicks the ball into these Shawnigan Lake School grandstands aloft on the Shawnigan Lake campus on Vancouver Island. We are Jake Teal and myself, Chris Asmus, thanking you for joining us. Please come back shortly for the Under-19 Girls Final, the boys' 3rd place match, and the Under-19 boys finals here at Shawnigan Lake School.
What do you look for in a boarding school?
Strong academic support.
Beautiful surroundings.
A sense of belonging.
1, 2, 3, break! Leadership.
Innovation.
Experiential learning.
Look no further. Start your Shawnigan journey today.
Place match of the Under-19 Division in the 2025 Provincial Regional Championships alongside Noah Price-Baff. I'm Chris Asmus. Thanks for joining us. Referee Juan Pablo Rey doing his final checks. Oliver Lanahan poised to kick off. Climbing into the air. The Fraser Valley looking to put heat on that opening kickoff. Well dealt with by the Crimson Tide. Deep inside their own half, looking to create some go forward, looking to get momentum building early in this game, Noah.
Yeah, big game for the Tide. Bit of a surprise loss there against the Interior. Great for the Interior team, but definitely looking to reclaim a little bit of the game today.
Just as the ball stolen at the breakdown by the Fraser Valley, thundering counter ruck coming in from the Crimson Tide. Side entry will be the call from referee Ray. Wasting no time, getting on the front foot is Josh Van Heerden from the fullback position. Queuing up on the right-hand side. Ito taking them on. Quick service from the base from Alejo. Big carry coming in from Conte with a big tackle met by this Crimson Tide defense. Lenahan looks to go wide, finding Isaac Lynn. Lynn just getting himself isolated. Big contest coming in from the Tide. Well-deserved turnover. Yuri Heiseman over the ball, wasting no time. Through the quick tap. Palmer getting his side moving forward once again. Palmer having a snipe. Releasing Driscoll. Driscoll through the air. Dante Acton with a bit of space. The Crimson Tide not able to find the handle here. We will have our first scrum. Noah, how important is this platform for these two teams?
Yeah, it's pretty big. You know, both teams had a bit of a disappointing day yesterday against Vancouver and the Interior retrospectively. You know, both teams coming in trying to find a win for the last day of PRCs. You know, it's a big confidence builder. Looks like they're ready to go. Lots of intensity right off the bat here.
The latter half of 140 minutes of rugby over 2 days. These 70 minutes will decide the third place title in this under-19 boys division. Alejo finds Lenahan. Lenahan finding the inside runners. In support himself, Alejo reversing play. Back to the middle of the field. Keeping play moving forward from right to left. This Fraser Valley Venom team in the gold jerseys. Lenahan looks to go himself, looking for the offload, decides to keep it. Alejo with forwards queuing up on his right. Line break coming through. The loose head prop. Riley Ashley just gets himself isolated.
Some good pace on that Fraser Valley team there.
Good pace, getting the queue of runners behind the ball. Wave after wave of attack, met by staunch defense from the Crimson Tide. Missing touch is Palmer, however. Losing the handle.
Unfortunate there, Chris.
Van Heerden just couldn't deal with that kick into the sunny skies here on Canada Field at Shawnigan Lake School. The Crimson Tide will have to put it into the scrum. Loading up this left-hand side of the field. Will they look to release that elusive left winger, Noah, Sam Blundell?
Yeah, he is a weapon, a Pacific Pride product. grew up here on the island close by in Mill Bay with Brentwood. He is a weapon on that wing, so hopefully they can get that ball out to him as much as possible.
Looking to find Blundell straight away through the miss pass. Sam Blundell, one to beat. He gets the fen going. Needing no support, dotting the ball down. Try time, Crimson Tide.
That was a pick and a half there, Chris.
Great
Almost
front
as if
foot
they were
ball.
listening to me.
Yuri Heiseman finding Blundell on the edge, wasting no time. Are the Crimson Tide getting on the scoreboard? 32 minutes to play in this first half, opening their account 5-0.
Chris, looks like a bit of a player down here for Tide. See if they might have to do an early change here.
Kittleson misses the drop goal conversion. Played quite a bit of sevens himself. Both teams getting back into position as quick as they can. Looking to keep this game moving, looking to impress Coach Hitchborn, Coach Larish, Coach Martin Feek, our BC Bears under-19 coaching staff heading into the Canadian Rugby Championships later on this summer in Calgary. Noah, how important is it to see these athletes turn around and perform under fatigue?
Huge. You know, with the CRCs, the way that it's set up, very similar conditions to the PRCs this weekend. Games back to back. You're out in Calgary for 5-6 games over a week. So being able to bounce back from games that are right close together is really, really important for this Bears squad.
Using the quick tap off of that penalty for the tackler not rolling away are the Fraser Valley Venom. Lenahan looks for the offload. The ball was knocked down. Did it travel backwards? Forward from the hands is the decision from referee Ray. The pass traveled forward before it was knocked down by Sam Blundell. Bit of a let-off for the Crimson Tide here, Noah. That could have been big trouble for the left winger.
Very, very true. That was a probable try if that pass got away, so I think they got lucky there.
Lenahan not afraid to attack the line himself from that number 10 jersey. Opportunity to keep the pressure on here for the Venom. Riley Reed with the put into the scrum for the Crimson Tide. Big pressure coming in from the Venom. This forward pack led by Declan Stove on the Crimson Tide side, coping with the pressure. Riley Ashley penalized for the Venom.
Nice to see Barlow there playing scrum half. I know he was playing fullback last game, so I know he's a bit more of a scrum half. So we'll be waiting to see some good stuff from him off the base of the scrums and the rucks.
Barlow often popping up at number 10, often popping up at fullback. Likes to hide on the wing a little bit, inject his pace into the game. Tebow finds his man at the front of the line out. Jackson Palmer gets the ball wide. Finding space, finding open field is McAllister. Losing the handle of the Crimson Tide. Venom back on the ball. Looking to strike back from the early score by the Crimson Tide. Exhausting the left-hand channel are the Fraser Valley Venom. Keeping this Crimson Tide defense backpedaling, now with penalty advantage. Screaming to get the ball away from the high collision zone. Alejo opts for the right foot option under penalty advantage. We will go back to the penalty just outside the 22 for the Fraser Valley Venom. Noah, what's the option here from this penalty?
Looking at the size of Fraser Valley, I think getting it into the corner there for a nice line out, maybe a little bit of a rolling maul, I think that would be a good option for them. You can see, especially their front row, quite a bit of size on these Valley boys.
Catch and drive likely on the cards. Former Rugby Canada International and Pacific Pride coach Hubert Biden's looking on. looking to get those combinations in order early are the Venom. 28 minutes to play here in the first half in this third place clash of our under-19s PRC division on the boys side of the tournament. Still to come, the under-19 girls final, the under-19 boys final, to decide who will take home the regional championships. Messy ball at the back, well dealt with by the Crimson Tide, storming onto the ball in numbers. Big collision coming in from Conte. Whistle coming in from Juan Pre. Could Conte be in trouble here, Noah?
Looks like it. That looked like some head-on-head contact there. We'll defer to the refs down on the field, but bit of a mistake there by Conte.
Upright tackle from Conte. There was head contact. Bit of a step coming in from the Crimson Tide ball carrier. That will mitigate down to a yellow card. Conte will have to take a rest.
See if Tide can capitalize on this. Player down for 10 minutes.
Crimson Tide with the player advantage. They'll have the throw into the line out just inside their own half. Setting up quickly are the Crimson Tide, looking to take advantage of every second of the man advantage. Venom compete, getting up into the air, putting pressure on the throw. Not quite getting the combination right are the Crimson Tide. Fraser Valley will get the put into the scrum. Noah, that scrum right on the 15-meter line. What are some of the options that the Fraser Valley Venom attack can employ?
Well, looking through their back line here, got some talented players in the centers, some big bodies. If I were on the sideline here, I'd probably be calling for a little bit of a center crash and then pass it out the back, see what we can do against the Tide backs here, try and draw them in, try and make some gain lines. I think right now with the player down, trying to move the ball around with some of these talented backs is a good option for the next 10 minutes, see what they can get out of it.
Looking on in earnest, Coach Lenihan, Coach Hunter, willing their side to do something from the set piece position and get back into this game. Scrum not stable. We will reset. Coming to the other side of the scrum is referee Ray, making sure that this contest is square, stable, and both sides have an opportunity to put their best foot forward. Ito anchoring that Venom scrum with that break foot from the hooker position. Alejo feeds his side. Pressure coming through from Zach Hahn at loose head prop for the Crimson Tide. Lenihan scoops it up off the bootlaces. Injecting himself into the line is Tristan Fletcher. Alejo finds Riley Ashley at loose head prop. Into the fray is Texali. Ashley carries again. Alejo goes out the back. Lenihan goes himself, finds a thundering tackle from the Crimson Tide. Crimson Tide might be over the ball. Alejo trying to scramble the ball away. Big counter ruck coming in from the Crimson Tide. Turnover ball.
Love to see the intensity here, Chris.
Just relentless around the contact area, Noah, are the Crimson Tide. Looking to get themselves over the halfway line, using the man advantage. Palmer looks to go himself, finds a half seam, scragged in defense by Isaac Lynn. Ito puts in a tackle. Crimson Tide penalized for off feet, unable to get there in time. Was Yuri Heiseman forced to seal off. Penalty, Fraser Valley Venom. Lenahan finds the safety of touch. Venom will have the throw in inside the Crimson Tide 10-meter line.
So far, it looks like the Venom are holding down with the man off there. So it's good for them to be able to hold Tide in this side of the field for the next few minutes here.
No points for either side since that's opening try from Sam Blundell. Big carry coming in from Davis Heppel. Alejo serves Lenahan. Lenahan looking to put width on the ball.
Good pace there. Good
That's
pace.
Isaac Lynn turning on the Jets. Met by a defense by the Crimson Tide. Crimson Tide bending but not breaking. Under penalty advantage. Fraser Valley Venom looking to exploit the free hit. Unable to do so. Crimson Tide penalized for offside. Lenahan wastes no time. Goes to the quick tap. Finds Ashley with the right hand offload. Alejo finds Ito. Ito spreads it out to Tristan Fletcher. Tristan Fletcher finishes in the corner. Try time, Fraser Valley.
Well worked try there, Chris. Some good hit ups, some good ball play there just right at the end.
Well, it all came from that quick tap, Noah. How much do you think we're going to see that from Lenahan today?
Well, it looks like he really enjoys it. One thing I'm really liking about this Venom team is the pace at which they're playing on attack. It's something that we've been talking about a lot in our technical models here at BC Rugby and down to the regional leagues is understanding the pace of the game and understanding how that plays into the style that you play throughout the game. And I think that the Fraser Valley right now are really showing that level of understanding where they're breaking the line, they're moving forward, and they're getting the ball into space quickly. And the Tide are really struggling to hold on to the defense there.
Lenahan scrum cap off, fluids on board, looking to push his side into the lead. Lenahan from that difficult right-hand side as a right-footed kicker, unable to add the extras. We're all square, just under 21 minutes to play in this opening half.
And reminder, Chris, Fraser Valley is a man down right now, so they're being very productive during this yellow card period. We'll see if Tide can capitalize on the short man here in the next few minutes.
Yapo Conte taking a rest in the sin bin from the high tackle earlier. His side backing him up by scoring the points. Crimson Tide electing to let the ball bounce.
Ooh.
Fraser Valley decides to scoop it up, bundled into touch. Great reaction from the Crimson Tide defense.
I like the idea, Chris, there, just waiting for the ball to settle a little bit and trying to catch the Tide off guard. Fortunately, didn't follow through there, but I like the style that this Fraser Valley team is playing right now.
Tebow looking to hit his target at line-out time. The deception coming in from the Crimson Tide, disrupted by that contest from the Fraser Valley. They will get the put into the scrum. They will get Conte back on the field. Great 8-minute shift from the Fraser Valley Venom, Noah.
Huge. Not having any score on them and actually putting on a score on Tide during a yellow card is a massive confidence boost for this Venom side. So hopefully they continue that momentum and start putting some balls over that try line.
Looking to turn this momentum into points. Fraser Valley Venom with the put into the scrum. Left-hand side of the field, just inside the Crimson Tide half. Alejo feeds his side. Crimson Tide trying to put some pressure onto that front row of this Venom scrum. They hold strong. They get the ball wide. Isaac Lynn able to get the legs moving, able to keep his side moving forward.
Such a strong carry there, Chris.
Cale Simpson in support. Alejo. Van Heerden injecting himself into the line from fullback. Big clean out coming in from Riley Ashley. Fraser Valley with their tails up now into the 22. Lenahan looks to go to the aerial route via the right foot. Blundell able to sweep, able to get his hands on the ball. Lenahan giving chase. Lenahan, Blundell, foot race. Advantage Lenahan. Turnover, Fraser Valley Vendham. Fantastic scramble defense and recovery there, Noah.
Yeah, you know, Blundell, known for his speed, being able to catch up and take him down by the Lenahan is a feat unto itself. So
Conte gets the ball stripped in contact, but after his knee was on the floor, Crimson Tide penalized. Stern instructions coming from the Fraser Valley coaching staff, reminded to get back into their technical area by technical zone manager Doug Thorpe, who will be our referee coming up for the gold medal match in this tournament, Noah.
Yeah, you know, we always, as coaches, sometimes you just got to step out of the line just a little bit, just benefit of your team, you know?
Keeping their team on edge in the right ways, keeping their team prepared, ready to go. Jacobson finds the back of the line out, well executed by the Fraser Valley. Lenahan looks to release. The inside center combination of Cale Simpson and outside center Isaac Lynn in the midfield. Slowing the ball down illegally were the Crimson Tide. Under penalty advantage once again are the Fraser Valley Venom. Alejo decides to go quickly. Van Heerden looks for Cale Simpson. Alejo finds Ashley. Ashley met in a crunching tackle. Big carry and big collision. El Youssef brought to ground by the Crimson Tide. They lose possession. Scrum to the Crimson Tide.
You know, Karis, just really impressed with Lynn here on that outside center for Venom. He is all over the park, making yards, making tackles. He is really making a case for his selection for the Bears.
Coach Curry Hitchborn looking on, looking to see who will get that coveted plane ticket to Calgary coming up at the Canadian Rugby Championships later on this summer. Palmer looks to feed his side. Ashley penalized. Collapsing is the call. Crimson Tide looking to find the safety of the touchline, get the throw into the line out, and get back on the front foot here, Noah.
Bit of a stalemate here, Chris. 5-5 with 15 minutes to go or so in this half. It's a pretty good contest here.
Crimson Tide holding firm in defense, bending but not breaking. They haven't had much possession since that yellow card decision earlier in the game. Referee Ray just managing the front of that line out, giving the required space to Thibault to find his target. Thibault goes to the middle. Tap back for Palmer. Finds Driscoll. Driscoll feeds the inside runner. Palmer back the other way. Dumbleton, big carry over the gain line. Looks to serve the ball up quickly. Palmer finds the big loose head prop, Zach Hahn. Zach Hahn slightly isolated, just overrunning the breakdown was Jack Driscoll. Side entry, penalty to the Fraser Valley Venom.
Bit of a risky move there. Looked like Fraser Valley was in a pretty good spot on defense there, and passing out to a fairly isolated player is caused that mistake there, Chris.
Trying to exploit the space. They need support to do it. Fraser Valley getting onto the ball, forcing that penalty, and getting back into the attacking half here, Noah. Ito finds his man at the front. Good contest coming in from the Crimson Tide, forcing pressure on the throw. Not straight is the decision from referee Ray. Crimson Tide opt for the scrum.
I think you're going to be seeing a lot of those not straight throws coming in and those calls coming in. Seems like both teams are understanding this new rule and just putting someone up at the front. So it's really putting pressure on that throw and making the referee making that call. So I think it's a good tactic, always throwing someone up front if you're not even contesting for the ball, just to make sure that there's some pressure there.
One of 6 law changes in 2025. If a player goes up, the throw must be straight. If no player goes up from the opposition, it's play on. Incentivizing that contest from the defensive team. Intercept, well taken. That's Colin Lambert stepping into the channel, taking the pass from the Crimson Tide and adding 5 points to their tally. Fraser Valley.
Chris, is that what's going to break this deadlock here? Seemed like both teams were building towards something, both were hitting walls, but maybe this intercept is what's the Valley as a team is not coming up heavy against this Tide team. Intercepts don't happen. Opportunities to put the attack on a back foot and look for those turnover balls don't happen. So as much as we talk about that front football on attack, it's equally as important on defense here, especially as we get into the last half of this game.
Just after Lenahan adds the extras, Crimson Tide looking to kick off, looking to get their hands back on the ball. Couple of big loose forwards here, Noah, looking to get up in the air. Surely a contestable kick coming in from the Tide here.
100%. With only a couple minutes to go, this Tide team is going to want to try and equalize this game as quickly as possible.
Going long this time is Kittleson. Finding the big carry, finding the big fend. Björndal over the gain line, getting his hands on the ball for the first time. Big contest coming in from the Crimson Tide, unable to get their hands on the ball. Lenahan going with the miss pass to Van Heerden. Van Heerden tries to step out of a tackle, hangs onto the ball. Support coming in from Simpson. Alejo looking to get the side moving forward. Bandawa lays it out. Once again, Conte met in a stern tackle. Lenahan back inside option. There's Conte with the footwork. Taking the defensive line on. Blundell coming in with a counter ruck. Fierce counter ruck from the Crimson Tide. Left winger finding work off his wing. Winning the turnover via the knock-on, forced by that pressure from the Crimson Tide.
Amazing work by Blundell there. Aggressive defense from this Tide team.
Noah, how important is it for these wingers to find work, get off their wing, get in field, and get stuck into the action?
Incredibly important. These wings, you know, if you're not looking for work, then you're really just making your team one man down. And seeing Blundell stick in and get into those rucks and forcing a change there is amazing work.
Blundell lined up just behind this Crimson Tide scrum, looking to inject his pace into the game once again. Smuggled away by Palmer. Under pressure from the Fraser Valley defense. Cale Simpson told to leave it by referee Ray. Heiseman gets the offload away to his center partner, Brian Underwood. Palmer finding the forward runners with the flat pass option. Trying to get this Fraser Valley defensive line moving backwards. Going to the foot. From the fullback position was Kittleson. Well read by this Fraser Valley defense. They'll look to get back on the front foot. Ito, quick hands, onto the left wing. Fraser Valley, just inside their own half. Björndal finds a seam. Ben Björndal, waving the arms, bumping off tackler after tackler, getting the offload away. Fraser Valley into the 22 now. Playing under penalty advantage. The Venom going to the forwards, looking to suck in defender after defender from this Crimson Tide defense. Lenahan.
Great skip pass there.
Finding Riley Ashley. Riley Ashley over the gain line once again. Gets himself a bit isolated. Contest coming in from Crimson Tide. Unable to lift the ball. Lenahan finds his man. Cale Simpson finding a soft shoulder over the line. Gets the ball down. Try time. Fraser Valley Venom.
Great work by Lenahan there, just orchestrating that entire phase play there. Really shows the importance of that front foot ball there on attack. They were supporting each other off those line breaks, making the Tide defense really scramble to get back, and they could never really recover from that initial break by Bjorndal. So amazing to see that these players are all working together and pushing this team forward against this Tide team.
Well, Noah, 15 minutes, 17 unanswered points. Looking for 19. Is Lenahan here to add the extras? What's been the difference since that yellow card was issued, Noah?
Honestly, not having the ball by Crimson Tide here. Like they really haven't had much possession. Fraser Valley has done a really good job of being aggressive on both attack and defense, smothering that Crimson Tide attack, and then on their ball, they're just really pushing forward. I'm really liking the support play by this Fraser Valley team. They're really getting behind each other. They're always there for rucks, and that's creating this difference. That continuity of play from the Fraser Valley is really pushing them into this position right now.
Fraser Valley, great second half effort yesterday, coming up a bit short, just missing out narrowly on a spot in the final later on today. That spot is occupied by the Vancouver Wave and Jamie McKenzie's interior side. Simpson, well handled, under pressure, with support from his teammates. That's Rundara over the gain line. Alejo finds Lenahan. Lenahan out the back to Conte. Conte has a bit of room, looks to free the ball, holding it up in front of the defensive line, losing the handle. Well swept up by Heiseman in defense, turning defense into attack. Are the Crimson Tide back to the scrum advantage we go? Crimson Tide with the throw into the scrum.
Fraser Valley there maybe getting a little bit too excited with their lead. You know, playing in their half, holding the ball with one hand. They could probably settle down a little bit there and look for an exit now that they've got a fairly sizable lead in this first half.
Crimson Tide, vital scrum here, just under 5 minutes to play. Looking to get back into this game, down 12 points. Checking into the game, Owen Barlow will feed his side. Barlow, great service from the base, finds Heiseman. Heiseman with the offload, great tip on from Palmer, finding Dante Acton. Barlow again. Driscoll finding a charging Travis Dumbleton. Barlow going himself, gets the ball free. Nicholas Lee lays it back once again for Barlow. Into the action. Finn Gargan with the carry.
Unfortunate knock on there.
Losing the handle. Swept up by the Fraser Valley. Van Heerden gets the ball to the edge with Ernest. Trying to find his way through. Great contest coming in.
What a steal by Barlow there.
From Barlow. Winning the turnover, forcing the handling error. Scrum to the Crimson Tide.
Interesting to see you here, Chris, off the scrums. You see Fraser Valley, you got Lenahan moving a little bit out wide, putting the centers there, waiting for a crash, it looks like. But I think Tide are starting to clue in here. That pass from Barlow to their 13 to really target to see if that's a weak link in their defense. So we'll see if they do that again. You see he's moving out even farther now. So we'll see if Tide try and really push that idea forward.
Often a tactic used, Noah, pushing that number 10 out of that first receiver carrying channel off of a scrum, perhaps something to preserve the body.
100%, 100%. We'll see if Tide is a bit malicious and try and counteract that move.
Riley Ashley once again penalized. Hips too high, collapsing the scrum from the loose head side is the call from referee Ray. Driscoll goes for the corner. Line out will be just inside this Fraser Valley Venom 22.
2.5 minutes to go here, Chris. You think Tide really needs a try here to finish off the half, so they're in contention and starting the second.
Championship minutes, as they say, Noah. Crimson Tide looking to chip into this lead, looking to go into halftime with the momentum. Tebow awaiting the call at the lineout. No contest from the Venom here. Crimson Tide set the driving line out, collapsing the decision from referee Ray. They'll play under penalty advantage. Driscoll goes to the air.
Great kick in the air there.
Tries to find Acton. The ball wins the race to the touchline. Back to the penalty will go. Noah, do they stick it in the corner again?
You got it, right? If they're able to get a penalty after penalty here, maybe they can draw another yellow card. It looks like that maul is fairly organized, so it's either a penalty or it's a try, Chris.
Big opportunity here to chip away into this 12-point advantage for the Fraser Valley. Crimson Tide will have the throw into the line out, 10 meters from the line. Tebow awaits the call, looks to find his target. Tebow finds the middle, no contest from the Venom. Play on's the call from referee Ray. They set the drive, the Crimson Tide searching for the line. Going himself is Tebow into the in goal, unable to get the ball down. No try, goal line dropout. Fraser Valley hang on just on the stroke of halftime, Noah.
Yep, tough luck there. They did everything right, but Fraser Valley was just able to hold on until the half there. Hopefully Tide sees that as a positive, though. You know, they were really pressuring the Fraser Valley there in the last 5 minutes. So hopefully they can build that momentum further into the second half and try and reclaim some of these points.
Massive defensive intervention from the Fraser Valley, keeping the advantage at 12 points. It's Fraser Valley 17, Crimson Tide 5. We will be back for the second half, just following an interview with Pacific Pride and Canada Under-20 coach Christian Enterhazen. Don't go away.
They say it's better to step and fall than to not have stepped at all. So here we are, Vancouver Island. This is going to be my home for the next few years. I've been told it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. My parents told me to engage in every opportunity that comes my way, to grow in self-discovery, to step, to fall. Better than to not have stepped at all. Beautiful British Columbia, home of Shawnigan Lake School.
What do you look for in a boarding school?
Strong academic support.
Beautiful surroundings.
A sense of belonging.
1, 2, 3, break! Leadership.
Innovation.
Experiential learning.
Look no further. Start your Shawnigan journey today.
Joining us once again for halftime in this crucial third place match in the U19 Boys Division here at the 2025 Provincial Regional Championships, Rugby Canada Pacific Pride and U20 coach Christian Esterhazen. Christian, what have you seen so far from day one to day two?
Yeah, I've seen some exciting players stepping forward. Like, you come to tournaments like this and there's the usual names that you've followed through the age group, and then there's those who come to these events and they use the opportunity to make a name for themselves. I'm just the match now, the Valley team, there's some big physical guys running good lines, so it's exciting to see the new talent coming through.
And so important for these athletes to play with their cohort, to play with their peers, much like the U20 level. How important it is for your newer Pacific Pride members to be involved in this tournament?
Yeah, like as I said yesterday, like, it's important to get into these situations where they put under pressure and you're accountable to your team and to your own performance. You know, that teaches them lessons how to perform under pressure. When you get to the higher levels and you eventually play for Canada under 20, you know, the pressure is real, and you need to be able to adapt and play your game plan, you know, and your own game under pressure. And players struggle with that if they don't have enough of this. So these tournaments help with that, and obviously, you know, cohesion, the more they play together, the more comfortable they get, the more connected they get, and hopefully performance improves.
So finding connection will be the name of the game coming up in the second half. Christian Esterhazen, thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you, Chris.
They say it's better to step and fall than to not have stepped at all. So here we are, Vancouver Island. This is going to be my home for the next few years. I've been told it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. My parents told me to engage in every opportunity that comes my way, to grow in self-discovery, to step, to fall. Better than to not have stepped at all. Beautiful British Columbia, home of Shawnigan Lake School.
Welcome back to this second half of the third place clash between the Crimson Tide, playing in those red jerseys, left to right on your screen, and the Fraser Valley Venom with their 12-point lead in the gold jerseys, playing right to left. Ashley wastes no time to get back into the action. The loose head prop opens with a thundering carry. The Venom probing inside their own half, looking for space. Lenahan can't quite find the handle, manages to hack the ball away. Playing under penalty advantage, however, not rolling away, were the Crimson Tide.
Lucky break there, Chris.
We've seen this Fraser Valley Venom side again and again and again look to exploit the width, look to get up the edge. Noah, how are they able to do that so often?
You know, they've solid base in their 9 and 10 there, in their channels there. I also think that they're really looking to create space in contact. You see a lot of the players coming in a bit high, trying to get that offload going and trying to make that defense scramble a little bit so that they can get some yards.
Looking to make the Crimson Tide defense scramble once more. This Venom lineout. Looks to serve the back. Björndal rising high into the air. Good service. Just knocked on from Riley Ashley. Injecting himself into the game is Blundell, once again coming off the left wing. Barlow finding Nicholas Lee, laying it back once again. Leaving the breakdown alone are the Fraser Valley Venom. Realigning in defense as the Crimson Tide head into the attacking half. Penalized. Playing the ball on the ground with the Fraser Valley Venom.
Good start here by Tide. Let's see if they can capitalize on this penalty here.
Driscoll looking to put the ball into the corner once again. Finds a good touch. Just inside the 22 of the Fraser Valley Venom. The Crimson Tide will have the throw into the lineout. Noah, we'll see a variation here. 2 catch and drives so far from the Crimson Tide.
I think they're going right back to it. Looks like they're all set up for it.
Setting up to find his man, Mateo Thibault. Awaiting the call. Ball overhead. Finds the man in the middle, Travis Dumbleton. Line out drive is set. Electing to go out
Great
to the right
there.
side. Big tackle coming in from the Fraser Valley Venom. Isolating the ball carrier. Holding on was Dumbleton. Penalty to the Fraser Valley Venom. Lenihan will look to clear his lines. Noah, 31 minutes to go. How much does recovery play into these last minutes of this third place clash?
It's big. They just finished off a game yesterday. It has been 24 hours since their last game. Big part of this tournament is how you recover after the game and what you do in the mornings before your second game. One other thing that they really got to focus on, making sure that they're using their replacements. It's the last game. Sometimes players lose their heads a little bit and just want to play on, but it's equally important in the second game as the first game to get those players on off the bench so that we're getting some fresh legs out there.
Taking advantage of these beautiful facilities here at Shawnigan Lake School on Vancouver Island, the waterfront for recovery, Marion Hall for vital nutrition, refueling these bodies for the second half of their 140-minute effort this weekend. The final 70 to decide third place. Looking for space on the edge is Cale Simpson.
Heavy contact there.
DW Poppy graduate Cale Simpson. Another big carry on that left edge. Alejo looking for Lanahan. Offside were the Crimson Tide. Looking to exploit the free hit. Big tackle coming in from the Crimson Tide. Lanahan going to the air. Bouncing ball finally regathered by the Crimson Tide. Back to the penalty, says referee Ray. Offside were the Crimson Tide.
Seeing Fraser Valley really liking that kicking option off of the penalty advantage. You'd like to see them maybe hold on to the ball a little bit more throughout those advantages and see if they can create some space. They're doing really well off of non-penalty advantages, just playing in general play. So hopefully they don't get a little bit too lost in the advantage and keep the ball in hand when they're being successful with it.
Lenihan finding the safety of the touchline just outside of the Crimson Tide 22. Cole Jacobson will look to find his man. Björndal sails high into the air. Brings it down for Alejo. Lenihan off the bootlaces once again. Injecting himself into the line is Isaac Lynn. Getting his side going forward. Fletcher in at scrum half. Finds Björndal. Björndal. One-handed offload. The Venom approaching the 22. That's Cale Simpson with the offload.
Great offload.
That is brilliant. Okolona flooding the channel, picking the line, grabbing the ball, and slamming it down for 5.
I believe a football transplant. You can really see in that athleticism he's built in that other sport really coming to fruition in this game here.
Well, Coach Lanahan doing a great job with these hybrid athletes coming from other sports, coming into the sport of rugby union, learning to use those athletic gifts in the context of our game here, Noah.
Yeah, it's huge. You know, having access to other groups, other athletes from different sports really makes a difference here. You know, at the end of the day, you can play as much rugby as you want. There's athletes that still stand out, even if they have only been playing for a season, 2 seasons. Sometimes it's really just about how athletic you are, and it's really showing with some of these hybrid athletes here.
Well, all these players demonstrating their physical gifts. Lenihan looking to add the extras from the right-hand touchline. Lenihan with the scrum cap off. Head down, strike through the ball, leaves the ball short this time. The lead will remain 17 points. Fraser Valley 22, Crimson Tide 5. Bit of fatigue showing Noah from this Crimson Tide side. They've played a lot of defense in the opening 35.
Yeah, that's gonna really wear on the bodies, and that's where those bench subs really come in handy. Looks like the bench is a little short on the Crimson Tide side, so I think that's really going to affect them in the last 15 minutes of this game, and they've really got to push through with the players they have on the field.
Kittleson looks to restart. Going with the mid-rate option. Björndal, safe as houses, under the high ball. Takes it on himself. Alejo. Finding his forwards once again. Alejo. Finding his man. Well picked up. Off the ground by Van Heerden. Switching the direction of play once again is Alejo. Caught in defense, isolated, forcing the knock on, player in front regathering the ball, offside, penalty to the Crimson Tide. Barlow wasting no time with the quick tap, catching the Fraser Valley not 10. They'll have another free hit here.
Let's see what they do here, Chris.
Declan Stove with the show and go.
Big hit.
Tebow putting his hand up. Crimson Tide trying to foray into the 22 once again. That's Palmer. Palmer finding Kittleson. Kittleson with the offload. Over to Acton. Putting his hand up is Zach Hahn.
Good carry.
Tebow finds the line, shaking out of the tackle, employing the spin move. Mateo Tebow cuts into the Fraser Valley lead.
What a carry there, Chris.
All coming off the back of those offloads, Noah. Runners queuing up, recycling the ball quickly, not allowing the defense to reset. This Crimson Tide side are still in this game.
100%. And you see, they had a penalty advantage, and they did not look for a fancy move, a kick to the corner. They just stuck to their guns, pushed forward, and got that ball over the line. So being able to hold on to that ball and make smart decisions, even when there's an opportunity like penalty advantage, goes to show how important that is.
Kittleson unable to add the extras. Chase coming in from the Fraser Valley, putting enough pressure, getting into the eye line of the kicker.
That could have a big impact on this game, Chris. Missing a fairly simple kick from right in front of the post could cause some issues later down the road in this half.
Still having to score 2 tries now are the Crimson Tide. Plenty of time to do it, however. 24 minutes to go in the second half of this third place crash in the under-19 competition here at Shawnigan Lake School. Coming up soon, our under-19 girls and boys final here on Canada Field as the Venom go to the air. Great timing in the tackle from Isaac Lynn.
Continues to impress there, Chris. He's all over the park.
Great tackle coming in from Rendera. Barlow keeps his side moving forward. Up to the 22. Looking to employ the forwards. Tide getting into shape. Looking to coil up this red attacking machine. Barlow, here's the call but goes himself. Barlow, good work on the ground to retain possession.
Good phases here, Chris.
Graydon Helm takes it on now. Barlow finds McAllister. Declan Stove tries to pull the ball at the back. Chase Kittleson unable to hang on. Fraser Valley will have to put into the scrum.
Very unfortunate, Chris. It looks like they got a little bit of wind in their sails there, but having a knock on after a few phases like that is a killer in terms of momentum. So hopefully they're able to make a turnover ball fairly quickly to keep on and capitalizing on that score they just had.
Prime attacking real estate here for the Fraser Valley. Just outside the Crimson Tide 22, right in the middle of the field. Options left and right for Alejo. Lenahan queued up just behind the scrum. Taking the line on himself is Heppel. Heppel still going. Unable to hold on to the ball. Crimson Tide, great scramble effort in defense. Playing under knock-on advantage.
Looking for an exit here.
Kittleson, under pressure from Lenahan, has to take the ball into contact. Shakes out a one, gets the offload away. The Crimson Tide up to their own 22. Barlow wants to play. Wise choice from Driscoll, using that right foot. The chase wasn't there, however. Counterattack initiated by Colin Lambert. Alejo finds Davis Heppel once again. Under penalty advantage for the high tackle are the Fraser Valley Venom. Alejo finds Ashley. Ashley gets the legs driving, finally put down by Barlow. Injecting himself into the line is Conte, making up for that yellow card earlier. Alejo finds Heppel once again. Big clean out coming in from Cole Jacobson. Isolated were the Fraser Valley, back to the penalty for offside.
Alejo is really, really working this Fraser Valley team. He's always there at the breakdowns. He's supplying quick ball, clean ball to his forwards, really putting the pressure on Crimson Tide here.
And change of tactic here. The T is on the field, Noah. Lenahan will look to add the 3 points.
Might be one of the first penalty kicks I've seen all weekend, Chris. It's not a tactic that's really been employed here, but I think it's a calm-headed and smart move by Lenahan to get it over the post here and just spread that lead just a little bit.
Looking to bring the lead out to 15 points, forcing the Crimson Tide to score 3 times. Just under 20 minutes to go. Lenahan likes the strike. The flags go up. 25 points to 10. Fraser Valley Venom.
Love the game tactics here. They're playing smart. They're holding on to the ball when they get the chance, getting the points. Stretching it to a 3-try game is crucial for this Fraser Valley team.
Driscoll goes high into the air. Giving chase is Acton. Unable to get to the ball, however, were the Crimson Tide. Fraser Valley will unleash their attack once again. Bandera over the gain line. Alejo finding Riley Ashley, driving the legs, looking for support. He finds it in the form of Davis Heppel. Turned over by the Crimson Tide through the handling area from the Valley. Crimson Tide into Valley territory. Barlow looks to move the play to the left edge. Trying to find a way through the defense is Kittleson.
Oh, here we go.
Finding a seam, looking to take on the last line of defense.
Finish.
Lenahan getting to the ball, getting over the ball, winning the turnover. Great scramble defense from the Fraser Valley Venom.
Lenahan is putting in work today. I think that's 2 certain tries that he's saved during this game. First one being on Blundell in the first half, and now stealing that ball for the Fraser Valley.
Scragging the player to the ground, showing the clear release, getting a lift on the ball, all things required to pull off that turnover. Well kept in here by the Crimson Tide. Lenahan missing a crucial touch. Big contest coming in at the breakdown from the Fraser Valley. Barlow looking to get the side moving forward. Zach Hahn through the leg drive.
Tide wing here is really looking for a cross.
Blundell steps on a 1, looks to beat the last defender. Sam Blundell, try time, out of nothing. Crimson Tide strike back.
that's why you have Blundell on the field right there. Just that athleticism, that experience coming from the Pacific Pride Academy, seeing through to that try there.
Sam Blundell, not shy to get off his wing, look for work, and a great finish by the left winger. Lead is down to 10 points, Noah. How important is this next kickoff for these two teams?
Huge. This Tide team needs to have the ball as much as possible, and they need to hold on to it while playing smart. You can see their talent, their abilities in the past couple phases. The issue is really holding on to that ball and allowing themselves to play and put them in a position to score tries like that, because they are capable. They are able to get back into this game, but the question is Fraser Valley going to let them, and are they going to let themselves?
Adding the extras is Jack Driscoll in the face of chasers, in the face of wind. Crucial points. Penalty to the Crimson Tide awarded. Foul play after the try was scored. Hitting Blundell after he dotted that ball down. That's going to give them an immediate reply. Noah.
See where this goes. I'm liking the energy here.
Looking to find a deep touch is Jack Driscoll. Finding it just outside the Fraser Valley 22. Throw into the lineout for the Crimson Tide. A chance to cut it down to a 1-score lead.
Now, Chris, was that a delay of game penalty there?
I believe the penalty was for tackling the try scorer after he scored the try.
Big mistake by Fraser Valley there, giving the Tide just another reason to score a try here.
Giving them that penalty in the spot where the game would have restarted is the law. Crimson Tide taking advantage. The throw goes askew. Fraser Valley Venom survive. Björndal getting involved off the ball, told to leave it.
Starting to see a little bit of afters here on the game. It's a close game, and a couple more minutes left in this game, so we're going to start seeing a little bit more intensity off the ball here, I think.
Fatigue and frustration sometimes creeping into the game. So much intensity here, so much on the line for these players individually to put their hand up selection, to get on that plane to Calgary for the Canadian Rugby Championships in a few weeks' time.
Going quick.
Driscoll in front of the mark.
What's the play here, Chris? Points?
Looks like there's a discussion between Barlow and Driscoll.
There we go.
Wise decision to try and take the lead back to a 1-score game. Crimson Tide looking to add 3 points through the boot of Jack Driscoll.
I like this decision. Lots of time left on the clock, and it's feeling like Crimson Tide has got a bit more wind going right now, a bit more momentum after these couple tries. So we'll see. We will see. There's still a game yet to be had in the next 14 minutes.
That left foot step of Sam Blundell, getting his side back into this game, reversing the momentum. Driscoll unable to convert on that penalty kick. 22 dropout to the Fraser Valley Venom.
Again, crucial points here. Missing that conversion earlier on in the game and then missing that penalty really has some big implications for the final result in this game.
Lenahan taking his time getting to the line. 13 minutes to play in this second half. Lenahan goes the middle route. Barlow looking for options. Met in a tackle by Ben Björndal. Björndal drives the legs. Gets his side on the front foot in defense. Palmer looking to go himself. Gets himself isolated. Holding on. Penalty to the Fraser Valley Venom. Lenahan wasting no time. Looking for the quick tap. Referee Ray will bring play back. There was an injured player near the ball.
Great stuff from Alejo on that steal there. Again, really pushing his team forward. That 9-10 axis is really working for the Venom today.
Therapist just having a look, a conversation with Barlow, making sure he's all right. Barlow indicating that it's his shoulder. Therapist just making sure that there's no sign or symptom of concussion. Lanahan finds the touchline. Fraser Valley, important line out, deep in the Crimson Tide half. Just over 11 minutes to go. They'll look to add to their lead. Add to their insurance policy. 8 points the lead at the moment. Björndal into the air at the back. Serves for Alejo. Finding Helm. Alejo looks for Lanahan. Lanahan looks to move it wide.
Ooh, unfortunate pass there. Turnover to the Tide.
Crucial hand in the air coming in from the Fraser Valley. Barlow looks to get the ball back. No advantage coming, says referee Ray. Back to the scrum. Crimson Tide will have the throw in.
Maybe a little fatigue setting in with the Venom here. Throwing a couple passes that probably could be kept in and going into contact. So we'll see if Crimson Tide can capitalize on that.
The Fraser Valley won't mind this. Precious seconds ticking away for the Crimson Tide, setting up this scrum. Crimson Tide in their own half. They'll need to score in the next few minutes, Noah.
100%. We know this team can do it.
Barlow sucking in the big ones as he looks to feed this ball for his side. Big scrum coming in from the Crimson Tide. Under penalty advantage, they will play out of their own 22. Looking to go to the air, stretching this Fraser Valley defense. Well read, well gathered, but back to the penalty, says referee Ray. Bandawa penalized for collapsing from binding on the arm. Driscoll looks to go with the spiral kick. Foot just on the touchline as he contacted the ball from Colin Lambert. He just needed to get up into the air there, Noah.
Yeah, very, very skillful thing to do, and low percentage play, as we call it, but worth a try every time, you know?
Crimson Tide led off the hook, getting the throw into the line out. Tebow, bit of indecision from the Crimson Tide here. Goes to the front. They'll set the maul. Tebow in the boot. Decides to let the ball go to McAllister. Barlow looks to exploit the blind side. Offload not quite going to hand from Tomlinson. Well gathered from Colin Lambert. Fraser Valley will look to counterattack. Losing the ball in contact, off feet from the isolated support player. That was Ito coming in late.
Looks like Fraser Valley's not 10 again.
Play on, says the referee, as the Crimson Tide looking for space, looking for a way back into this game. Met by a big tackle from Ben Björndal. Another counter ruck from the big lock. Blundell searching for something, searching for a seam. Barlow slowing things down a bit, finds Declan Stove. Driscoll into the line, releases Anna McAllister. Safe carry from McAllister. Barlow once again going to the forwards. McAllister into the action yet again. Barlow finds the tight head prop. That's Declan Stove. Show and go. Little dummy from Owen Barlow, keeping the defense guessing. Barlow finds a charging Travis Dumbleton. Once again, the forwards. Tebow this time. Screaming in off the wing was a streaking Tomlinson, unable to get his hands off the ball. Stove. Met by stern defense from the Fraser Valley. Barlow looks to put some width on the ball. Graydon Helm.
Good tackle by Lynn there.
Met by a thunderous tackle from Lynn, forcing the knock on. Fraser Valley will have to put into the scrum.
You know, Chris, we mentioned earlier a little bit about pace of attack. It feels like Tide is struggling with that a little bit. They're getting a lot of good phase play, a lot of go-forward ball, but it feels like they're just slowing down at the ruck a little bit. Sometimes from the Fraser Valley, but also I think a little bit of fatigue, and then that's really sticking them in this 22-meter channel. They're really not getting anywhere, and what they really need to do is start to push forward and start to get that ball out of the ruck as quickly as possible so they can release their weapons like Blundell, like Palmer.
5.5 to go, 8 points the lead. Fraser Valley still in front. Crimson Tide looking to cut the lead down, looking to put themselves in a position to win the game. Referee Ray will reset the scrum. The under-19 Bears coaching staff eagerly watching on from behind the Crimson Tide technical area. Coach Hitchborn trying to identify those players who he can take to the Canadian Rugby Championships in a few weeks' time in Calgary. Alejo finds Lenihan. Lenihan looking to go wide, wasting no time to Cale Simpson. Cale Simpson holds the ball out. Finds a charging center partnership in Isaac Lynn. Penalty advantage for off feet. Venom will play with a free hit. Alejo looks to find Lenihan in the pocket. Lenihan decides to chip over the line. Has it go himself. Regathers the ball. Lenihan, one to beat. Lenihan, foot race. Blundell is going to track. Blundell will try to tackle. Lenihan has support. That's Colin Lambert. Try time. Fraser Valley. Noah, is that the dagger?
I think it might be. Having that 10 and Lenihan just absolutely slicing through that Crimson Tide line, it's hard to recover from something like that. And what a play by Lenihan. From the regathering to the offload at the end. Got to mention Blundell with that cover tackle. He's able to get Lenihan down, but the hands were free and he was able to get that offload off. So absolutely stunning play by Fraser Valley.
Well, the Crimson Tide may be closest to home, but that was a pretty good hometown bounce if I've ever seen one. Lenihan able to regather off the chip over the line, finding Lambert, streaking off his wing in support. Try from almost nothing, the Fraser Valley well in control. Lenihan with the blue scrum cap off, looking to extend the lead to 32 points to 17. Lenihan head down over the ball.
Good
Flags go up. 32-17, Fraser Valley Venom. Noah, 3 minutes to play. How important is it for this Crimson Tide team to finish on a high note?
You know, they've had a tournament, that's for sure. You know, it's being the hometown team. You've got a lot of supporters, a lot of parents out here. Really important to finish off strong, not only for this team but for the program in general. With this this new format for PRCs, it's here to stay, and having a team that's not going to quit and look into the future is really important.
Lambert opportunistically finds Isaac Lynn. Isaac Lynn Stragged to the ground just outside the 5-meter line. Alejo finds Björndal. Björndal puts his head down. Alejo, Bendawa. Looking to get the support to the ruck. Are the Fraser Valley able to keep their hands on the ball? In front of the post, Lenahan dishes it to Simpson. Simpson goes all the way to the edge, through the bounce pass, not going to hand. The touchline wins the race. Back to the penalty, says referee Ray.
You can only have so many bounces going straight to hand, Chris, and they've been pretty lucky with it so far. Another great run by Isaac Lynn there. He's had a scorcher of a game.
High tackle from the covering defense of the Crimson Tide gives Lanahan an opportunity to take a shot at 3 points, take a minute off the clock, and close this game out. Three fields of action so far this weekend has not disappointed. The under-15s on the upper field here at Shawnigan Lake. The under-17s just behind us, Noah, on Colts Field. And of course, on the iconic Canada Field, the under-19 Divisions. Lenahan looks to extend the lead by 3 further points. Curls the ball just inside the right post. The flags go up. Fraser Valley 35, Crimson Tide 17. One more restart, Noah.
What a kick by Lenahan. They've been going straight, true, right through the post all game.
Almost metronomic style he's adopted. The young man definitely putting his hand up for selection. Going long is Driscoll. Finding the waiting hands of Riley Ashley. Riley Ashley stretches his leg. The loose head prop up over the 10-meter line. Alejo managing to scramble the ball from the base of the ruck. Heppel with Ito taking it on. Alejo finds a waiting Ben Björndal. Big counter ruck coming in from the Crimson Tide, looking to get their hands on the ball one last time. Lanahan manages to get the ball from the pocket, looking for space in behind. Lanahan, well read on the return kick. Finds space in behind, finds grass just inside the 22-meter area. Kittleson met by a tackle as he releases the ball. Palmer desperately tries to get out of the tackle of Oliver Lanahan. Holding on is the decision. That should do it, Noah.
Loving to see the fight even into the last minute here of the game. Tide's not giving up. Fraser Valley's not giving up. They're here to play. There's a last minute for them in this tournament. Oh, look at that. Lanahan with another kick coming through just to stretch that lead.
Lanahan able to take those 60 seconds to line up this kick. That should bring the clock to zeros. That should send the Fraser Valley home with the third place title. The Crimson Tide, valiant effort in both games, will finish fourth. Many of these athletes eagerly awaiting those selection letters for the under-19 Bears, who will take off for Calgary in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, one thing to note with Lanahan, great strike there. Great strike.
Lanahan off the trusty right foot. The flags go up. The whistle goes. Fraser Valley managing a dominant victory, 38-17. Crimson Tide take a bow. Some fantastic efforts in the contact area. Some magic from Sam Blendell. Not enough today to beat this Fraser Valley outfit.
Great game. Both teams played well. Fraser Valley, they've got some stars on that team that I'm looking forward to see in the Bears outfit in the next month or so.
Coming up in a few moments' time, the under-19 girls division final between the Fraser Valley and the hometown Vancouver Island Crimson Tide. For Noah Price-Bath, I'm Chris Asmus. Don't go away. Welcome to the Under-19 Girls Division Final here at the 2025 Provincial Regional Championships here on the campus of Shawnigan Lake School, the Canada Field, the Highlight Pavilion. Crimson Tide just getting the kickoff wrong, giving the scrum put in to the Fraser Valley on halfway. I'm Chris Asmus. Joining me in commentary, Jake Teal, coach of the Under-19 BC Bears, heading to Calgary for the Canadian Rugby Championships. Jake, what are you looking forward to most in this championship match?
Chris, I've had this one circled on my calendar for a really long time. Both teams were strong in the first day. A lot of amazing individual athletes. I'm just looking for these athletes to capitalize and finish off on a great youth career, but also just play good, smart rugby, connected, and just do the right thing at all times. So, I mean, they're off to a great start.
Fraser Valley pinning their ears back straight away off the halfway scrum. Crimson Tide bending but not breaking in defense inside their own 22, looking to set their defensive line. Allie Dobson taking the ball on, wasting no time, getting her side moving forward. Queuing up on the left-hand side. Fraser Valley forwards, linking with backs. Gan McCara takes it on from fullback. Back inside to Maggie McCulloch. Met with a stern tackle from the Crimson Tide in defense. Davenport looks left and goes right. Ball at the back from Addie Ofield. Doesn't go to hand. Crunching tackle put in from Ella Wilson. Referee Blatt Janmet calling the Crimson Tide off the ball.
Big carry there from Titafano. Ayana had a great game yesterday. The Valley just going backwards, can't seem to get going forward. This is a great defensive stand from this Crimson Tide team.
Turned over at the base from the Crimson Tide.
May finds Rousseau. She's been dangerous all weekend. There she goes again. Oh, and it's Gatto in space.
Bit of space for the Crimson Tide, working the offload. Up the left-hand side channel. Finding forward runners. Into the 22. The Crimson Tide looking to open their account early. Knock on coming in from the Fraser Valley, trying for the intercept.
And what a start here, Chris. Man, this is at the pace has been breathtaking from up here. We wanted to touch on Belle Rousseau's had a fantastic tournament at 13. She's identified as the danger person on their team. Instantly finds a little space on the outside. A dummy frees up their back. The winger is, I believe it's Taylor Gatto, who gets a little space. Both teams trying to play on that front foot. Different styles of rugby. The Crimson Tide team, a little bit of more of a wide playing team, whereas this Valley team is very front door. They've got some very big characters, and we'll look to get them involved in this game as Sophie Hayes comes across.
Hayes leaves it off to her center partner. Crimson Tide just losing the handle. Well swept up. Hibbs looking to keep her side. Moving forward. Anderton Teasdale tries to get over the ball. Option off the right foot. Putting the Crimson Tide back into their own half, just losing the handle. Going back to the original knock-on is referee Blatt Janmet. Heading to the Canadian Rugby Championship herself, Justine Blatt Janmet, in her third year of refereeing. Current scrum half for UVic and West Shore. Doing a great job so far, Jake.
In my opinion, probably the most on-form referee, besides yourself, Chris, in BC, probably in Canada. Justine's a fantastic player, but also a fantastic referee. So the players are very lucky to have her in the middle here. A big matchup to watch is the center pairings of Bella Anderton Teasdale on the island and Belle Rousseau on the island team against Hannah Hibbs and Emily Brett. And we'll see how they match up. I think that will be the case to really decide who wins. As there goes Rousseau.
Rousseau, like a hot knife through butter, through this Fraser Valley defense. Looking to exploit Spade on the left. Harper May can't find the target. Crimson Tide consolidate, going backwards, but still with possession.
There's King, the dummy.
King, show and go. Find support. Fraser Valley, big contest at the breakdown. No clear release from the tackle assist is the call from Justine Blatt-Janmet.
And this has been a scrambling game to start, and that really suits this Tide team. They like playing broken rugby. They like playing fast. As you can see right here, electing to touch. There's Alex Motherwell from UVic, the big carry.
Motherwell going route one. Eliza Woods once again. Probing for space.
Ellie Brandwood, the number 15, played some senior ball this year for James Bay, for legendary coach Jen Ross, as well as represented the Esquimalt Secondary School. She's one to watch, tons of pace, but that's just from those front foot carries. Eliza Woods does a great job. If you notice, this Island team is really attacking outside of the fifth defender, really trying to condense this Valley team, put them under the gun, and then they create the space. And they have so many weapons across the park, but especially in that back line. And when you're undermanned and you're stretched, it's an incredibly tough job to defend, especially when you have someone like Brandwood who could pass, who threw that nice little dummy, a little bit of footwork. I'm sure that's right in the wheelhouse of what head coach Alejandro Chavez really would like to see out of his team. I'm sure he's elated with the start.
Well, Chavez's charges in the white jerseys, going left to right on your screen. The Crimson Tide open the scoring here in the final, unable to convert off the right-hand upright. Sophie Hayes.
Shawnigan's own, Chris. Shawnigan's own Sophie Hayes, heading to Harvard.
Familiar confines for Sophie Hayes. Potentially her last game on the Canada field, looking to make an impact. Jake, are we going to see something contestable from the Fraser Valley restart here?
I think Fraser Valley's a little bit more likely to go deep. They really trust their defensive prowess. Oh my goodness, a huge carry there from Gwen Lily Jones, daughter of Kingsley Jones.
Lily Jones, big carry, but gets herself isolated. Ali Dobson over the ball. Holding on is the call from Blatt-Janmet. Fraser Valley will get a chance to get themselves deep into the Crimson Tide half.
And that's really an area that Ali's improved in a lot over the past year with UBC, with the Canada U20 team. Just adding tools to the tool belt, getting over that ball, a hard character to move when she's secure on that space, and a great job covering up after that big carry.
Big carry indeed. Fraser Valley with the throw into the lineout, just inside the Crimson Tide 22-meter line. Assistant referee Dr. Phil Webster indicating the throw-in. Finding the safe option at the front. They set the maul. The Fraser Valley Venom. Getting the ball out wide. Bounce pass goes to hand, fortunately, for the Fraser Valley Venom. Getting over the ball of the Crimson Tide, able to win the turnover. But hands on the ground is the decision from the referee. Just not able to hold their weight as they tried to jackal their Jake.
This Tide team is just constantly pressuring the breakdown. Legally or illegally, they're just trying to pressure this Valley team, get them knocked off center, not comfortable. These big tackles, landing on top, slowing the ball. It really suits this Tide team to make this a bit of a dogfight.
Trying to get over the gain line. Met in defense by the Crimson Tide. Fraser Valley on the 22-meter line, in the shadow of the posts. Davenport looking for options. Once again, Davenport going to the forwards through Ali Dobson. Ali Dobson gets rid of one tackler, drives the legs, Anderton Teasdale looks to apply pressure on the line. Might have left a hole open there, Jake. Fraser Valley getting the offload game going. Bumping out of tackles is Hibbs. Quickly from the base.
Here comes that Valley team looking to put the pressure on through the forwards. We saw it yesterday. Familiar character looming.
Surging forward. Ali Dobson for the Venom. Just inside the 5-meter line. Patient build up here from the Fraser Valley. Looking to employ the forwards. Now they go wide. Off the left foot. Big step. Fraser Valley hit back.
And like I said before, Chris, this center pairing battle is going to be the tell of this game. Emily Brett there showing her class, a little bit of footwork on that left foot. We've seen it before last year at the CRCs. You've seen it at UVic, seen it with West Shore, a very talented player. But that's, the Tide's doing a really good job of slowing this Valley team down, contesting, slowing that ball. Davenport operates best at 9 when she's got fastball. She can get the team going, the forwards going. But when they slow that breakdown area down, it definitely works for the Tide team. But a couple big carries from Ali Dobson, Leslie Taparo, getting it just hitting that fold and limiting it makes it a lot better for this Fraser Valley team, and then they can start playing that crunching style of rugby that they really enjoy.
Fraser Valley looking to tack on the extras. Both teams take fluids on board. Day 2 of this massive tournament for these young athletes, looking to put their hand up for selection for the BC Bears Canadian Rugby Championship team, looking to book their plane ticket to Calgary in a few weeks' time, Jake.
And a lot of talented athletes across all 4 teams in this division, Chris. But both of these teams, from 1 to 22, or in the Islands' case, 23, just rich with talent. So it makes my job hard, but that's a good thing. A lot of athletes already putting their hands up, but we've got so much rugby left to play.
Going with the mid-range option from the restart. Well gathered in defense from the Venom. Elcock unable to take the ball. It does go backwards. Forced to go to the right foot. Crimson Tide look to counterattack straight away.
There's Brandwood again.
Brandwood, one to beat. Back
Takes
to
her
speed
side.
on the right. Brandwood covering tackle. Manages to hang on to the ball.
Wonderful work by Cameron Howlett there.
Big defensive effort from the Fraser Valley to scramble back. They're still camped on their goal line. Route 1 go the Crimson Tide.
Scrum half Harper May really organizing the troops, getting them going in there. It's a tough place to score on against the Valley. They are a bunch of big defenders.
Short of the line once again. Crimson Tide forced to go wide. Looking to link. Anderton Teasdale drops it down. Try time. Crimson Tide.
Some fantastic rugby here, Chris, and I do have to say that all starts from Elliot Brandwood there. You can't, I mean, the Valley might have to go back to the drawing board. She's shown already twice that when she gets the ball, a little bit of pace, some footwork, finds a gap. I mean, a wonderful effort there from Cameron Howlett to stop her, but once you kind of get fractured like that, it's hard to rebuild. And this is where the Island would be smart to just keep the pressure on them, keeping the pressure, keeping them composed. I've been really impressed with how Harper May at 9 has been managing this game as well, and just getting the ball to those dangerous attacking options. But again, a touch of class from Brandwood there.
Brandwood backing herself, using the pace on the right-hand side of the field. Not quite getting to the line, but unselfishly not taking the extra roll, not getting up when held, trusting her teammates to consolidate, arrive in numbers, and eventually scoring to put them up by 7 points.
And this is an interesting game, Chris, because both teams conceded, I think, a combined 7 points yesterday. So there's already been more scoring on them, but we'll see how this defense kind of picks up. We know that the Valley team, a little bit of a larger group, probably don't want to be on the back foot, so they need to do a good job of getting the ball back, maybe just defending a little bit more on the front foot. So here comes Rousseau again.
Rousseau looking for a way through the line. Support is there for the Crimson Tide. Anderton Teasdale takes it on. Penalized for offside are the Fraser Valley Venom, giving the Crimson Tide a chance to clear their lines and get the throw into the lineout.
And these issues are starting to compound, and the Fraser Valley team hasn't dealt with being on the back foot yet. They had a pretty lopsided game against the interior team. And when you start feeling that pressure, it's how do you react? They need to try and just find their footing, slow the ball down, get a couple positive tackles, kind of generate the rugby they want to play. But the credit to the Crimson Tide, who are just pushing the pace right now, and it'll be a challenge to keep this pace going for 70 minutes.
Slight overthrow from the Crimson Tide, able to hang on to the ball. Rousseau met in a crunching tackle. Hanging onto the ball, just as we say that, Jake, commentator's curse, knock on, handing the ball back to the Fraser Valley Venom.
Yeah, unfortunate there. I like the look of what they were trying to do, but this is right in the wheelhouse of this Fraser Valley crew. We've spoken about the likes of Taparo, but Ali Dobson, these forwards, these props especially, are going to put a lot of pressure. The Tide struggled yesterday in the scrum, so I imagine that the coaches on the Fraser Valley side are pretty excited to have this, see if they can kind of generate a little bit of forward momentum from here.
Massive pressure coming in through the scrum. Ali Dobson managed to hold firm, winning the penalty, playing under advantage. Are the Fraser Valley Venom looking to exploit the free hit? Good cover defense coming in from the Crimson Tide. Penalized. Side entry is the call from Blatchaman.
I was about to say, incredible speed there from Ella Hudon getting over the ball. Maybe not legally.
Looking to put the ball into the corner. 10 meters out. Fraser Valley with the throw into the lineout.
And I wonder if they go back to the maul here, Chris. It's something they showed a couple times in their preseason games. But with their dominance in the forward pack in the past games, I wonder if they want to just, again, go back to the wheelhouse, generate a little bit of forward momentum, and then play through that.
Tidufana at receiver. Davenport peels out of the lineout, showing some variation. Knocked on and played in front. Offside. Fraser Valley penalized. Crimson Tide survive.
And it's unfortunate in a game like this, a championship game, you don't get many opportunities. You want to make sure, oh, commentator's curse there maybe as well. Oh, and it dribbles out.
Finding an unconventional touch. Crimson Tide will get themselves into the Fraser Valley half with the throw into the lineout.
But you don't want to squander these opportunities, especially in their half, like with the lineout. It's unfortunate, but it's hard. The nerves, a lot of time has gone by. They've played a lot of games already, well, a lot of time. So maybe that's starting to affect them.
Contest coming in from Fraser Valley, forcing that error from the Crimson Tide. They'll surely choose the scrum, Jake.
You'd think they'd stick with that, Chris. I think it might be an educated guess there. I'd like to see some sort of play through Emily Brett. Hibbs was immense yesterday. Wouldn't complain about seeing her getting the ball, but maybe I just personally want to see her and Belle Rousseau go at each other.
Emily Brett lining up in a diamond formation just to the right-hand side of the scrum. Davenport. Good service from Davenport. Emily Brett feeds it on. Davenport looks to keep the flow moving to the right. Kick back against the grain, looking for a hole in that defense, looking for absent back three coverage. A chance to stretch the leg now for the Crimson Tide.
A great shot by the hooker, Hattie Oldfield, in the backfield.
Oldfield working hard to get back in the defensive line after that big tackle.
Big carry from Sadie Williams.
Sadie Williams does get herself a bit isolated. It looks like it's been turned over. Off feet, says Black Janmet. Crimson Tide off the hook.
And again, it's these little penalties, and I think it's just the eagerness of being in a final, trying to make things happen right away. The Tide have struggled. The Tide have struggled a little bit with their line-out success. A couple subs being made. Entering the game, number 29, Sailor Pickerel. A couple big runs yesterday.
Sailor Pickerel relieves Anderton Teasdale, looking to rest the legs for an injection later in the match. Off the top go the Crimson Tide. Bit of miscommunication in midfield, managing to hang onto the ball, however.
Big carry by Anna Platt.
Anna Platt keeps the side moving forward. Looking to spread the field. Almost intercepted. Crimson Tide will hang on to the ball with the put into the scrum.
The Tide rushing it a little bit there. When they've been successful, they've dented the line and then had multiple layers, getting a bit flat. Again, fatigue possibly setting in. It's hard to maintain the pace that they've been playing at for a full 70 minutes. So that's where they need to maybe just take an extra second. They're still generating really quick ball, but maybe build those layers and throw different shapes. That was a bit of an easier read because of the flat line.
Fraser Valley looking to put some pressure on this first scrum for the Crimson Tide. Buckling under pressure a little bit with the Crimson Tide. We will reset, says referee Janman. Ella Wilson making use of her experience as a referee herself, getting messages into the referee, just trying to paint a picture to give her side an edge at scrum time, Jake.
And that's one of the benefits, Chris. You always preach it about players doing a little bit of refereeing courses to understand those rules. It does come in handy, especially in the front row.
Big scrum comes in from Ali Dobson, and the Fraser Valley well dealt with at the back by the Crimson Tide. Pressure coming in, forcing that forward pass out of the hands. Fraser Valley will have to put into the scrum.
And we're starting to see Leslie Taparo and Ali Dobson and Addie Oldfield in that front row just impose themselves on this Crimson Tide scrum. And we're right back to it. And this is another way that this Fraser Valley team can tire out the Crimson Tide group by just constantly putting them on the back foot. It's hard to scrummage, and it's really hard to scrummage when you're going backwards. It also looks like Savannah Pelche has just subbed in, a name we called a lot yesterday in their first game. We'll look to see if she can make a difference as well.
Davenport looks to feed her side. 8-9 combination. Davenport, ball in hand. Looks for Hibbs. Hibbs probing down the right wing. Hannah Hibbs still going. Tidefana takes the safe route. Up route 1. Oldfield injects herself into the line. Davenport looking to go wide are the Fraser Valley. Crunching tackle coming in. Double tackle from the Crimson Tide. Davenport looking for options, goes left. Support coming in a bit late from the Fraser Valley. Well turned over, scramble defense coming in handy for the Crimson Tide. Going wide, straight away off the turnover.
They've got space on the left here, Chris. Ooh, just an errant pass.
Space on the left. The bounce pass works out this time. Big counter ruck coming in from the Venom. They get their hands back on the ball. Ali Dobson from a standing start. Loses the handle. Crimson Tide looking to move it through the hands. Offload doesn't go to hand. still keeping the ball alive. The Crimson Tide.
Circus stuff here, Chris.
Frenetic rugby here on the Canada field at Shawnigan Lake School. Big kick chase comes in from the Crimson Tide. Well dealt with at the back by Davenport.
That's a nice job by Davenport, pressuring that backfield.
Chasing her own kick, managing to neutralize that counterattack.
Oh, big shots coming in from this Valley crew.
Big shots, big tackles. Many of these players have been teammates. Intervention in defense, ball goes backwards. Fraser Valley keep the ball. Oldfield a little bit late to arrive. Desperate to make the clean out and does. Tidifana into contact once more. Davenport changes the rhythm. Emily Brett off the right foot, putting pressure on this Crimson Tide back three.
A smart little kick in the behind. Trying to tell you, this has been a long passage of play.
Another counter ruck coming in from the Fraser Valley. Crimson Tide just come away with it, forced to find the safety of the touchline.
And I think both sides are going to welcome that line out. Just a little bit of a break. Some messy play, maybe some nerves coming out. Some fantastic defense there. Cameron Howland has done a great job wearing the 10 jersey, but operating like an open side flanker, covering across and shutting down any gap that opens up. I would have, for all my money, thought Sailor Pickerel might have had a hole there, but the closeout speed from Howlett slowed that down. Back and forth affair we are dealing with here, Chris.
Into the game is Sasha McKee, the Glen Eagle graduate.
A great game yesterday. See how she can impose herself in this one.
No contest from the Crimson Tide means play on from the referee from that errant throw. Hannah Hibbs. Hibbs uses the right hand fed. Hibbs, one to beat. Decides to take the body. Fraser Valley on the front foot. Tidifana steps back inside off the right foot.
Big clear out.
McKee putting her hand up. Show and go from the replacement prop. Ali Dobson just overruns her line. Ball goes to Emily Brett. Emily Brett still on her feet, looking for support inside the 5 meter line. Try time, Fraser Valley.
That was Emily Brett. You can hear her father, who's constantly yelling, saying that was her. And we have to give another shout out for the footwork that was used on the right side. But that's the Fraser Valley, just putting them under pressure, playing on the front foot. Again, I think this Tide team might be a little bit tired from that pace they set at the start. Fraser Valley starting to settle into the pace of the game. We still have tons of rugby to be played, and we're sitting at 12-10.
Settling into the game, looking for the equalizing points. Crimson Tide coming out to the early lead. Fraser Valley hitting back. 7 minutes to go in this first half, Jake.
And we'll see how we close at the half. It's really going to be how does the island respond. Hibbs has found a lot of space on the outside. She was dangerous yesterday and proving to be dangerous again. But we'll see. If the Tide can manage to pick this pace up, it's going to be hard for the Valley to match it. But if the Valley can settle into that physical style, again, not very suited for this Crimson Tide Island team to match.
Conversion goes short and wide. Crimson Tide will restart, trying to put more pressure on this Fraser Valley side, who look very dangerous ball in hand, Jake.
Well, the Fraser Valley just want to play with that ball, want to play on the front foot. They like to carry. I mean, most players do, but they want to play the game at their pace. When they can beat you in multiple ways with big carries or stretching the field, but they're a lot more comfortable when they're not having to defend, and that's why this game started off so hot for the Tide team. They were able to slow them down with just keeping possession.
Possession with the Fraser Valley, trying to turn that back three with the probing kick.
A good kick in the backfield and chase on her own kick by Emily Brett.
Emily Brett, another crunching tackle. Fraser Valley trying to apply pressure, trying to keep the Crimson Tide moving backwards.
And this is what the Valley want if they stay a little bit tighter. That's what they're looking for, just right into the double tackles.
Getting over the ball successfully, Emily Brett. Under advantage with the Crimson Tide. Back to the penalty for offside, says referee Blackjamin.
And it's an unfortunate penalty. It's a get out of jail free card. Something like that when you're starting to build momentum defensively, making these big shots. The Island didn't look like they had an answer, and you give them that. Now here they have a line out just on the other side of half. They haven't been too successful recently in their lineouts. We'll look to see if they can build something here, get themselves an attacking platform, try and get the ball in the hands of Mel Rousseau, perhaps an Ellie Brandwood.
Crimson Tide trying to launch for their own half. Overthrow. Well picked up by the Crimson Tide. Errant pass once again. Still with it. Off the left wing, intercept. One to beat. Try time. Fraser Valley hit back. Once again, turning defense into attack.
And I think that might be a little bit of that Island pace play, that they're just tossing the ball around, maybe not taking care of it, and you're just throwing things for the sake of throwing things. And with that pressure this Valley team is able to apply, especially off a set piece move like that, you can't just be throwing those things away. Sometimes it's okay to just use a little bit of footwork, settle yourself in, get a carry. It doesn't even need to be a positive carry, but that has to be credit to this Valley team for climbing back in. Not the best start, but they've started to build it now, and they're playing this game at their pace, keeping that Island team on the back foot, Chris.
The Crimson Tide trying to get go forward happening, unable to find momentum. Fraser Valley forcing them to go wide. Those offloads not going to hand, really proving costly here, Jake.
And those are those little things that you just need to make sure, and those are something especially I imagine Coach Alejandro Chavez is probably not too happy with. Sometimes it's just consolidate. You don't want to make a bigger mess out of the mess that's being made. A little bit of footwork, a carry, set, find your shape, and then try and just break the line to create the pace.
Blackjamin doing her best to make the players feel heard while keeping the game moving forward. Crimson Tide to restart. Down 5 points now. Fraser Valley with a stranglehold on the game at the moment. Up 17 points to 12. 2 minutes to go. Attacking from deep inside their own half. Looking to exploit space on the edge. Handling error comes in. Crimson Tide may have an opportunity to hit back here, Jake.
Well, this is a gift. It's a building block now here for this Crimson Tide team. Unfortunate there. The pass is just a bit in front. But again, in a game like this, Chris, you can't give an inch. And once you do, it's just on this team. And we know the firepower that this team possesses, this Island team. We'll see if they can get a platform to play here and try and operate in that width in those 15-meter channels where they found a lot of success this weekend.
Just under 2 minutes to go here on Canada Field at Shawnigan Lake School on Vancouver Island. It's the Provincial Regional Championships. It's the Under-19 Girls Final. It's a chance to put their hand up for selection for the Under-19 Bears.
And this is a great building block for those players who are going to go on to the CRCs to have these high-level games played against great competition, going into the best competition in Canada.
Tesaro, big push from the loose head side. Just lost forward on the ground. Crimson Tide survived. They'll have another chance at this scrum, Jake.
I'm sure the Fraser Valley may be a little bit disappointed they knocked that on in contact, but I'm sure they're not too disappointed that they're going to be going back in and scrummaging again. McKee, Chaparro, Dobson in the front row. It's a pretty great trio, and they're showing their worth here, just putting a lot of pressure on the front row. from the Island.
Eliza Woods checking back into the game. Looking to go one-on-one against Sasha McKee. Ali Dobson switching to the loose head prop side, her preferred position. Bled Jamet sets the scrum. Dobson, big push coming in from the Fraser Valley. Not pushing straight is the call from Bled Jamet. Tough one for the Valley.
And you can hear the Valley fans are not happy with that one. It's a tough area, especially to referee or to coach that scrum. They'd like to go high.
Space on the left wing.
They might have found the ball here.
Hands on the ball, not able to hold on to the pill. Crucial handling error, Jake Teal. Trying to do something creative, losing the handle, unable to finish. They will have to settle with the 5-point deficit heading into halftime.
And what a first half. It was played at a really quick pace, some physical rugby. I think both teams, when they go into their huddles, an area that I would love to see them kind of clean up is that breakdown area, just being more clinical on the attacking side. A lot of steals, maybe credit to the jackal ability of both teams, but that's an area I think could clean up. And then just seeing if this Island team can maybe front up a little bit on the defensive side. Same with the Valley team, different ways though. Can the Island handle the physicality of the Valley, and can the Valley handle the speed of the Island?
Halftime here at Shawnigan Lake School on Canada Field. Fraser Valley 17, Vancouver Island Crimson Tide 12. Don't go away. Coming up next, the second half of the under-19 gold medal match.
They say it's better to step and fall than to not have stepped at all. So here we are, Vancouver Island. This is going to be my home for the next few years. I've been told it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. My parents told me to engage in every opportunity that comes my way, to grow in self-discovery, to step, to fall. Better than to not have stepped at all. Beautiful British Columbia, home of Shawnigan Lake School.
What do you look for in a boarding school?
Strong academic support.
Beautiful surroundings.
A sense of belonging.
1, 2, 3, break! Leadership.
Innovation.
Experiential learning.
Look no further. Start your Shawnigan journey today.
Welcome back to the second half of this gold medal match in the under-19 division here at the 2025 Provincial Regional Championships on Vancouver Island at Shawnigan Lake School in beautiful British Columbia. Fraser Valley kicking off in the gold jerseys, playing left to right. Crimson Tide trying to get out of their 22 in the white jerseys.
Stay low, no hands, gold!
Jake, what have you seen so far from this thrilling encounter?
Just a lot of great rugby, Chris. Honestly, a lot of stuff to be really impressed by. I mean, I think both teams have had really awesome examples and times where they're attacking well and they're defending well. I mean, I'd like to see the Tide probably clear their line here, but you can't hate running rugby. I think what I want to see from the second half is just more of the same. It's been a really enjoyable game, but it's also just making my life as the U19 coach for this BC team harder, which is great. But just more of these players on display and spotlighting their amazing individual skills.
All these athletes looking to put their hand up for selection, of course, at the upcoming Canadian Rugby Championships. The best under-19 players from across the country will face off in Calgary.
See, there's been a thrower change here for the Valley. I believe that's Leslie Taparo. We'll see what they look to do. They've got the receiver and the 9 at the front.
Taparo goes to the middle, finds her target. Pass not going to hand. Anderton Teasdale applying pressure and defense. Valley managing to scramble possession.
A rare high ball there from Cameron Howlett.
Howlett going to the air, a little bit slow to connect on the right edge. Are the Fraser Valley. Crimson Tide have a bit of space.
Big carry from Maggie Mycroft there.
Mycroft able to get possession. Off feet from the Jackal, coming in from the Venom.
And again, Chris, it's just maybe an area where you just want to be a bit more patient. Oh, it's been kept in. Well done by the winger.
Keeping the ball in field. Play on, says the referee.
Well done by the scrum half. Harper May plies her trade at the University of Bristol, just returning back from a knee injury. That's what you want from a 9. That's the kind of change that can maybe incite a TSN turning point, Chris, here.
Big moment in the game for sure. Hands the line out throw to the Crimson Tide into the Fraser Valley defensive half for the first time in this second half. 3-player lineout option. No contest gives quality ball to the Crimson Tide. Anderton Teasdale into the game once again. Looking for options. Crimson Tide well met in defense by the Fraser Valley, managing to scramble possession once again inside their own 22.
Sorry, it's just we've got a player down and we're running right around her.
Gladjamin just stopping the game. Injured player too close to the ball. Safety first. We'll take a pause here, Jake. Who are the standouts so far in this Crimson Tide side?
On the Crimson Tide, I think you have to give a shout out to Ellie Brandwood, who's been doing a great job probing the line at fullback, handling the high balls well, finding gaps, setting up her teammates, like allowing a change of pace for this team, trying to really pick up the tempo. Another person, maybe an unsung hero, but just moves the ball, does the right things, is Bella Anderton Teasdale, always putting the ball into space. Been really impressed with her. From the Fraser Valley side, again, Hannah Hibbs, Emily Brett, that center pairing has been quite dominant. Doing a good job of shutting down the island's outside backs. And probably have to give a shout out to that front row. We've been doing a wonderful job at scrum time as we come into another scrum.
Getting an opportunity to show their strength, show their skills. Fraser Valley will have the put into the scrum. Looking to exit their 22. Looking to get back on the front foot.
And we'll see what they look to do. They've been looking to play through Brett here and then build their exit off of that. They're stacked, they're pretty flat, so I imagine the ball will probably go straight from Sinclair to Brett.
Sinclair right behind the scrum.
big scrum from the Crimson Tide. And that's
Crimson Tide managing to get the advantage in that scrum, rewarded by referee Black Janmat. Opting for the penalty goal option. They'll take a chance at 3 points, trying to trim this lead back down to 2 points.
And that's a veteran move. Sophie Hayes just taking the free points that are available. But that's a really big moment for this Tide scrum to get a scrum penalty there against a vaunted Fraser Valley forward pack. And again, a potential momentum shift there if they can stay on top of this, get the points in, and close this deficit.
Looking to add the 3 points, not successful this time, pushed out beyond the right-hand post. 22-meter dropout will be the restart.
And I think about that as well. You might have missed the kick, but you're still going to be receiving the ball from a 22 dropout. And the Island team has shown when the play is broken, they are actually at their best. So unless this Valley team has practiced these 22s or these goal line dropouts, we might be actually giving the Island a pretty good spot here to attack. But we shall see.
So important, the dropout. Going to the middle, forcing the handling error. Fraser Valley advance up the field with another scrum.
Cameron Howlett using the very rare missile drop kick.
Definitely making it hard for the person receiving the ball. That ball coming straight at you.
The spiral drop kick is very rarely used, probably perfected on the backyard with Brady Howlett, who let me know yesterday that he does actually have bigger biceps than his sister Cameron and can do more push-ups. So for people back at home, Brady, just letting everyone know, Brady can do more push-ups than Cameron.
A Howlett family battle in the backyard, surely in the off-season. Fraser Valley able to correct their issues at scrum time. Getting the ball back to the pocket, looking to go to the air. Kick chase comes through, lots of pressure to the breakdown. Counter ruck comes through from the Fraser Valley. Crimson Tide hang on.
Well done by the winger to corral that ball. Big shots.
Big shot coming in from Sasha McKee. Still with it. The Crimson Tide looking to get over halfway. Anderton Teasdale going wide. Well read by Emily Brett. Clinical defense, tackle, jackal combination. Fraser Valley winning the penalty for holding on.
And I think the Tide's going too fast for their own good. Kind of getting isolated there. And that's a great job by Savannah Pelche, just getting over the ball. We saw it a lot yesterday in her game. She's quite active around the breakdown.
Fraser Valley trying to throw caution to the wind here, showing everyone here and the referee that they believe they're dominant at scrum time, Jake. Taking the scrum option, leaving the line-out option to the side.
And it's a big mental game as well. Knowing you've got to go back in there, you just were on your back foot, now you've got to do it all over again. It's really hard to scrummage.
Closing in on 27 minutes to play. Fraser Valley, good front foot ball from the scrum. Looking to go wide. Looking for space around the edge. Good back three interplay. Hibbs in support. To Defana. Great offload. Finds McKee. Slowed up a little bit in defense. Good effort from the Crimson Tide. Numbers out wide if they use it for the Fraser Valley. Just a bit too slow there, Jake.
Just a bit slow. This is going to suit the Valley, though. They're fine getting multiple carries. They're going to probably try and get this ball to Allie Dobson, I imagine, right here.
Building phases, asking questions of the defense again and again are the Fraser Valley Venom. Playing inside the Crimson Tide 22. Bounce pass going to hand. Emily Brett with the offload. Hibbs in support. To Devana once again, stepping off the left. Big clean out coming in from Tesoro. McKee takes them on with the pick and go. Held in the tackle. Holding on is the decision. Crimson Tide get the ball back and will surely look for touch.
Just big physical carries.
Finding the touchline. Crimson Tide, they'll have the throw in just outside their own 22. Looking to launch from here.
One big area that the some of the front row players on the Valley team have really been shining. Little dirty work area, those clear outs, and just creating that space behind, slowing that fold, those little dark arts perhaps. Those things are really, maybe not on the score sheet, but they're really big to the success of your team.
Knocking the jackler backwards onto the ground, making it very difficult for that defense to fold and connect. Big contest coming in from the Venom. They've got the ball. They've got the territory. Hibbs, route one.
Pelche again with the steal to generate this. We'll see what they look to do with it.
Stepping out of another tackle. Bumping off a defender is Ali Dobson. Gets the leg drive going. To Devana, inside to McGee. McKee keeps them going forward. Emily Brett off the left foot. Can't find a way through. Building momentum, building phases. Are the Venom. Ali Dobson once again. Bit isolated. Manages to hang on to the ball. Pass eventually going to hand. Fraser Valley still on attack. Sasha McGee. Quick offload onto the support runner, keeping this defense guessing. Taparo with the offload.
Well done by Howlett to get that ball. She was isolated, get that ball off.
Howlett keeping the feet active, keeping the ball alive. Turned
stolen.
over now by the Crimson Tide. They'll look to go right straight away. Hibbs hunting for the ball. Crimson Tide.
Lots of space in the backfield here, Chris.
Trying to use that space. Looking for the bounce. Hibbs needs support. Great clean out once again coming in from the Valley. Able to consolidate possession. Howlett looks for space in behind. Bit of space here for the Crimson Tide.
Tracked well by Hibbs.
Anna Hibbs wins the race, makes the tackle. Crimson Tide still with the ball. Up to the halfway line.
Some big carries coming in here. Pulled out the back. It's
Anderton
Teasdale.
Teasdale. Great basic skills under pressure by Anderton Teasdale time and time again, keeping her side going forward. Rewarded with the penalty. Fraser Valley off their feet.
And they're going right away, Chris. Just trying to keep that pace really high.
No hesitation.
Oh!
Big tackle coming in from Sasha McKee, just above the shoulder line, says Blatt Janmet. Crimson Tide will have the penalty.
Time's off.
Substitutions coming in. Davenport back into the game. Lots of communication between the players at this stoppage. We do have a flag out from assistant referee Webster.
Players beckoning for water. Credit to them again. This has been a lot of rugby. This is probably some of the longest games some of these athletes would have been playing coming from high school. It's hot. It's very competitive. Big physical hits, collisions.
Referee Blatt Janmet Assistant referee Webster.
Okay, thanks.
Sharing information.
That clock's closed, but can I just come chat to you for a second? We've just had a number of penalties now as you guys are under pressure.
Ladjemit just
I need you guys to come back around. We've had a
issuing the warning to the Fraser Valley.
So I'll give you a second. I just need that penalty count to come back.
Penalty count starting to mount up against them.
And again, when you're on that back foot, you can feel the tide starting to build a little bit of momentum. The Valley needs to just slow the game down in a way that they can control, but they're just giving away a couple penalties. We'll see how they react here. Big collision between those two, Woods and McKee.
Liza Woods keeping her side moving forward. Lost in contact, all backwards, says the referee, but the Fraser Valley first to the ball. Off the right foot, kick chase, puts the pressure on the Crimson Tide. Fraser Valley win the ball back. They'll have the throw into the scrum.
And maybe not how Emily Brett drew that kick up, but it works out and they get a scrum. And this plays to the Valley. And being able to slow this down, take a breather, take a scrum.
Okay, just a hold. Do you have a sub?
Fraser Valley looking to continue their forward surge at scrum time. Looking to build, looking to get out of their own half.
Crouch!
Looking to make this mountain for Crimson Tide to climb just a little bit higher. 20 minutes to go, 5 points in it. Davenport takes it on at first receiver, finds Hibbs. Hibbs, well dealt with the fend, keeping the legs moving.
No hands now.
Not going to ground easily.
Yeah, retreat first.
Off the right foot from Emily Brett. Counter-attack
To play here.
coming in from the Crimson Tide.
Release is good.
Big moment in this game, Jake. Anderton Teasdale.
Jones.
Tip pass. Jones looks for support.
No goal, no.
Needs it and gets it. Crimson Tide deeper and deeper into this Fraser Valley 22. Now playing with penalty advantage. Now have the free
line.
hit. Looking for the ball in the offload is Anderton Teasdale, not getting it. Back to the penalty. Fraser Valley caught offside. Decision time here, Jake.
And you can see how the momentum of this game is starting to just filter into the fatigue. They're going quick.
They go with the quick tap. Bit disorganized in attack. Fraser Valley able to scramble.
Oh, she's got,
very
looked like
close
she might
to
have got
the
it
line.
across. Hayes to Mycroft.
Croft in the corner. Hayes unselfishly goes through the hands. They exploit the space. They exploit the mismatch. Try time. Crimson Tide hit back.
And Chris, I feel like you could critique either side, but this has just been a great display of rugby on both sides. Both teams leaving it all out there. A couple penalties going each other's ways. But again, this is just a build-up. When the Tide plays quickly, it suits them, and it puts that Valley team on the back foot, and you can see the fatigue starting to build. It's really hard to defend multiple phases when you're giving away penalties. It's very, very hard. The Valley just need to shut them down like they're able to do. I hope maybe kick a little bit deeper off the kickoff, pin them, get a kick, and then just play their rhythm of game. A very tough conversion here for Hayes, but it's her home field.
Massive conversion for Hayes, looking to put her side into the lead for the first time in the second half. Hayes leaves the ball short, deadlocked at 17 points each, just over 17 minutes to play. Game on.
And this kickoff is going to be pivotal, Chris. We'll see. I know there's over 15 minutes left in this game. But how this goes, can they pin them deep? Can they get the ball back? Can the Tide keep the pressure mounting on this Valley team? It's all to play for, but something tells me this will be a big tell on how this game will turn. that was, if you could hear that, the Valley does need this ball to score. One of the fans has let us know.
Can't score without the ball.
It's true.
Going deep with the Fraser Valley. Crimson Tide attacking from their own half.
Gwen Lilly-Jones had a great game just finding a little bit of space. Nice tip ball by Stanley, finds Mycroft.
Mycroft able to keep the ball alive. Edgerton Teasdale, good clean out and support. Out the back option, goes to hand despite hitting the ground. Creates a bit of space on the left edge. Hannah Hibbs has something to do here. Offload out the tackle. Keeps the Crimson Tide going forward.
And right now the bounce of the ball is going the Tide's way.
Hometown bounces aplenty here on Vancouver Island. On Canada Field at Shawnigan Lake School. Crimson Tide working through the phases against this physical Fraser Valley
Shooter.
defense. Well read. Emily Brett steps in, takes the pass. Good reaction time in transition from Crimson Tide, minimizing the damage there.
Read well by Brett. She's made a name for herself doing that in multiple levels of rugby.
Playing
Just a bit
under penalty
predictable
advantage now. Lots of space, 3-on-1, ball goes over the top. Flat from the hand, says the referee. Play on is the call. Tackle just short of the line.
Big shot.
Crucial tackle coming in from the Crimson Tide. Counter ruck, not quite what they needed. Titifano off the right foot. Back into traffic.
Yeah, we are just going to stop it. We have a player down. Time's off. Let's go back.
Player down injured for the Fraser Valley Venom. Time off, says referee Blatjamet.
And that's another momentum shift there. Emily Brett, big time players doing big time things. Reads the play really well. And look at that, they went from on their back foot, just on one side of half, to now inside the 5.
Coming onto the field, Cypress, Desormeaux, Schmidt.
And we know she's got gas.
One of those crossover athletes, Jake. Played a lot of hockey, played a lot of soccer. Coming into the game, seeing if she can exploit some of those tired bodies on the edge.
And it's great to see the player get up.
Start with the scrum for gold as they were in possession.
Blatjamet stopping the game with the injured player in the way of play. Giving the ball back to the team in possession. The Fraser Valley, they'll have the put into the scrum on the 5-meter line. Massive moment for both teams here.
And this is a hard spot to defend from. Obviously on their goal line, we know the dominance that's been shown at times from this Fraser Valley front row. See what Lene Davenport at 10 and Emily Brett have cooked up here for the Fraser Valley.
One thing to mention, Jake Dobson is locked into this scrum. We'll have to wait at least a phase to get a carry in her favorite area of the field.
The 5-meter merchant, the signature spot for Allie Dobson. But they have so many dangerous people here with the ball, and it allows people like Allie Dobson to be put into the right space for her to use her particular set of skills, like scoring tries.
Taking their time to set up this scrum. Referee Blatjamet calls them in. In goes the ball, down goes the scrum. Penalty, collapsing, just getting a bit too long, was Allie Dobson. Not able to keep her feet underneath her. Penalty to the Crimson Tide.
And that is a huge moment for this Tide team. Again, they came in here with a lot of pressure and a lot of questions being asked. The scrum had a little bit of some hiccups against the Wave team yesterday, but they looked to be handled themselves very well against this very skilled and strong front row as Anderton Teasdale finds some space. A little bit of a get out of jail free card here. They're still in dangerous spot here, Chris. Still in the 22.
Finding the safety of the touchline. Very much not out of jail yet, the Crimson Tide. They'll have to get this line out sorted to get their hands back on the ball. DeFano comes in the line. Great line out options for the Fraser Valley. Poppy Elcock in there as well. Overthrow. Falls into Fraser Valley hands.
Big shot from Stanley.
Stanley trying to get her side on the front foot in defense. Sinclair takes the ball in. Davenport waiting patiently on the right edge. Ball going out the back into the hands of Hannah Hibbs. Offload finds the hands of the Crimson Tide defense, just stepping a foot into touch while holding the ball. Fraser Valley get the ball back and will have the throw into the lineout.
And as a fan of rugby, I really enjoyed watching the Hannah Hibbs and Belle Rousseau matchup at the 13th spot. Two great players. But here it is again, Leslie DeParo, some pressure on this throw. It's execution time here for both teams.
DeParo waiting for the call from her teammates. Going to the front. Good lift from McKee and Ollie Dobson. Looking for space, going herself! Just held short of the line are the Fraser Valley. Just too much pressure, too much momentum. Try time. Where did that come from, Jake Teal?
Just a little bit of a maybe eagerness from that Tide team, just pushing up. Emily Sinclair scraping across, finds a gap, gets him on the back foot, and they're just able to capitalize. Again, we still have tons of time to play, but this Valley team operating so well when they have any bit of momentum, Chris. And they're just able to generate it in such unique ways with these big, strong ball runners, dominant tackles.
Well, scrum time hasn't gone exactly to plan from a Fraser Valley perspective, but they're able to adapt, they're able to scramble, they're able to continue to apply pressure using their big carriers, using support. It's not a great strike from Hibbs there, not her best effort. Hitting the crossbar, that could prove crucial. 5 points the lead.
And we'll see what the Tide opt to do here. If they try to pin them a little bit deeper, or they go for a contestable kick. They haven't been super successful with their kickoffs. A couple of slices, if you recall the start of the game. But again, this is a big moment. This is where the Valley can stamp their name on the game by just being clinical here, retaining the ball, building pressure.
Into the final 10 minutes. Going shallow, not able to hang on to the ball. Sasha McGee turns away, keeps her head up, looking forward to the next job at scrum time. Crimson Tide, huge opportunity here.
And that might have been a bit of a commentator's curse, Chris. But again, it's these big moments. And this is really beneficial for these players, especially the ones going off to play U Sports, senior rugby across BC. This is where you kind of learn how to play and how to operate in these close games. Very, very, very important in a young athlete's journey to learn how to deal with this pressure. And we'll see how they react here. We know McKee has a lot of strength in this scrum. We'll see if she can make it back up here. Ella Houdon back in at 9.
DeParo. Dobson. McKee looking to put their mark on this game at scrum time in that Fraser Valley front row. Great scrum from the Crimson Tide. Working together to secure the ball. Looking to go over the top. Bit of space here for the Crimson Tide. Ball comes flat out the hands. Stepping into touch are the Crimson Tide. Fraser Valley hang on.
And that's the right idea from the Tide. Trying to stretch them, a little two-phase attack plan, trying to get them out wide to their speed. We've seen what they're able to do when they're able to stretch them, but the Valley does a great job, a valiant effort defending this team. Stretching, covering the whole field. And this far into the game, Chris, it's quite impressive.
Finding the unconventional target is DeParo through the lineout. Valley trying to work into their shape, trying to get out of their own 22.
Let's use it, 9. No.
Big
Free
pressure
one.
comes in from the Crimson Tide. A bit too eager, giving away that penalty, Jake.
Your chasers were offside.
Not what they wanted to do in that position.
It's definitely, again, we speak a little bit about the get out of jail free card. And this is smart from the Valley. They're not rushing to get that ball. And they're going for a scrum here, Chris.
Trying to manage the clock, trying to exploit their strength in the scrum. 7 minutes to go.
When they're doing a caterpillar like that,
5 points the lead. Fraser Valley will look to build from here. Crimson Tide. Time not on their side. Looking to get their hands on the ball. Looking to reply in this championship match.
See Brett lined up at first receiver. Davenport stacked behind. We know they've looked to play through Brett to set that platform. She's had a great game, getting a lot of front foot carries.
Emily Brett communicating to the backs outside. Something on here for the Valley. Reset, says Blanchaman. Just asking for a bit more space before the set call. So important so the players can get their feet, knees, and hips in that ideal pushing position, Jake.
Scrum safety is paramount, and I have to say, referee Justine's done a fantastic job today, making sure these scrums are working, and they're safe, and they're effective.
Blanchaman seen a few scrums in her day from the scrum half position at UVic, at West Shore. Now with the whistle in this critical moment. Big scrum coming in from the Fraser Valley forward pack. Looking to release Desermo Schmidt on the left wing.
This Valley team's got some space wide. They opt to keep it tight. Very condensed defensive line from the Tide team.
Generate and go forward. McKee using the tip option, met well in defense by the Crimson Tide. Up close to the 10-meter line, Dobson looks to release through the kicking game. Bit of space on the left-hand side.
There goes Gatto.
Hibbs is beaten. Gatto just loses her footing. Not quite able to lift the ball with the Fraser Valley. Crimson Tide still with possession.
Big carry from Jones.
Outside the 22-meter area. Emily Brett, just a moment of ill discipline. Ball still in the ruck there, deciding to tackle the scrum half, Jake. How critical could that prove to be?
I mean, this is, again, with 5 minutes left, this close to the line, you can't be too eager, and it comes back to maybe chasing the game. At a moment like this, as tempting as it might be to try and change the path of the game, it's almost better just to wait, slow that down. Valley's been showing that they can defend quite well, so trusting your defense. But those little moments, Chris, are what makes up this game, and especially a 5-point game with under 5 minutes. Tide's gonna run it.
Looking to run it once again. Looking to release those dangerous backs.
A great carry.
Fraser Valley connecting well in defense. Anderton Teasdale hit hard as the ball was released. Anderton Teasdale in support. Great strength in the clean out. Driving the legs.
Oh, got space.
Desermo should have just pinched in off the wing. Giving the space for the Crimson Tide. On the edge. Try time. We're all tied up, Jake Teal.
Oh, you gotta love it, Chris. And I know overtime means penalty kicks, Chris. So that also gets me excited. But what a game. We've been treated to a wonderful game, a back and forth, a display of great rugby, and that's just amazing job. I have to say, I thought the Tide was a little bit broken there, throwing the ball around, but they have so many athletes across the board that just know how to play rugby. Shayla Steig at the lock, rolls around the corner, sets up Bel Russo, who puts Savannah King into the corner. It's a very hard space to defend. The Valley defenders just weren't able to cover the field, leaving their winger in a ton of space. And again, we have a very hard kick here for Sophie Hayes. She got close in the last one. It's a very acute angle. But the pressure is mounting, Chris, with almost under 3 minutes to go.
Sophie Hayes looking to put her side into the lead. Just over 3 minutes to play. Hayes dealing with a crosswind. Just leaves it to the left. 22-22, under 3 minutes to go. Jake, it's all on here.
Well, we've seen last time the Valley kicked off, it works out. Both teams struggling to really contain the ball post kickoff. So this will be a big moment. We'll see where Lene Davenport elects to kick off. Under 3 minutes left here, Chris. As a man who loves a little bit of chaos, I do really hope we might get a little bit of extra time penalty kickoff here, Chris.
Well, as we mentioned before, these athletes have played 70 minutes. That is the maximum game time in a day for this age category. Extra time cannot be played. Should we get to full time with a tied score, we will go to a kicking competition.
A bit high on that shot.
High tackle coming in from the Fraser Valley. Penalty advantage for the Crimson Tide. Not coming. Crimson Tide, opportunity here to get on the front foot.
And I imagine they're going to elect to kick for touch. They've struggled a little bit trying to find it. But they've also just played most of their penalties. And they do it again, Chris.
And once again, going to the tap option.
Stick to your guns. Jones has had a great carrying game. She looks to offload.
Carries, offloads, chaos has been the brand of this Crimson Tide side.
And this Valley team would really just does them a lot of pleasure if they just are patient. Lovely job shifting the ball, and there goes King.
King up the right wing. One to beat, Desamore Schmidt. Great cover tackle comes in. Crimson Tide needs support. Penalized off feet were the Fraser Valley.
Frantic stuff here, Chris.
Massive opportunity here, Jake. Back to the tap, they'll go Shirley.
An incredible effort from Cyprus there on the wing. Savannah King looked gone. That tracking speed, oh, and here we go.
Taking a page out of Fraser Valley's book, going Route 1 of the Crimson Tide. Desperate to get out of the way are the Fraser Valley tacklers.
Oh, no.
Intercept comes in, well hung on to, under pressure. Fraser Valley survived this onslaught of Crimson Tide attack. 40 seconds to go, Jake.
And they've got to go the full field here, Chris. I don't know what they're going to look to do. They're looking to play through their forwards, a big physical carry. The Tide team's tired. Little time left, and Davenport elects to kick it. You can hear some of the fans are not happy with the exit.
Very tough to play from there, Jake.
Yeah, and I don't know what they. One might ask what the fans here might have wanted them to do. But again, with this little amount of time, and when you're stuck 5 meters away, almost 10 meters away from your goal line, it's a pretty tough ask. And this line out, see if it operates well. Pressure comes in.
Going to the front, big contest coming in. Well hung on to. Crimson Tide looking to put a finish on this game. Pass not going to hand. Ball's gone backwards.
Great
footwork.
footwork.
Out of the tackle. Gatto gets the offload away. Anderton Teasdale looks to release the backs. Good interplay from the forwards as well. Crimson Tide inside the 22, playing with penalty advantage. Finding the edge. Desamore Schmidt managing to hang on. Crimson Tide able to keep the ball alive through the offload. 10 meters from the line now.
I'm sweating, Chris. I'm sweating watching this.
Here they come, the Crimson Tide, looking for a way through. Looking to claim the win.
Space wide.
Space, numbers, can they use it? Ball goes to the edge. The touchline is the winner in the end. Still time, says referee Blatt Janmat. Oh, Jake, we're in for one here.
And Chris, the idea is right there from Stanley. Triple pump. Just a tough pass to throw. But you can't knock either team. They're sticking to their guns. They're sticking to what's got them here. And this is, it surely isn't too much time. We don't have access to Justine's watch here, so we don't know how much time's left, but this is an important line out. Oh
Pressure
my
comes
goodness.
through, scooped up with the hometown bench for the Crimson Tide. Inside the 5-meter line, massive contest at the breakdown. Ball moves wide, Anderson Teasdale with the offload. Bounce pass goes. Cypress Smith tries to cover. She won't get there. Try time. Crimson Tide. Jake, have they won the game? Waiting for the signal from Black Jamet. Try confirmed. The substitutes are on the field. We're waiting for that final whistle.
And there it is, Chris.
They elect not to take the conversion because the game is over. The Crimson Tide, in expired time, manage to just hang on. 27-22, Crimson Tide. What a game, Jake.
An epic game, both sides leaving it all on the field. You have to feel for this Valley team. They were incredible today, all across the board. We were just treated to a masterclass of run and gun rugby. We had highs, we had lows. But that's the part of sport, Chris. We got winners, we have losers, unfortunately. The Valley players can hold their heads high. What a game.
Well, both teams take a bow. Crimson Tide coming up the narrow winners. Fraser Valley, what an effort across 2 days, 140 minutes of rugby. They are to be proud of themselves. Crimson Tide will take home the winners' medals. Jake, a tough job for you and your coaching staff for the 19 Bears to decide on who gets on that plane to Calgary.
I predict a sleepless night for myself tonight, Chris. But this is what we want across all the Bears teams. We want hard decisions. So many players putting their hands up. Just speaks to the quality of player that we're developing on the female side and on the male side right now. Great rugby. This is the rugby we want to play, that fun, exciting brand. So I'm just really excited to select a crew and head off to Calgary and hopefully continue this winning train.
Once again, for Jake Teal, I'm Chris Asmuth. Thank you for joining us for this fantastic day of rugby here on Finals Day at the Provincial Rugby Championships here on Shawnigan Lake's beautiful campus on Vancouver Island. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to the final match of the 2025 Provincial Regional Championships. This is the under 19 boys final. Playing left to right on your screen in the blue jerseys, the Vancouver Wave. Playing right to left, wearing black are the interior, coached by Jamie McKenzie. Vancouver Wave wasting no time, getting on the front foot from the kickoff. Just losing the ball in contact. Interior, get their hands on the ball. Wave looking to hold them up in contact, looking to slow the ball down. Good leg drive coming in.
Advantage over from the knock-on.
Advantage over, just as referee Thorpe says the words. The ball's charged down into touch. Interior on the back foot, but do have the throw into the line out.
You're there. Line up set.
Messy ball at the back, well dealt
Take
with.
him back.
The interior looking to exit from their own end goal, finding the safety of the touchline. Great attacking line-out opportunity for Vancouver. Graham Turner's side looking to stamp their authority on this final match.
Line up set.
Going to the back. Taku Contreras finds his man. Going back against the grain are the Wave. Bit of space to exploit. Turnbull tries to go to the foot. A little bit too long, playing under penalty advantage with the free hit. They'll go back to the penalty. Offside, says referee Thorpe. Big opportunity for these athletes to put their hand up for selection. Coach Hitchborn and the BC Bears under 19 coaching staff looking on. Tough decisions to make to decide who will get on that plane to Calgary for the Canadian Rugby Championships. Toku Contreras waiting for the call, gets it, goes to the back again. Outstretched arm from Brett Nash, setting the line out. Quick pull out to the left side by Breck Ball, finding a streaking Evan Palmer off the wing. Opening try, Vancouver Wave. An aura of inevitability about that try. Lots of pressure coming in from the Wave. Valiant effort in defense from the interior. Too much space, too much time in the end. Finished off 5 points to the Wave. Bit of running repairs for Brett Nash. As the conversion is just pushed out to the left-hand side of the post. Interior looking to hit back off this kickoff. Frey going with the contestable option. Leap into the air. Tateyama just unable to control it. Ball goes into touch. Line out Vancouver Wave. Several line-out options for the Vancouver Wave. Big, tall bodies. Markart, Boldma, Lucas Heaps, Ethan Booth. Getting up over the gain line straight away. One-handed offload from Noah Merker. Ball. Service to Merker. Merker goes wide. Interior penalized. We'll shift gears over to the presentation for the under-19s Provincial Rugby Championship finalists. Narrowly coming short, the Fraser Valley. Congratulations, the coaching staff, the players, the parents, everyone who made this effort possible from this formidable Fraser Valley Venom side. Back to the action. Vancouver Wave still in attack. Merker looking for the 50-22. Not quite getting it. Straight into touch. Enterprising start for the Wave. Interior will have the throw into the line out, into the Waves half.
Line out here, straight out on the floor. Right here.
They'll look to open their account in the attacking category. Quick pause to congratulate our under-19 girls champions in the 2025 Provincial Regional Championships with a thrilling last-minute win. The Vancouver Island Crimson Tide. Massive effort, so many players putting their hand up. Players from across university programs, UBC, the University of Victoria, many of whom hoping that Coach Jake Teal taps them on the shoulder for BC Bear selection at the upcoming Canadian Rugby Championships. Once again, thrilling result. Congratulations, Vancouver Island Crimson Tide. Back to the boys final. Into the 22. The Vancouver Wave. Wave after wave of ball carriers. Interior, bending but not breaking. Through the phases. Kicking behind from ball. Just overcooked. The ball goes dead. Interior, elect to go with the 22 dropout. Coach Damien McKenzie's charges, eager to get their hands on the ball, but first they need to get out of their own half. Frey decides to go with the deceptive option. Not quite getting it right was Ben Carroll. The 22 restart has to be a drop kick. The foot hit the ball before the ball hit the ground, giving Vancouver Wave the scrum. Enterprising stuff from the interior, just not the execution they were looking for. Looking to put their mark on the game. Blackwood, Taku Contreras, Newman in that Wave front row. Looking to disrupt. Christian, Percival, Vidoric in the interior front row as they get the shove on. Counter drive coming in from the Wave, well dealt with that attacking scrum. Looking to the edge, freeing the ball. Evan Palmer. Trying to keep the ball alive are the Wave. Stopped in defense for the moment by the interior. Injecting off the line, Brett Nash. Leg drive, getting the ball away. Another offload, Ethan Booth keeping the ball alive. Liam James once again with the offload, finding a way through. Vancouver Wave, try time. Liam Turnbull linking up with his center partner. Vancouver Wave add another one to their tally. So many minutes of action this weekend, 140 for each of these players, playing 2 games in 2 short days, employing the squad of 24 players, critical for both Coach Turner and Coach McKenzie. Wave trying to manage their squad, trying to keep the subs rolling over. Interior showing their depth. Few changes in the starting lineup today after their big win yesterday over Vancouver Island. Conversion goes wide. Score remains Vancouver Wave 10. Interior no score. Looking to hit back off the restart. Referee Thorpe, assisted by Justine Blatt-Jamet, just coming off a final with the whistle herself. Both Doug Thorpe, Justine Blatt-Jamet, heading to Calgary, selected for the Canadian Rugby Championships. Big tournament for them this weekend and upcoming in a few weeks' time. Almost turned over, and it is turned over. Vancouver Wave able to get the jackal. Desperate defense. Lucas Townsend with the honors.
Always inside.
Off the left foot, Liam James finding a bit of space in the backfield. Play on, says the referee. Ball not traveling clearly forward from the hands.
Tackle.
Isaac Harrison takes it into contact. Looking around the left end, bit of indecision from the interior here. Able to secure the ball in any case. Carroll looks right, goes left. Finding the safe hands of George Frey, who takes it up himself. Carroll marshalling the troops, shouting out orders, getting the forwards into those good carrying positions. The interior still with possession, going through the phases, not looking to exit, trying to tire this Wave defense. All backwards, says the referee. Carroll.
Taken back.
Looking to release the backs. Offload not quite going to hand from the interior.
Dead knocked on.
Double knock on. Wave will have to put into the scrum.
Stop. Mark here.
Early substitution coming in for the interior. Jude Norland takes a breather. Theodore Phillips into the fray. Ball finds Liam Turnbull.
Forward.
Just as the referee is taken out, pass going forward from the hands. Interior escape.
Forward.
They'll get the throw into the scrum inside their own 22. Enterprising stuff from the Wave. Not quite getting it right that time. Carroll trying to show his backline where the space is.
Up, we're full set.
Referee Thorpe not happy with the space at bind.
Mark's here, left.
Players need to have space to come together at set in order to get into that ideal pushing position.
Oh, there wasn't an early push. Let's just make sure we have the gap for them, right?
Such an important area of the game for these athletes. Looking to continue to develop their skills.
Crouch! Bind!
Carroll,
Set!
poised to put the ball in, feeds his side. Under a bit of pressure,
Yeah, it's 9 right there. Leaves it.
well dealt with from Evan Fedorik on the tight end side for the interior. As Viserovic gets his first carry of the game, bundled into touch.
Touch.
Tenacious defense
Line out.
from the Vancouver Wave.
Slack your front there.
Evan Palmer with the big tackle
Move,
on his
your
opposite
front.
number,
Here's your mark.
winning the ball back through the tackle into touch.
Line out, set.
Taku Contreras looking to hit his man, goes to the back once again, pinpoint precision with the throw. James, Turnbull, connecting in the centers. Merker finds Turnbull, getting rid of multiple tacklers. Vancouver Wave, too much pressure, too much power. They're in for their third. "15 minutes gone here. It's been all Wave. Interior need to get their hands back on the ball. Lucas Townsend lining up the conversion 5 meters from the left-hand touchline. Looking to add to this lead and bring it out to 17 points. Townsend, head down over the ball, just missing. 15 points the lead. Interior to restart. Jogging up to the line, this interior side under tremendous pressure in the early going. Trying to get on the front foot, trying to get back into this game. Frey goes short.
10, play on!
Ball just getting to the 10-meter line. Excellent regather by the interior. They've got their tails up. They're on the front foot. Theodore Phillips punches forward. Carroll into the attacking option. Austin Davis. Looking for options is George Frey. Met in a big crunching tackle from Leighton Markart. Another crunching tackle coming in from the Wave. The interior hang on to the ball. Carroll looking for space in behind. Well read by Townsend. Townsend looks to go himself. Links up with Liam James. Liam James, so good, ball in hand. Crunching tackle coming in. Merker, just as he kicks the ball, tackled, big pressure from the interior. Lineout will come all the way back from where the ball was kicked.
Yeah, I've just joined the
Blue front.
Can you hear me, Chris? Yeah, just joined Chris Asmus here with the color call. Just presenting some medals, but I see by the scoreboard it's 15-0 here for the Vancouver side. Just witnessing that little breakout there. Obviously, they're playing some nice, expensive rugby.
Expensive, tenacious so far, getting the offloads going, using the kicking game. Interior doing everything they can to contain these threats in the Vancouver backline. The likes of Turnbull, James, Palmer, Townsend, Taku Contreras. Again to the back, finds his man. Liam Turnbull gets his side moving forward.
Nah, you stayed in the way.
Not rolling away, says referee Thorpe. Wasting no time is ball. Looking to find some edge forwards, get them into the game. Leighton Marquardt with the carry.
Referee playing advantage there
Never
from
10.
they weren't back 10 from the original penalty. You could almost call that cynical and think about a card, but I'm glad he didn't at this stage.
Always difficult decisions in defense when you're in those positions. Do you make the tackle? Do you trust the person outside of you? And then decision time for the referee.
Yeah.
Did that stop an attacking movement? Does that warrant more than a penalty?
Yeah, for sure. All that comes into play. But at the same time, you know, as a rugby player, and this is representative of rugby, you need to know the laws of the game and be disciplined enough to know that you can't obstruct that ball carrier there. You have to trust that there's a man in behind that is back 10.
Down, Black.
Discipline so important in these knockout games. Getting up in the air, but a bit early was Austin Davis. Vancouver tries to go for the scrum, reminded by referee Thorpe. No scrum from a free kick option. One of the law changes that came in the 2024 season. Made famous after the scrum call off of a mark by the Springboks in the World Cup final.
Right. Was that the history behind it? Why the law was adjusted? Okay.
Able to win.
Not allowing teams to slow the game down in those moments, not allowing them to use the scrum as a weapon more than the powers that be think they should. Many would disagree with that, but here we are.
Yeah. Mistouch there. Yeah.
Rides the tackle,
Oh, what a step.
steps out of one, gets the hands free. He finds no man other than Liam James. Tackled short, great covering tackle from Viserovic, keeping the interior in this game for the moment. Ball finding a charging Jonathan Newman, making no mistake, putting the ball down, scoring the try. Vancouver looking dominant here, Tim.
Yeah, that was impressive rugby for sure. The center, Liam James, he was probably 15 or 20 meters past the gain line, and then presented the ball very well, and it was a good quick ruck, and then they played just a one-off runner back to the wide side of the field, and the defense was still a little bit unorganized from that big line break, and it was a bit of an easy stroll in for the tight head prop, who was running hard. It would have taken a bit of a Herculean effort to stop him.
No stranger to these grounds. A lot of these players, Liam James included, Canada Field, here at Shawnigan Lake School, recently from training camp, from the national U20 team. So many teams, so many Canadian teams, Tim, have trained here, have played here in those crucial minutes and hours spent preparing to compete on the biggest stage.
Yeah, it's amazing that how many, you look back, how many national teams, men and women, age groups, and other international sides as well that have trained here over the years. And we're being very fortunate to be able to host them, but also to learn from them when they're here, and then also to be able to provide these facilities for those groups to train is quite an honor for us as a school and a rugby program.
And a rugby program in just a few short years celebrating its centenary.
Yeah, 2 years down the road, we'll be celebrating our rugby centenary, which is very exciting. Lots of special events planned.
Just as the interior with the fly hack, try to get on the front foot, George Frey. Counter-attack coming through. That's Evan Palmer. Evan Palmer keeping the ball alive through the pop off the floor. That's enough, says Turnbull, pumping the ball downfield.
What a nice left foot down the tram lines there, and down touch.
Finding the touch line.
Oh.
Trying to employ the quick throw in. No, says referee Thorpe, the interior will get the throw into the line out.
I think that was disallowed because the ball, he threw it in from in front of the mark, I believe. Is that the...
Correct.
Yeah.
So if he wanted to take that quick throw in, he'd have to be where the lineout would take place or anywhere behind. Thinking that might have been out on the full, but referee Doug Thorpe and assistant referee Justine Blatt-Jamet did confirm that it bounced in the field of play. Looking to exit, Townsend. Good coverage in the backfield, keeping his feet moving.
Yep. And keeping the ball alive there too. Great support play by the number 11.
High tackle coming in from Jaserovic. Vancouver Wave surely will go to the corner once again.
It's interesting. There's some really obviously talented players out here and some amazing athletic specimens. It'll be difficult for the selectors, picking the provincial team, because obviously those players also that are from BC that are away with the Howlers will come into the mix as well.
Coach Curry Hitchborn, Tom Larish, Logan Martin-Feek, they definitely have their work cut out for them.
Yes, and they just had a great win over Germany under 18s yesterday, so that's a strong group as well.
Again, into the fray is Liam Turnbull, driving his legs, keeping the ball moving forward. Brett Nash provides the continuity. Turnbull looking for help. Finds it in Merker. Merker off the right foot. The kick pass, pinpoint precision by the Vancouver Wave. Merker with the vision. Vancouver Wave with the finish. Try time.
Yeah, fantastic skill by the fly half. Saw the space, saw that the outside backs had shot up ahead, and there was space in behind, and he dropped it on a dime there for the I believe it's the winger or fullback on the wide channel there on the left hand 5-meter tram line there.
So important for these athletes, Tim, to take those moments in individual extras, showing up to the field early, staying late, working on those kicks, working on those reads that they have to make as individual players.
Yeah, that's not a fluke. That's a lot of hard practice and a lot of hours spent kicking the ball, and a lot of practice also timing your run and receiving the ball as well, which is not as easy as one might think, especially when you're under pressure and in a gold medal final game.
Speaking of pressure, touchline conversion here. Difficult one for Townsend.
Just inside the near upright, but it was a great nudge by the kicker that was not far off the mark.
Definitely looking like it had the legs. Dealing with a bit of a cross breeze here on the Canada field. The pitch itself is holding up very well.
Yeah, it was a little nervous because there was a senior men's game last night that it might get chewed up a little bit, but it seems to have held out really well, so that's great.
And well done to both the Vancouver Wave and the victorious Vancouver Crimson Tide, hanging onto the ball quite a bit. I believe there were 2 scrums in the first half, Tim.
Yeah, it was a fun game to watch. Obviously, the Tide were a little bit too strong for them. I think it was 53-17 the final score.
Big effort from the Crimson Tide last night on the senior side. Many of the players sticking around to witness this final. Those who will one day maybe take their place from these 4 sides competing in the under-19 division. Big collision comes in. Taku Contreras does very well to hang on to the ball.
Yeah, he's a hard boy. That hooker, he trucked the ball. Nice inside ball there.
Inside option as Breck Ball continues to look for options. Big clean out coming in from Leighton Markart as Vancouver continue to search forward. Ball switches the direction of play. James and Turnbull linking up once again. Evan Palmer off the left wing looking for work. Ball finds Merker. Merker.
Nice line.
Flat pass to Brett Nash. Too flat, says referee Doug Thorpe.
Hard luck.
What a treat that was to watch in the build-up.
Obviously from afar, up on the pavilion deck here, it looked like he timed that perfectly, but obviously the referee has a much better perspective and angle on the pass, and he deemed it to be a little too flat or forward, so he's calling it back for the set scrum. But what a nice timed run by the forward with a little bit of an outside in line to find the space in between that third and fourth defender.
Near pinpoint precision from the Vancouver Wave, and that's all we can ask for our refereeing team. Work hard, get into great positions so that we can follow the credible decision there. As the Interior feed the scrum under a bit of pressure, penalize the tight head prop on the far side, unable to keep his feet after that big surge forward from Jacob Blackwood.
See what they, I think they're gonna play for the line out, it looks like.
Signaling to slow the game down is Merker. Frenetic stuff from the Vancouver Wave. 25 points ahead. They still need to manage their legs because this Interior team loves to counterattack. They love the offload game like we saw yesterday. Coach Jamie McKenzie wants to keep things simple and apply pressure when they can.
Well, they have some talented athletes for sure. I think they've run up against a bit of a juggernaut here that are certainly matched them athletically, but also I think maybe a little bit more rugby savvy out there as well.
Turnbull once again gets his side moving forward with the first phase carry. Ball looking for James.
Playing the 9, part of the ruck.
Disrupted by a hand, someone part of the ruck playing the 9. That is one of the new 25-26 law changes. Anyone involved in the ruck can't play the scrum half. Try given, opportune quick tap once again.
Yeah, smart play reacting to the referee's decision, going with a quick tap there and scoring a relatively simple penalty from the mistake or a bit of lack of wind in the sail, I guess, from the Interior side is starting to feel the emotion of playing this Vancouver team, which is so strong and relentless. Really, they're not slowing down at all. If anything, they're just continuing to build and peak and attack, and their support play is outstanding. There's always numbers to the ball, and they seem to be running nice lines and providing the 9 and 10 with lots of options. So it's fun to watch.
Doing everything they can to slow down this Vancouver Wave are the Interior. Successful this time with the conversion is Townsend, bringing the score up to 32 for the Vancouver Wave. Interior no score.
Yeah, let's hope that the Interior team can keep their heads up and continue to fight and play hard. We don't want to see them just give up and then get an ugly scoreline.
Looking to find something to take into halftime with 3.5 minutes to go are the Interior. Going with the short option again, trying to get the ball back straight off the restart. Aerial skills, excellent.
Yeah, I think that was also refereed fairly too. There was a bit of a collision in midair, but they were both competing for the ball. So
pressure leading to the penalty. Interior earn the reward from referee Thorpe. Looking for the corner. Theodore Phillips calls on George Frey.
Ooh.
George Frey, bit of a miscue, but finds the unconventional route into touch. Line out Interior.
Yeah, that's not exactly the way you draw it up on the practice field, but equally as effective, I guess. They got the line out about 10 meters from the try line, so got a little bit of a lucky skip and a jump there from the ball when I got in between the two Vancouver players.
Well, we saw a few of those very interesting bounces in the under-19 girls final with the Vancouver Island Crimson Tide narrowly defeating a formidable Fraser Valley side as the Interior organize the catch and drive. Vancouver able to sack the maul, able to tackle the ball carrier and stop the Interior momentum. So hard to Murdy to stop a driving maul from that distance.
It's very difficult. Vancouver did a great job of sacking it, and unfortunate little knock on there at the back of the ruck. But to be fair, the Interior team also did well. They had a pick and go, and then I think possibly they got a little. They rush of blood there, and they moved the ball away from their support. They might have been better off doing another pick and go, just to get a few more guys up off their feet or onto their feet and provide a few more options. Maybe also down the short side if they had gone maybe one more pick and go.
big collisions all around. Lucas Heaps just getting a bit of running repairs, checking in with the athletic therapist. Referee Thorpe over to see that everything's okay. The interior first foray really into the attacking 22. Recognize and remove here. Lucas Heaps not feeling great after that collision. May have hit his head. He will be removed for the rest of the game. Unfortunate ending for him, but safety being paramount.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously you never want to see a good player come off the field in a final, but 100% this is age group rugby, and you know, these kids' health is the most important thing, and got a bit of a head knock, and they're being smart in the way they're dealing with it, and let's hope it's just a little bit of a knock and he'll be fine.
Well, and most players, Tim, I've spoken to over the years, in the moment they aren't happy, but often they thank their coaches, they thank their teammates, therapists, referees for insisting they leave the field, because they realize that they want to play another day. They want to look forward to a long, vibrant future in the game on and off the field.
And it's also, you know, they're more susceptible. That's that second impact syndrome, you know, where you've already had a bit of a knock, and then if you get a second one, it can be that much more devastating to potentially to your health. So
important. Recognize and remove, our national policy for concussion management. Contrary to popular belief for lovers of rugby, HIA or head injury assessment only available when there are match day doctors, neutral match day doctors, video replay. Only then are players put back on the field in the same game. But any game in Canada, at the community level, at the age grade performance level, recognize, remove, employed. Check out worldrugby.org. Passport, concussion management for general public. It takes 10 minutes. Very, very important for anyone around the game to be on the same page. Just as the halftime whistle sounds, Doug Thorpe calls the players in for the halftime break.
I want to as well.
Vancouver 32, interior no score. They'll look to turn it around. Don't go away.
fantastic.
What do you look for in a boarding school?
Strong academic support.
Beautiful surroundings.
A sense of belonging.
1, 2, 3, break! Leadership.
Innovation.
Experiential learning.
Look no further. Start your Shawnigan journey today.
They say it's better to step and fall than to not have stepped at all. So here we are, Vancouver Island. This is going to be my home for the next few years. I've been told it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. My parents told me to engage in every opportunity that comes my way, to grow in self-discovery, to step, to fall. Better than to not have stepped at all. Beautiful British Columbia, home.
Welcome back. I'm privileged to be joined by new BC Rugby CEO Matthew Carter here at Shawnigan Lake School with sight of Canada Field at the 2025 Provincial Regional Championships. Matthew, what have you seen so far this weekend? What do you take away from this experience?
I think the main thing I've seen this weekend is some great rugby. It's been superb. So we've got the under-19 boys playing at the moment, but the under-19 girls final was fabulous, as was the under-17 girls. So it's been a superb event. The weather's been very kind to us, and yeah, it's been great. It's been obviously my first event that I've seen since taking over the role at BC Rugby. But yeah, I've loved every minute of it.
3 age categories, 6 divisions in totals, under 15s, under 17s, under 19s. Just looking forward to the future. how important are these events, not only from us at BC Rugby, but to these athletes and growing the game in the community?
I think they're incredibly important. I think we need to grow the game within BC, and obviously, hopefully, that will filter into the rest of Canada. And I think we at BC, because of our weather as well as the fact that we've got some incredible athletes, I think we can be the proponents of pushing that forward through Canada. So I think these events, you can't underestimate how important they are. They're really, really important for the kids and for the community itself.
Well, 12 months of rugby pretty much in our beautiful province, including summer competitions in the interior. The interior under 19 boys, great effort for them to get to a final, traveling massive kilometers. The 25-26 season around the corner, what are you looking forward to the most?
I'm looking forward to everything, to be perfectly honest, Chris. I mean, as you know, my background is not from rugby, so I've come into this role with a bit of a different tilt on things. So we're going to work a lot on making sure that we at BC Rugby are super professional, and that we can hopefully start to generate some good revenues, and we can pass those revenues back to the clubs and back to the sport of rugby in British Columbia. And I think, I mean, I've only been in the role for a month now, but I've already beginning to see some the green shoots that we can start to push through. And if we at BC Rugby can sort of, as I say, push that professionalism and maybe some of the resources down into the game at a lower level and then filter it all the way through, I think that's the thing that I'm most looking forward to. Month in, but you know, it's super exciting times.
Well, Matthew Carter, thanks so much on behalf of all of us who have been working throughout the weekend this tournament, yourself included. Coming up, the second half of the under-19 boys final here at Shawnigan Lake School. We'll be back.
Thank you.
What do you look for in a boarding school?
Strong academic support.
Beautiful surroundings.
A sense of belonging.
1, 2, 3, break! Leadership.
Innovation.
Experiential learning.
Look no further.
Welcome back to the second half of the under-19 boys final of the 2025 Provincial Regional Championships here on Canada Field at Shawnigan Lake School. The Vancouver Wave playing in those blue jerseys, playing from right to left on your screen. The interior side, coached by Jamie McKenzie in the black jerseys, playing left to right. The interior trying to get a foothold in this game, down by 32 points. Great effort yesterday to get into the final. They're looking to punch their impact into this game. Getting up over the halfway, just tackled into touch. Tim Murdy, what have you noticed from the first half?
Well, just the I guess the talent, but the relentlessness of the Vancouver side, which was just nonstop and continuing to play hard and aggressive and put the interior team under pressure. It was impressive. Their effort and competitiveness, I think, was probably what stood out the most to me.
As Taku Contreras continues his 100% record from the line out. Great kick in behind from Liam Turnbull. Keeping the side moving forward. Happy to play without the ball are this Vancouver Wave side.
Yeah, it's very South African-like, you know, to make the other team play with the ball deep in their own end, and then, you know, create your opportunity through defensive pressure and then making them pay. You can see the line is really organized. The blue wall coming up there.
What a wave of defense. Is a big carry coming in from the interiors. Chaz Zimmer. Once again, Brendan Christian, the captain, leading from the front. Frey, bit of an ill-advised option to Theodore Phillips.
Oh, that was unlucky.
Knock on forced from that pressure coming in from the Vancouver Wave.
Yeah, Liam James got a little bit lucky there. He shot in from the outside center position, and you know, the unfortunate little knock on there. Otherwise, there was a bit of a line break on there for them.
Well, they get the ball back here, the Vancouver Wave.
I think I'll just, Chris, I may be doing some medals. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Tim. Tim will join us in a few moments as Breck Ball looks to feed his side.
Bind. Set.
Vancouver Wave scrum, holding steady so far. Ball finds Turnbull. Turnbull over to James. James links up with Townsend. Townsend finding a streaking Braxton Hawthorne. Footwork, magic. Liam James, too much for the interior. Try time. This interior defense not falling off tackles necessarily, but just unable to cope with the speed of the offload. Forwards getting around the corner. Options left and right for each ball carrier. And when those aren't on, Turnbull using the left foot to perfection. Townsend, tough weekend from the tee. Looking to add to his tally from the left-hand side of the post. Once again, just pulls the ball to the left.
Looks like I missed a Vancouver try there. Chris, what happened?
Building through phases, patience, unselfishness, offloading, eventually finished off by a bit of footwork. Scoring on the edge. Unable to add the extras is Townsend, but the score remains 37 for the Vancouver Wave. Frey with the restart.
Nice hands.
Unconventional spiral bomb restart.
Yes.
Great hands from Chris McGregor in jersey 14.
They're still playing.
Turnbull, again, trying to get his hands free for the offload.
Yep.
Knocked on in defense, in the tackle, says referee Thorpe. Vancouver will get the put into the scrum.
Yeah, Turnbull is he's quite a talented player for sure. I like the way he tries to push the ball through the tackle and free his hands and always looking for that offload. At times guilty of forcing it, but that's something that'll come with a little more experience. But the skill level is very impressive.
As we see just to our right, Tim, the under 17 Vancouver side with their all Argentinian coaching contingent, teaching the players those multilingual songs, encouraging their fellow region players from Vancouver, as Turnbull once again tearing up over the gain line, not afraid to get his hands free for the offload. That one not going to hand. Interior playing with scrum advantage.
Yeah, great pace and footwork though to get in that gap there by Turnbull. Yeah, the Vancouver under-17s over there being presented their medals and enjoying the just rewards of a great tournament. Fraser Valley finishing second in a hotly contested final match in the under-17s. So again, some really good rugby being played here today on the different fields.
Just as referee Thorpe looks to set this scrum, Vancouver Wave again looking hungry, wanting to add to their tally. 37 points now, 28 minutes to go. The interior not backing down. Pressure coming in from the Vancouver Wave. Interior penalized, collapsing the scrum. Too much pressure coming in from the Wave.
Yep. And the loose head prop is really feeling the results of the good scrummaging there on the tight head side by the Vancouver scrum.
Well, Captain Brendan Christian, lots of carries, lots of cleanouts, lots of work in defense. Very difficult, Tim, for those props to be playing with the ball, almost like loose forwards out there, and then having to lock down a scrum.
Oh, it's the game has evolved so much. The prop forwards have to be able to handle the ball like back row players, and that's you know, it's exhausting stuff, but that's why they're very special players and often the most difficult ones to identify and find. Couple substitutions coming on for both teams.
Dean Percival into the action for the Interior. Big performance from Percival yesterday in that semi-final victory, booking their ticket to the final game here at the 2025 Provincial Regional Championships on Canada Field at Shawnigan Lake School. Taku Contreras makes no mistake, just outside shoulder with the contest coming through from the Interior. First mistake from Taku Contreras pretty much all weekend, Tim, from the line-out throwing.
Yeah, I know that he's been very good, and their set piece has been very good. We saw yesterday that some of the teams were struggling early on with their set piece, but Vancouver was not one of them, and they get their timing right at the line-out, and they've got the weight on in the scrum. So they've done a good job, the coaches, in preparing these guys. Obviously, they've spent some time ensuring that these little timing issues are sorted out on the training field rather than during the match day.
So important, those quality minutes in training. All of these coaches have to be dialed in to maximize their time. Time being the greatest enemy of a coach, Tim.
Oh, 100%. You know, that's where you have to prioritize what is important, and the set piece is just that. It's a set piece. It is vitally important. Without that, you're just living off scraps.
Theodore Phillips carrying his side forward in his own 22. Big pressure coming in from the Wave. Forced to go to ground is Ben Carroll with the ball. Percival gets his hands on the ball for the first time. Trying to suck in some defenders from that pick and go. Winning the penalty. Tackler too slow to roll away. Getting on with things is Carroll. Good hands recovering from that pass from Theodore Phillips. Ripped away from the Vancouver Wave. Bundled into touch. Great tenacity from this Interior side. Not backing down. Trying to get something going for them on the scoreboard. Referee Thorpe setting up the line out. Matthias Corbo waits for the call. Going to the front. Contest coming in from Vancouver. Well handled by the Interior fray. Looks to engage his centers. Big contest as normal coming in from the Vancouver Wave. Those centers acting as loose forwards on the field. Love to get over the ball. Love a good jackal, Tim.
Yeah, they're very good at it. They're aggressive, and they have got good body position when they get over to jackal for the turnover. Again, obviously time that's been well spent in the training grounds.
Varying the pace, going with the quick tap are the Interior team. Connor Hopkins carries into the line, lost in contact. The Vancouver Wave back on the ball. So quick in those scramble situations. Leighton Marquardt providing the go forward. His second row partner, Brett Nash, trying to do the same but losing the ball. The Interior will have to put into the scrum.
Some good skill there by both of the locks from the Vancouver team to get offloads off, but also hard running players, which was impressive to see.
Well, plenty of hard runs, plenty of pace, but plenty of collisions here on Canada Field all weekend, capped off by this under-19 final between the Interior playing to the left of your screen, towards the right in those black jerseys. The Wave playing right to left in the blue jerseys. Carroll waiting for referee Thorpe to set the scrum. Feeds his side.
Oh, just
massive amount of pressure coming
scrum.
in.
The Interior forward pack just collapsed, crumpled underneath the weight and the pressure there from the scrum.
Tight end prop Evan Vidor doing everything he can, but that force coming in from Blackwood, Contreras, and Newman. So much power and pace coming in. Winning that penalty electing to go with the kick to touch, the line-out option. Ben Carroll doesn't want to waste time. He's gone to get the ball. He says, Taku Contreras, let's go. Let's play.
Well, that's why it looks like they're going to be a championship team. They've got the attitude and the desire, and they want to play, and they want to play at pace and, play good rugby.
Oh, a great showing for the Interior in their inaugural provincial regional championships here.
Oh, it's a fantastic accomplishment being in the final.
100% big effort from them.
Ooh.
Yesterday.
Trucked up well by Liam James there. Looks like they've loaded up the short side, but I think one of the props has decided he wants to have a go.
Looking to go himself is Jonathan Newman. Not rewarded. Ball spilt in the in-goal area. Goal line dropout. You can tell Coach Turner is already sending in some adjustments to his side. Gathered well in the air by Liam Turnbull.
High tackle.
Interior.
Right there.
Given the penalty, Vancouver not rolling away. Frenetic stuff from their own 22, Tim, this Interior side.
Yeah, I guess, they're not giving up themselves. They're trying to play and kind of a little bit of outside of the box thinking there with a short one off the goal line dropout and look for a bit of space there and an opportunity to attack. So you got to give them credit for having the courage to play like that. But again, still inside their 22, so it's a long way to go to the other end of the field.
Under a bit of pressure at line-out time, they managed to scramble possession still inside their 22, Tim.
Yeah, well, this blue wave here of the Vancouver defense is so organized and effective. They're just pushing that tackle line further and further back. Oh, they're using their foot finally to find a bit of space.
Carroll off the left foot. Manages to turn Lucas Townsend. Both wingers up, so lots of space in the backfield. Townsend under pressure. Shins it off the right boot, giving the Interior attacking ball.
Yeah, and a great, basically 45 meter gain territorially there by putting the ball behind them. The Vancouver defensive line was up pretty flat, and they only had one player deep. So the Interior kicker found a lot. It was easy to find a lot of land and opportunity there. So, and it was well chased by the Interior team. Three players coming down hard and forced the poor kick. Oh, a knock on there.
Looking for pastures green on the attacking side of the halfway line. Just unable to control that line out. Big contest coming in from the Vancouver Wave, forcing that knock on. Wave will get the ball yet again with the put into the scrum.
Yeah, those are heartbreaking mistakes. They've worked so hard to gain that territory, get a good set piece opportunity from the lineout, won the lineout ball, and then unfortunately transfer off the top to the scrum half. There was a knock on. It was a bit of a poor pass from the jumper to the scrum half, and ball was knocked on.
Back into the game, Captain Brendan Christian checks in, along with David Brandula, along with Austin Davis, looking to inject some energy into this Interior forward pack.
Yeah, hopefully a little bit of rest there will be good for the big boys to add a little bit of grunt to the forward pack.
Trying to get a foothold in this game, get some points off the board. Tenacious effort from the Interior so far. They'll try to put some pressure on the Wave scrum here. Change at scrum half, Julius Hall feeding the ball in for his side.
Yeah, ball never in there.
Unable to get the timing right between the hooker and the throw-in. Coming off the side of the foot. Reset, says referee Thorpe. Vancouver Wave with another opportunity.
Big boy coming in here in the front row, it looks like, for Vancouver, so it's not going to get any easier for the Interior forward pack.
Looks like Dmitry Duchenko ready to check in, ready to put his mark on this game.
Yeah, he's a bit of a unit, so I'm sure he will be donning one of the one of the number 1 or number 3 roles out there.
Better scrum from the interior, putting pressure on the Vancouver Wave, forcing the error from that front foot defensive pressure. Double knock on coming in from both sides. First one off of a Vancouver hand. It will be a put into the interior. Closer towards the line here, Tim.
Yep, they're, we said a little earlier that they had a long way to go territorially, and they're slowly creeping their way down the field here, and hopefully they can create something here. They've got another set piece opportunity. However, like we just said, the big tight head has just come on, so he might have a bit of an impact at the scrum here. So we'll see if that makes it difficult for the interior to launch anything here.
Duchenko looking to make his mark on this game from the tight end position. Referee Thorpe stands up the front rows, trying to get a bit more space to set this scrum properly. Looking on from the near side, assistant referee Justine Platt-Jamet. Carroll poised to put the ball in.
Yeah, we'll see what happens on the hit here. There's some pressure there, but
dominant scrum once again from the Vancouver Wave, through the loose head slide, through Jacob Blackwood, through the lock behind him, Brett Nash.
The tight head who came on is pretty fiery and took exception to something that the interior hooker did, because there was a little bit of wrestling match going on there on the ground after the scrum collapse.
Adrenaline coming through, winning that scrum as your first action on the field. That's what he's there to do.
Oh yeah.
Duchenko, and does it well, finding touch.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's his role, and he did it well. He blew apart that scrum, which, if you've got a dominant tight head prop, it can be such an important tool for you both on attack and defense.
Often one of the highest paid players in the professional game. For those who are watching, considering positional selection, should you be lucky enough to be in the front row, it's a great place to be as Taku Contreras scoops up the loose ball.
Oh,
Brett
great
Nash.
offload. What a great offload. Fantastic.
Doesn't quite
offload.
go to hand.
The unfortunate is the support player knocked it on as he was in the act of trying to score the try.
Julius Hall trying to ground the ball, trying to avoid the touchline, can't quite take that fantastic offload from Brett Nash. Goal line drop out to the interior, trying to move the ball laterally, creating some misdirection for Vancouver Wave. A bit of a miscue kick from the interior. Jacob Blackwood first on scene to collect the ball. Julius Hall finding Taku Contreras. Julius Hall with penalty advantage. Vancouver looking to exploit the free hit. Changing direction. Merker deputizing at scrum half. Duchenko jumps on the loose ball. That's enough, says Doug Thorpe. Back to the penalty. Julius Hall looking for the quick tap. And he does. And that is Liam James finding the running line, coming up on the right shoulder of Julius Hall, taking one of his easier tries of the weekend, Tim.
Yeah, that was smart play by both the scrum half, who got the ball quickly to the mark, and he didn't just tap and pass it. He tapped and drew a defender, and then he passed it to Liam, who was hard charging under the ball and scored, as you said, probably one of the easier tries in his rugby career to this point.
Well, making the game look simple are Graham Turner's Vancouver Wave players, drawing in players, creating 2-on-1s, creating mismatches, and when those mismatches aren't there, moving the ball to where there are opportunities. Townsend looks to add the extras.
Yeah, often it looks very simple, but there's a lot of little nuances that are done well that create those, that make it actually look easy. It's because of the execution of the skills and just the understanding of creating a bit of space with your running lines. And that's what good players will do.
Townsend makes no mistakes, adds the extra, 44 points to 0. Vancouver Wave looking dominant, looking to close off this championship match. The Interior trying to end on a high note, heading into the final 12 minutes. Coach Logan Martin-Feig, Coach Tom Larish, Coach Curry Hitchborn of the under-19 Bears squad still looking on, trying to find those difference makers, trying to find the players who they think will bring them the Canadian Rugby Championship later on this summer.
Yeah, I believe that's towards the end of July in Calgary.
End of July in Calgary. Beautiful rugby facility the Calgary Rugby Union has. Several pitches, new change rooms out the back. Although the pitch is rivaled by the Canada Field here, Tim. Fantastic conditions.
Yeah, it's a great facility. I was there last summer. My son plays in Calgary, plays for the Calgary Saints, and it's a nice facility and a great atmosphere when there's a number of different clubs and club games going on at the same time. It's a good environment. I would say this the Shawnigan home field here at the Canada Field is about as good as it gets from a playing venue, but I could be slightly biased.
There aren't many better around the world, Tim. I've been to a few myself, including the Canada Field, as Merker goes to the right foot, looking to apply pressure through the aerial game.
And he's found some space.
Jute Norland, ball in the right hand, needs support, desperately tries to get the offload away, not going to hand.
Oh!
Regathered, all backwards, says the referee. It's play on, the Interior, with an opportunity to score here.
Oh, let's go, let's get
Brandon
one.
Christian, the captain, just short of the line. Referee Thorpe says,
giving it.
Try.
Well done.
Team effort. Brendan Christian finishes it off, but Jute Norland take a bow. Pace, unselfishness, gets the offload away, creates the opportunity. The Interior open their account here in the under-19 boys final.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Great spirit, some great skill, great run by the center, and you know, and again, great defensive tracking and working hard, working back to make the tackle to stop that line break. And but again, they got a little bit of a fortuitous bounce of the fly hack ball that was right into the hands of one of the support players, and then they were lucky to recycle it and score a nice try. So well done, Interior.
Well, Tim Murdy, sometimes you have to make your own luck. So well done, the Interior, opening their account, not giving up in this game, looking to add the extras. George Frey bringing their tally up to 7 points. Able to do so.
Done, yeah.
Shaves it inside the post.
Great try. Great kick.
Question asked from Townsend, did that ball go over? A quick nod of the head from assistant referee Blatt Jamet. Well done all weekend to our officiating team. Well-earned finals for all the officials on the field, on the technical zone manager role, on the assistant referee role, in the middle with the whistle. It takes a team of four to make these games operate, to let these players take center stage as they rightly deserve.
Yeah, no, it shouldn't be thankless, but at times it is thankless work by the officials, and they do an amazing job, and you know, rugby, you know, needs to do a better job of ensuring that we show how grateful we are to the officials and their time and what they add and contribute to the game.
Well, a bit of bias from my side, Tim, but I couldn't agree more. But we do have a fantastic community here in BC. Lots of appreciation comes through social media, some messages, some texts. Sometimes when there's a random U14 game on a Thursday, it's not rare. It's becoming less rare as we go through our years here, with people mentioning someone who they thought did a good job. So we hope to keep that positive momentum going forward. A lot of these players on the field you see here have done a bit of refereeing themselves. Assistant referee Justine Blatt-Jamet, current player herself. She's going to the Canadian Rugby Championship as a referee for the first time. Current scrum half for UVic. So that's the message we want to have out of the community. You don't have to dedicate one role. If you want to coach, if you want to play, if you want to referee, you can do all of them, and we're here to support you.
Fantastic. That's great news that that she's got that role, or dual role, and that we're really trying to grow that and promote that, because that's such a huge part of the sport.
Carroll looks to find an attacking edge somewhere with this center field scrum. Tim, what are the kind of options would you exploit from this scrum right smack in the middle of the field?
Well, you basically you have a couple. You can obviously play to the left or the right, but your decision is based on the defensive alignment here. I think probably well, you need to win your scrum as the starting
Job
point.
one is win the scrum.
But it's a bit difficult here. This
Jude Norland once again injects himself into the game.
He does, but he's when you run just a simple 9-14 play there, you isolate that player for lack of support, especially when he takes the ball that wide. It's hard for the flanker to get there.
Hopkins does a good job straightening, as does Theodore Phillips.
If you run a little quick back row move first, like an 89 around the corner, it draws in a bit of defenders in space, and then it can create a little bit more.
Those combinations from 8 and 9 at the base of the scrum, so crucial, so important in creating that time and space for the rest of the team to exploit. As Carroll looks for space himself, trying to generate it through the forward runners.
Good aggressive leg drive by the tackler there, number 19 for Vancouver. You see Vancouver have dropped. They're playing with kind of a 2 fullback system now, which is a little bit smarter than before, where they just had the lone man back there.
Question comes from the coaching staff, tackle off the ball, but play on, says the referee, as Liam James streaks up the right wing.
That was the fly half, actually, number 10.
Noah Merker.
Yeah, it's a great gas by him.
Noah Merker scooping it up, doing his best Liam James impression, going up the right wing and scoring the try.
Yeah, fantastic. Turnbull was involved early on in the move there, which created the initial line break, and then the support play on the wide channel there by the fly half, who doubled around, showed great pace.
Well, Captain Liam Turnbull of this Vancouver Wave certainly putting his hand up for selection at the under-19 level and beyond through his efforts.
I think he would be, as they say, his name would be on the list in pen, not pencil.
Indeed. Looking at the extras is Townsend. Difficult kick, Tim, from the right-hand side for the right footer.
Yes, that's a tricky kick for a right-footed kicker. He's shown that he's got some abilities, so this will be interesting to see.
Looking to bring up the half century for the Wave.
Oh, has he brought it around? No.
Not his best strike of the weekend, leaving the points on the table. 4 minutes to play. The interior running to the line, wanting to get every ounce of playing time they can from this 140 minutes of rugby on offer this weekend.
Yeah, it's great that they're, the way they're embracing this game, and they haven't folded their tent. They're still playing and playing hard, and it's, they're just up against a juggernaut. So it's good on them, but Vancouver appeared to be just a little too strong though.
Merker opts for the save option, pumps the ball deep off the right foot. Probing for space are the interior. A bit lateral in their movement at the moment. Theodore Phillips flings the ball out wide, searching for some kind of space near the touchline. Looking up to the heavens out of frustration is Chaz Zimmer, trying to get his hands on the ball. Vancouver will have to put into the scrum. 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, unfortunately the heavens aren't going to help you too much at that stage, but it was worth the effort, worth the try.
Well, a bit of camaraderie between the members of the front row fraternity here. Couple of handshakes. Great battle between these two. Evan Fedoruk, the tight end prop. Jacob Blackwood, the loose head prop. Blackwood looking to secure his throw in. Managing to get the better of his opponent that time was Fedoruk, but Vancouver get the ball away.
Offside.
Knock on offside is the decision. Knock on was in the tackle, but a player in front of the teammate who knocked the ball on gathered the ball from the offside position as the Wave waste no time. Merker, bit of a delayed pass, Might end up costing him. Well read by this interior defense.
That was great defense.
Frey sees an opportunity out of position in the
silly.
wing. Our Vancouver sits up very nice. A chance at redemption for Chaz Zimmer.
Oh, go!
He needs to drive his legs. He needs support.
Oh,
Gets
he
the
does.
ball away unselfishly.
Oh,
Just
no.
lost
Oh.
in contact. The interior
Oh.
denied a highlight wheel try, perhaps the try of the weekend.
Oh, that's too bad. But you know, credit where credit is due. What great effort by the defender from Vancouver to track back and drive the man out of bounds there. That was unreal.
Work rate all round. Honorable mention to Austin Davis from the interior, running from the left-hand side of the field to the right, almost 70 meters. Just couldn't put the finishing touches on that try.
We'll see what they do here.
The ball did come off a Vancouver defender, so they have the line out. They go to the catch and drive.
Oh,
Queuing up on the right-hand side. A great latch and drive try. Great assist. Adding extra weight was Ben Carroll, the scrum half. Getting over the line, Matthias Corbo. Try time, interior.
yep, well done. Well done. They deserve that.
All started from that kick chase. Chaz Zimmer getting involved, shaking off the handling error previous. Frey will look to add the extras. Perfect from the tee so far. This should do it, Tim. Interior have a chance to make the score 49-14. Valiant effort from them all weekend in their inaugural tournament. Great win yesterday, getting to the final.
Oh, nice nudge.
Great conversion from George Frey. There's still time, says referee Thorpe. And the public here love it.
Yeah, that was great. I'm sure the interior would have been quite happy if that was the final whistle, but
It has not been the best weekend off the tee for a lot of our kickers, Tim.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
George Frey might have put his hand up right in sight of Curry Hitchborn and Logan Martin Feig, definitely having a conversation after they witnessed the purity of that strike. Merker with the restart, not his best effort. Straight into touch, short of the 10-meter line. Scrummer line out option for the interior here. They choose the scrum. The last one went a little bit better, Tim.
yeah, it did. No time on the clock, so I'm assuming this probably will be, the next whistle will be the end of the game. So hopefully they'll get one last launch here with a solid platform and just one opportunity and see what they can do. There's lots of space on the right-hand side here, and we'll see if they have any tricks up their sleeves. They've got the fullback. Often, most teams will bring the fullback a little closer to the middle of the field, so he can go either way. He's tracking over this way now, so.
Chaz Zimmer by himself on the right-hand side of the field, hoping for a crossfield kick or something.
He's
to
away.
exploit that space. Interior breaking off the left wing. Big carry
Oh, he's
coming in from Viserovic,
fantastic.
keeping the ball alive. Looking for support. Are the interior 5 meters out? Vancouver scrambling, not wanting to give up this try. All the way to the edge with the big pass to Kalen Preed. Freyer pops up on the blind side, looking to link up with his forwards. Zimmer pointing to the left, nowhere to go on the right.
Oh.
Offload comes in from Matthias Corbo. Enterprising stuff from the interior. Back to the penalty.
Oh, here we go.
All of that pressure
Make sure you've got support.
forcing the offside penalty from Vancouver. There goes Carroll.
Oh,
Carroll
he
scores to
scores!
Zimmer. Zimmer finishes in the corner.
Fantastic.
What a way to put an exclamation point on this fantastic weekend of the rugby. Try time the interior. Well done, Chaz Zimmer on the finish, but well done, Ben Carroll, having the vision to see that micro space in the corner, finishing the try for his side, finishing a great weekend. That should do it. Third try of the day for the interior. Looking to add the extras. He's been perfect so far. George Frey right on the right-hand side touchline to bring up that 21 points for his side. Great second half performance from this interior side. Coach Turner will have a word in review. He does have very high standards for his team. Giving a word, a nod of approval to the interior players as they ran by his technical area. Vancouver Wave with the win. That might be enough, Tim Murdy, to give the Vancouver region. We'll have to tally up the championships. The Champions Trophy given to the cumulative champions. We'll have to check with BC Rugby staff to see who will lift that trophy. But as for the winners' medals, they belong to the Vancouver Wave. The runners-up, valiant effort, the interior. Thank you for watching. Coming up soon, the presentation of the Provincial Regional Champions Trophy. We'll be right back. And yes, once again, in the words of John Tate on the PA mic, congratulations to the interior. Deserved runners-up in the under-19 boys division, capping off a fantastic weekend of rugby here at Shawnigan Lake School on the Canada field. Long-time Shawnigan coach, Canada coach, and now BC Rugby board member Tim Murdy, congratulating each individual player. Coach Jamie McKenzie and his staff. Nothing but pride for what these young men have achieved. Top to bottom, 24-player effort, 140 minutes of rugby across 2 days of competition. Something to build from, something to draw inspiration from across the vast area these players have come from. Kamloops Rugby Club, Kelowna Rugby Club, Penticton Rugby Club, Vernon in the Okanagan, Yeti in Salmon Arm, 1697s in Prince George, Williams Lake, in the Kootenays, Rocky Mountain Rogues, Elk Valley Bulls, brand new club, Trail Rugby Club, all putting in an effort. Andrew Coriality, longtime coach from the Kamloops Rugby Club,
once again,
accepting his finalist
to
medal.
Runners up U19 boys from the interior. Congratulations.
Valiant effort across the 2 days, a big semifinal win, many of whom didn't think was possible.
Present the medals to the Vancouver Wave U19 boys champions. Well done, fellas.
Just beaten by a formidable Vancouver Wave side in the final. Graham Turner's team, lots of experience in the team despite their ages. Players who have played up in age categories and represented Canada at the under-19 level. Players coming into this category for the first time, stepping up, putting in a very consistent 2 days of rugby. Deserved gold medal winners here at the 2025 Provincial Regional Championships. Many players from all four teams in this division eagerly awaiting those selection letters from Coach Hitchborn of the BC Bears and his staff, Logan Martin-Feek, Tom Larish, looking on, notebooks in hand, plenty of conversation to come over the coming hours and days before selections go out. Trying to cobble together the best possible BC Bears under-19 squad to head to Calgary to contest the Canadian Rugby Championship. Last year just falling short to Ontario. The BC Bears will look to once again become champions. Once again, congratulations to all the players, all the coaches, all the players.
Vancouver Wave U19 boys 2025 champions.
Vancouver Wave 2025 under-19 champions in the boys category.
Graham Turner, the head coach of the U19 Wave, to come forward and receive the inaugural championship trophy for the overall winner of the PRC championships.
The championship trophy
Well done, Vancouver Wave.
awarded to the region who was most successful across the 6 divisions, under 15 girls and boys, under 17, and on screen, the under 19 boys. Vancouver winning all 3 boys categories. Great effort from all the regions. Vancouver Island coming up just short. Massive thank you to Shawnigan Lake School for their excellent effort in helping
Thank you all,
host
supporters, parents, and families for coming. Safe travels home.
this
Take care.
fantastic weekend of rugby. Supporters, parents, 2 days of rugby, weeks, months of preparation, kilometers traveled, ferries sailed upon, our staff, all the support from the community, our match officials. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. On behalf of Tim Murdy, Jake Teal, Noah Price-Baff, and all of us at BC Rugby, I'm Chris Osmus. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
They say it's better to step and fall than to not have stepped at all. So here we are, Vancouver Island. This is going to be my home for the next few years. I've been told it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. My parents told me to engage in every opportunity that comes my way, to grow in self-discovery, to step, to fall. Better than to not have stepped at all. Beautiful British Columbia, home of Shawnigan Lake School.
What do you look for in a boarding school?
Strong academic support.
Beautiful surroundings.
A sense of belonging.
1, 2, 3, break! Leadership.
Innovation.
Experiential learning.
Look no further. Start your Shawnigan journey today.